Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे सतलुज की लहरों में सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है।
The top headlines coming in. Trump tries so hard but fails miserably. The Nobel committee snubs Trump, compelling the White House to cry foul play. Global leaders like Putin, Netanyahu and the Belarusian president back Trump and criticize the Nobel Committee's decision on the Nobel Peace Prize. The White House responds to the Nobel announcement with the Director of Communication accusing the Nobel Prize Committee of putting politics over peace. Nobel Peace Prize winner Maria Machado dedicates a prize to Trump, saying we count on Trump and the US to achieve freedom. Both BJP and LJP to hold separate crucial party meetings in New Delhi to finalize seat sharing ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. AIADMK's EPS demands accountability from the DMK government for its alleged laxity in ensuring safety and quality of medicines produced in Tamil Nadu, releases a list of 5 key questions. All right, viewers, well, the Shapoorji-Pallonji Group has renewed its call for the public listing of Tata Sons, citing transparency and governance. The group stated that listing would unlock value of 1.2 crore shareholders and benefit the Tata Trust, while expressing confidence in the RBI's regulatory oversight. Now, this came after the 6-hour, 45-minute marathon meeting of the Board of Trustees of Tata Trust. Here's a report. Take a look for more details.
In what was being closely watched as a defining moment for India's oldest business conglomerate, the Board of Trustees on Tata Trust's 6-hour 45-minute marathon meet concluded with trustees agreeing to continue working to resolve differences. All 6 Tata trustees reached unanimous agreement on a resolution to maintain Tata Sons as a private entity. While the trustees achieved consensus on the key decision, they continue to have differences on their unspecified issues. The development comes in contrast to the Shapoorji-Pallonji Group's intensified call for the public listing of the Tata Sons, the holding company of the Tata Group. The push from the Shapoorji-Pallonji Group came in light of an approaching deadline set by the Reserve Bank of India for the Tata Sons to go public. After the board meeting, Shapoorji-Pallonji Group issued a statement saying that the public listing will unlock value for 1.2 crore shareholders. The SP Group also stated that its relationship with the House of Tatas is based on mutual trust.
The much-awaited Tata Trust board meeting has just concluded. It started at about 10 o'clock and the marathon meeting ran for about 6 hours 45 minutes. It was attended by Noel Tata, chairman of Tata Trust, Venu Srinivasan, the Vice Chairman of Tata Trust, N. Chandrasekaran, Chairman of Tata Sons, and Darius Khambata, Trustee of Tata Sons. Remember, there was a last-minute twist yesterday night when one of the members whose nomination was in question, in fact, issued a public statement and said that things have changed at the Tata Group. But what we are given to understand is that the members have ironed out the differences and, in fact, discussed the usage of rupees 1700 crore, which the group, which Tata Trust has received as a dividend from Tata Group of companies. So what we are given to understand is that the members have decided to cordially continue working together, and we will be tracking the developments further to ensure to see how it unfolds at one of the biggest conglomerates in the country.
Unanimous decision by the Tata trustees to keep Tata Sons private stands in direct opposition to the Shapoorji Pullenji Group's call for a public listing. Now, it remains to be seen how the conflict between major stakeholders will be resolved and how Tata Sons will address the regulatory requirements set up by the RBI.
Moving on, viewers, another major setback for organised crime in Mumbai. The police have arrested a key underworld figure with deep links to the city's criminal networks. D.K. Rao, once a powerful name in Mumbai's underworld and a close associate of Chota Rajan, is now in custody along with two of his associates. They are accused in a case of extortion and intimidation. Take a look at this report.
Rajendra Sadashiv Nikalje, known by his moniker Chota Ranjan, has had quite a run. He has slipped in and out of jail, but now his long-time close associate D.K. Rao has come under shackles of law enforcement. The close associate of Chota Ranjan has been arrested by the Mumbai police. Ravi Malesh Bora alias D.K. Rao has been regular in the annals of organised crime in Mumbai city. Now he has been arrested by the Mumbai crime branch along with two of his aides, Anil Singh and Mimit Bhuta, in connection with the case of extortion and criminal intimidation. All three arrested accused, D.K. Rao, Anil Singh and Mimit Bhuta, are in police custody and will be produced before the court today. The Mumbai crime branch has dealt a significant blow to Underworld by arresting D.K. Rao. And this arrest highlights the ongoing nexus between Underworld and real estate in Mumbai city.
Viewers, Bihar is abuzz with election fervour as the political parties gear up for the upcoming assembly polls. The NDA has nearly finalised its seat-sharing formula while the RJD is busy wooing the potential allies. Now, both the BJP and the LJP are holding crucial meetings separately to seal their seat-sharing arrangements ahead of this crucial elections in Bihar. Meanwhile, the pre-poll defections have already begun in the poll-bound state of Bihar. Here's a report. Take a look.
Bihar's assembly elections are around the corner and all parties have sounded the poll bulge. And the pre-poll switch game has begun. Just yesterday, former JDU MP Santosh Kushwaha, former JDU MLA Rahul Sharma and Chanakya Prakash and LJP's Akash Kushwaha have joined hands with the RJD. On the other hand, former Congress MP Ajay Nishad joined BJP along with his wife Rama Nishad. Meanwhile, the seat-sharing formula is being finalized in NDA. Republic sources have confirmed that the NDA alliance, which was in conflict over seat sharing, has finally reached an agreement on seat sharing. Today in New Delhi, both BJP and LJP are holding separate crucial meetings to finalize the seat sharing ahead of Bihar polls. According to sources, the JDU will contest on 101 seats while the BJP will contest on 100 seats. Chirag Paswan's LJP will get 26 seats, Hindustani Awam Morcha and Rashtriya Lok Morcha will get 7 and 6 seats respectively. While talks are still ongoing for the remaining 3 seats, with seat sharing puzzle almost solved, the NDA is all set to unveil its candidates for the Bihar assembly elections. Meanwhile, RJD has proposed Pashupati Paras for Rashtriya Lok Janshakti Party to merge his party with RJD.
हम लोग का जो संगठन का है, अपने अपने क्षेत्र में लोग जाएंगे, काम करेंगे संगठन पर। जो हमारे कार्यकर्ता है, उस सबको भी निर्देश दिया जाएगा कि अपने अपने बूथ पर मजबूती के साथ इस बार की चुनाव जो है कि जो हमारे आदरणीय नेता प्रतिपक्ष का है तेजस्वी यादव जी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना हम लोग को, तो ईमानदारी के तरह जैसे कार्यकर्ता जुझारू बन करके काम करे क्षेत्र में। और लोग होता है कि किसी को टिकट नहीं मिला तो नाराजगी जताते हैं, लेकिन सरकार बनाइए, हर सूरत में सरकार बनना चाहिए।
Paras has called a party meeting today to make the decision. Coming few days could be big surprises in poll-bound state of Bihar, as Republic sources have confirmed that more and more big names and Bahubalis are likely to switch sides from both NDA and Mahagathbandhan. The battle for Patna is intensifying, with all parties working to win the voters.
Shifting our focus, viewers, the DMK government in Tamil Nadu is facing growing scrutiny over its handling of the cold rift cough syrup tragedy. Well, the AIADMK General Secretary Edapadi K. Palaniswamy has raised serious concerns, alleging that the government laxity in ensuring the safety and quality of medicines produced in the state. Take a look at this report as we get you more details on this.
The AIADMK General Secretary Edapadi K. Palaniswamy, EPS, has raised serious concerns about the DMK government's handling of the cold rift cough syrup tragedy. The AIADMK leader has 5 questions. EPS demanded accountability from the DMK government for its alleged laxity in ensuring the safety and quality of medicines produced in Tamil Nadu. He asked the governments about the steps taken since they revoked the license of Srisan Pharma, the company that manufactured cold rift cough syrup that killed over 20 children in the country. APS has also raised concerns on any official circular or government order not being issued by the Health Department in this regard. Furthermore, in his 3rd and 4th question, the AIADMK leader raised a serious issue of already distributed supply of cold rift cough syrup and if the government authorities have taken any steps to ban the sale of that, and whether the government has ensured that not just cold rift but all Srisan manufactured medicines have been removed from pharmacies or not. Lastly, EPS took jibe at Stalin government, alleging them of spending crores on advertisement glorifying him, and raised questions and emphasizing the need of public awareness by the DMK government about the banned medicines. EPS concerns are echoed by other leaders, including BJP's K. Annamalai, who pointed out the shocking revelation that Srisan Pharmaceuticals had over 364 violations found at various points in time, yet was allowed to function and export medicines. Now it remains to be seen what steps the DMK government takes in the coming days.
Viewers, from the fresh strikes in Kabul to rising tensions in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, intelligence agencies say the hostile networks are sharpening their focus on infiltration routes along the line of control and the international border. The Border Security Force reports repeated reconnaissance attempts by elements linked to the terror outfits, and the commanders say that they are tracking launch pads and movements across the frontier with laser-like precision. Senior BSF officer in Jammu insists nothing is being left to chance. The message from India's troops is clear. The country will not tolerate any attempt to breach its sovereignty, and if provoked, will respond firmly and decisively. Take a look at this special report that we bring to you.
टेररिस्ट ट्रेनिंग कैंप्स के ऊपर जो हमारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के द्वारा ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में हमला किया गया था, चाहे वो हमारी एयरफोर्स के द्वारा हो, हमारी आर्मी के द्वारा हो, या बीएसएफ ने यहाँ जम्मू के इलाके में लॉन्च पैड्स को टारगेट किया था, तो उन लॉन्च पैड्स पे भी उनका काफ़ी नुकसान हुआ था। और हमारे पास ऐसी कुछ खबर हैं कि उनको वो शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं, उनको दोबारा से रिवाइव करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। तो ये सारी ही जानकारी हमारे पास उपलब्ध है और समय आने पे, अवसर आने पे हम उचित कार्रवाई ज़रूर करेंगे।
Strikes in Kabul, tensions in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and a growing threat casting a long shadow over India, one name, Pakistan.
मैं इस समय कोई स्पष्ट आंकड़ा तो आपके आगे नहीं देना चाहूँगा, लेकिन विभिन्न प्रकार से, विभिन्न सोर्सेज से हमारे पास खबर आती रहती है कि किस प्रकार जैश ए मोहम्मद हो या लश्कर तौयबा हो या TRF हो, तो इनके जो लोग इनसे जुड़े हुए हैं वो रेकी करने के लिए आते रहते हैं और उन पे करीबी निगरानी हमारी द्वारा बिल्कुल जारी है। हमें अगर अवसर प्रदान करेंगे, ये हमारी सीमा की ओर आंख उठा के भी देखेंगे, तो इनको बहुत ही करारा जवाब BSF के द्वारा दिया जाएगा।
Men and women of the Indian armed forces maintain relentless around-the-clock patrols along the border with Pakistan. Bristling with sophisticated weapons and advanced surveillance, BSF units are tracking both ground and airborne threats along the Indo-Pak international border.
With Pakistan facing internal turmoil in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Baluchistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, Pakistan may try to divert the situation to the Indo-Pakistan border, and we have seen some unusual movement of the forces that has been seen in the Sialkot, of which the Border Security Force has also taken a note of. IGBSF today said that they are well aware of the situation evolving in Pakistan and are keeping a close watch on the situation. Right now we are reporting from the Jammu sector international border, where the troops of the Border Security Force are carrying out round-the-clock strict vigil on the borders. They are ensuring that every attempt that is being made by the adversary is foiled well within the time, because we are speaking at a time when Pakistan is grappled with the internal turmoil as well as its northwest frontier with Afghanistan, where the situation is also raking up with the Pakistani strikes that have taken place inside Kabul.
Nothing is being left to chance. A warning comes as IGBSF Jammu Shashank Anand says Pakistan is rebuilding terror infrastructure with groups conducting reconnaissance for infiltration into Indian territory.
देखिए, हमारे पड़ोसी मुल्क के कोई भी मंसूबे हों, उन पे हम बहुत करीबी बारीक नज़र रखते हैं और जो भी गतिविधियां वहाँ पे हो रही हैं वो हम उसको क्लोजली वॉच कर रहे हैं। हमारी तैयारी है, जैसा ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में सीमा सुरक्षा बल ने करके दिखाया था, अगर उनकी तरफ से कोई भी हिमाकत ऐसी होती है, चाहे घुसपैठ करने की वो कोशिश करें, तो उसका मुंह तोड़ जवाब हमारे द्वारा दिया जाएगा। हम अपने साथी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के साथ, सिस्टर एजेंसीज़ के साथ लगातार समन्वय हमने बनाया हुआ है और जो भी घटनाएं वहाँ पे हो रही हैं, इसको हम क्लोजली एनालाइज कर रहे हैं।
BSF troops deployed along the Indo-Pak international border in Araspura sector of Jammu are maintaining the highest level of alert after security forces and intelligence agencies reported unusual military movement in the Sialkot area of Pakistan.
देखिए, सीमा सुरक्षा बल तो पूरे ही साल, चाहे कोई भी दिन हो, हम हाई अलर्ट पे रहते हैं। जो भी मूवमेंट्स सीमा पार हो रही हैं उनको हम कॉरबोरेट कर रहे हैं, वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं और जो भी ज़रूरी रिस्पांस उसके संदर्भ में होगा वो कदम हम ज़रूर उठाएंगे।
The mission is clear and so is the intent. This is New India. We will not initiate aggression, but if need arises, India will retaliate on our enemy's soil. Operation Sindoor was just one example of that, and India will act again if required.
Nobel committee announced Venezuelan leader of opposition Maria Corina Machado as the winner of the Nobel Peace Prize. US President Donald Trump, who had spent the entire year campaigning for the Peace Prize to be given to him, was snubbed on a global stage. Let's have a look.
Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. But for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with their mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars.
As the world watched the announcement for Nobel Peace Prize, everyone saw Trump's worst nightmare come to reality. A big, beautiful snub from the Nobel Committee.
The Nobel Peace Prize for 2025 to Maria Corina Machado.
Donald Trump, who had spent the last few months claiming to have ended 8 different wars across the world.
I know this, that nobody in history has solved 8 wars in a period of 9 months. And I've stopped 8 wars, so that's never happened before. But they'll have to do what they do. Whatever they do is fine. I know this, I didn't do it for that, I did it because I saved a lot of lives. Nobody has ever done 8 wars. Nobody's done 8 wars in 30 years, let alone 9 months.
Was snubbed by the Nobel Peace Prize Committee, with the award going to the leader of opposition in Venezuela. Being the only nominees to have spent the entire year campaigning for the award, Trump until last night was hopeful that he could step out of the shadow of his predecessor, Barack Obama.
Obama got a prize. He didn't even know what he got. He got elected, and they gave it to Obama for doing absolutely nothing but destroying our country. No, he was not a good president. The worst president was Sleepy Joe Biden. But Obama was not a good president.
Are you going to do something with the
They gave him a prize. How many months after he won the election, then they gave him the Peace Prize, right?
It was right after he was elected.
The White House was quick to respond to the announcement. Stephen Chewing, the White House's director of communications, in a somber post on the social media said that President Trump would continue ending wars regardless of whether he had the Peace Prize or not. He further accused the Nobel Prize Committee of putting politics over peace while making the decision.
Both the BJP and the LJP will be holding a separate but crucial meetings in New Delhi today. Party leaders are expected to finalize seat sharing arrangements and strategize ahead of the upcoming Bihar Assembly elections. India has announced several new initiatives to strengthen healthcare and trade ties with Afghanistan. The project includes a thalassemia center, a modern diagnostic center, a 30-bed hospital in Bagrami, and oncology and trauma center in Kabul, and 5 maternity health clinics across key provinces. A fire broke out at a hotel in Ghaziabad's Rajendra Nagar Sector 2 on last evening. Fire officials said that the blaze was brought under control after nearly 1.5 hours of operations. According to the chief fire officer, 4 fire tenders were rushed from different stations soon after receiving the alert around 7:10 p.m. Fortunately, no injuries or loss of life has been reported in the incident. KIT has made a big impact in the Times Higher Education World University Rankings 2026, securing the 5th position among all the universities in India. Significantly, KIT is also the only institute from Odisha to feature in the national top 10 list, a matter of immense pride for the state and a reflection of its growing academic excellence. Gautam Adani, chairman of the Adani Group, has urged India to actively shape its global image by reclaiming its narrative through cinema, storytelling and emerging technologies. Speaking to students at the Whistling Woods International, Adani emphasized that India's identity must not be defined through foreign lenses. He remarked, "If we do not narrate who we are, others will rewrite who we were," urging the nation to take charge of its own stories in the era where narratives influence perceptions globally.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Bliss weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's Deputy Chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे सतलुज की लहरों में सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था।
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Goswami on the debate.
I always knew that Donald Trump has no chance in hell to get the Nobel Prize. And that is because no self-respecting person ever nominates himself repeatedly, publicly, crazily for the Nobel Peace Prize. You don't do that. If you're self-respecting, you don't do that. You don't behave like that. At least 15 times or 20 times in the last few years, Donald J. Trump has been nominating Donald J. Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize. And anyone, ladies and gentlemen, who does that will never get the Nobel Peace Prize, because it is trying to put pressure. It is trying to say that I'm the best. Now, why has Donald Trump been humiliated? Because he called for this humiliation. It is just another humiliation in a series of global humiliations that he has been facing. And ladies and gentlemen, on the other side, the Venezuelan opposition party leader Maria Corina Machado has been conferred with the Nobel Peace Prize. Trump is going around looking extremely disappointed and miffed by the fact that all his lobbying he lost to her. But it was never a race between her and Donald Trump. If a person goes around and saying that I finished 8 wars, which he didn't, I deserve the Nobel Prize, then he's putting an end outcome to his effort. And therefore it seems all very fake, all very artificial, all very contrived. Just listen to the way that he's been speaking, this soundbite. After this, I don't have to elaborate my point any further. Just listen to his tone and tonality.
I know this, that nobody in history has solved 8 wars in a period of 9 months. And I've stopped 8 wars. So that's never happened before. But they'll have to do what they do. Whatever they do is fine. I know this. I didn't do it for that. I did it because I saved a lot of lives. Nobody has ever done 8 wars. Nobody's done 8 wars in 30 years, let alone 9 months.
No, that's not the way you speak. Nobody in history has done what I've done. There's been nobody in history like me. I'm the first person since the start of human civilization to do this and to do that. Now, Trump was so very vested in the Nobel Peace Prize that he went around convincing other countries like Pakistan to nominate him. Anyone who he had any leverage over, he would force them to nominate him. And then the others also began to realize that here's the US president who's behaving like an absolute child. The easiest way to mollify him or get on his right side is by giving him a letter saying, I've nominated you for the Nobel Peace Prize. Usually self-respecting countries don't do that. But of course, why did so many people and countries nominate Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize? Because they knew it was his weak spot. It was a way to make him happy. And that's the danger with Trump. He puts himself ahead of his own country. If he actually cared for the United States of America, he would not plead with countries or plead to get the Nobel Peace Prize, because by doing so, he's bringing down the significance of the position of the President of the United States. Netanyahu therefore endorsed him for the Gaza Peace Prize. The whole government of Pakistan came and said that we want him to get the Peace Prize. Cambodia's Prime Minister submitted a nomination in August. Armenia's Prime Minister submitted a nomination. Azerbaijan's President backed his candidacy. Even the Malta Foreign Minister said that he had nominated Trump. Now, this is a pressure tactic. And the Nobel Committee had already stated that no pressure tactics work on them. They have repeatedly said that this is on the principles of the work laid down by Alfred Nobel, the person who established the Nobel Prize. And that is the point which the Nobel Committee member also made when he was asked by a reporter about Trump. Just listen to this.
This committee sits in a room filled with the portraits of all laureates, and that room is filled with both courage and integrity. So we base only our decision on the work and the will of Alfred Nobel.
So the 2 words they mentioned, courage and integrity. Was he trying to say that the US president lacked courage or integrity? What will Trump do now? Will he impose tariffs on Norway? Already now the worrying sign is that Trump is beginning to get into that I'm just going to lose my temper once again phase. And he has just some time back said, now I'm going to do a trade war with China. Look here, viewers, we have a problem here. And the whole world has realized it's a problem. And the problem is called Donald J. Trump. How can you do this? How can you weave more lies to get yourself nominated? Trump went ahead saying that I brought peace between India and Pakistan. Nobody talks like that. Maybe Donald Trump now will weave a few more lies to get himself nominated for next year. In that sense, I believe that he's behaving like a truant child, ladies and gentlemen, a truant child. And while the world may believe that mollifying him for a short term is part of foreign policy, the people of America must begin to realize at some stage what they are losing with a person as president who puts himself ahead of his country. Let's debate.
Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements. The Nobel Peace Prize. The Nobel Prize. The Nobel Prize.
The Nobel Peace Prize for 2025 to Maria Corina Machado.
Nobel.
He campaigned vehemently.
I know this, that nobody in history has solved 8 wars in a period of 9 months. And I've stopped 8 wars. So that's never happened before. But they'll have to do what they do. Whatever they do is fine. I know this. I didn't do it for that. I did it because I saved a lot of lives. Nobody has ever done 8 wars. Nobody's done 8 wars in 30 years, let alone 9 months.
He even made world leaders endorse him.
The joint appeal to Nobel Committee to award President Trump with the Nobel Peace Prize.
I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it.
Pakistan nominated him for Nobel Peace Prize, and I think this is the least we could do.
He wanted to join the ranks of the United States presidents like Jimmy Carter and Barack Obama.
Obama got a prize. He didn't even know what he got. He got elected, and they gave it to Obama for doing absolutely nothing but destroying our country.
But deep down, even the commander-in-chief knew the answer.
Will you get the Nobel Prize? Absolutely not. They'll give it to some guy that didn't do a damn thing.
The Norwegian Nobel Committee has decided to award the Nobel Peace Prize for 2025 to Maria Corina Machado. She is receiving the Nobel Peace Prize for her tireless work promoting democratic rights for the people of Venezuela and for her struggle to achieve a just and peaceful transition from dictatorship to democracy.
This comes despite Trump's relentless campaign for the Nobel. Even the committee was asked for its reasoning.
U.S. President Donald Trump has repeatedly said he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize and he'd like to have it. He even said that it would be an insult to the United States if he doesn't get it. What does as a chairman of the Nobel Peace Prize Committee think of this?
In the long history of the Nobel Peace Prize, I think this committee have seen any type of campaign, media attention. We receive thousands and thousands of letters every year of people wanting to say what for them leads to peace. This committee sits in a room filled with the portraits of all laureates, and that room is filled with both courage and integrity. So we base only our decision on the work and the will of Alfred Nobel.
The verdict is out. Now all eyes are on Donald Trump. Will he follow through with his threats?
Be a big insult to our country, I will tell you that. I don't want it. I want the country to get it. But it should get it.
Indication are that Trump hasn't taken the call well. With top White House officials tweeting, the Nobel Committee proved they place politics over peace. The only question remains, can Donald Trump make peace without the prize?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us this evening Richie Greenberg. Is a political commentator, former Republican mayoral candidate. He's joining us from San Francisco. David Sofair, Trump supporter, Republican from Washington, D.C. We have Vibhuti Jha, formerly Republican candidate, has strong views against Trump now. We have, joining us from California, David K. Johnston is an American investigative journalist from New York. And Victor Gao is Vice President of the Center for China and Globalization, is joining us from Singapore. Interestingly, right now, Trump, in anger maybe, has declared a huge trade war with China and gone on and short of attack personally Xi Jinping, and in his anger, maybe whatever he's experiencing today must be strong feelings. He has also called off his meeting with Xi Jinping. He said, I will not meet him. I am angry and I'm going to double down on China. Okay, so what do we do here now? We have a situation. David, I want to start with you. Trump is very angry. He's saying, I have been insulted. And everyone who wants to please him a little bit is saying, we feel sorry for you. But what's exactly going on? Why did this become such a big deal?
Well, Donald has a long history of giving himself awards, and he believes in his own mind that he solved 8 wars, even though that's ridiculous. I mean, there was no war between Albania and Azerbaijan, as he claims, for example, to have settled. And Prime Minister Modi will tell you that Trump had no role in the last skirmish between Pakistan and India. But I wrote years ago about how Donald received multiple 5 Diamond Awards from a hospitality organization nobody had ever heard of, an award that was described as the greatest award in the world, not in the hospitality industry, but the greatest award in the world, apparently surpassing the Nobel Peace Prize. And it turned out it was given by an organization run by a mobster and Donald Trump. So he believes that he is special and that we should all recognize how special he is, even though, he's done nothing that would qualify him for the Nobel Peace Prize, and if anything, would guarantee he never has a shot at getting it, even without his campaigning for it. By the way, the thing I'd watch out for is what's he going to do to Norway now? Well, maybe he'll claim that we should take the Svalbard Islands in the Arctic, just as he wants to take Greenland away from Denmark.
My God. But this is sad, isn't it? I mean, he's putting himself before his country, Vibhuti. He's saying that I'm important, and if I didn't get the Nobel Peace Prize, America is being insulted. But he's also...
We have in a minute. Arnab, it's great to see you.
Yeah, okay. Hi, David. You want to come in? I see you. Yeah. Why is he putting himself before his country?
I'd just like to greet everybody on the panel, and it's great to see you, Arnab, as always. Thank you very much for having me. And when you look at the administration and you look what they are doing for global peace, which is an ongoing thing, they have huge desks and resources that are dedicated completely to global peace. And that has been very successful. Now, if you look at where the Nobel Peace Prize is, there is not a place for conservatives in almost half a century to win a Nobel Peace Prize. So that's kind of where we are with the whole thing. So, Trump's committed to peace through strength, and that's very clear. He's doing what he does on the tin, and that's clear.
No, but okay? David, on a serious note.
Sure.
On a serious note, David, on a serious note. No, how can a David, there has to be some authenticity to this. Listen, how can any president of any country time his decisions to getting a Nobel? Last few days, he had gone crazy. He almost abused Netanyahu, I'm told. He was in such a hurry to get this Gaza thing done. He's messed up. It has not yet started. It's not effective. He wants it to be seen like the whole thing is a success. It's not even taken off. And it is looking a little funny. But my question goes tonight to Richie. Richie, Donald Trump is humiliating the United States of America with the way he's behaving right now. It's
No,
not good.
No, I do not accept that. I do not believe that, and I think that you're totally on the wrong track with that belief. I don't think that he's humiliated. I don't think that the United States is humiliated. I think it's kind of a strange way to be accusing Trump of how he's been acting. You said petulant. You called him a petulant child earlier. I totally disagree. And if you've been paying attention to the developments in the last hour, maybe hour and a half, you would see that the winner of 2025, this year's announced Nobel Prize, Peace Prize winner, Maria Machado, she tweeted, she actually made a statement saying that her receiving the Nobel Prize is a recognition of the struggle of all Venezuelans, right? They are on the threshold of victory today more than ever. We count on President Trump, the people of the United States and the people of Latin America and democratic nations of the world to help them achieve freedom and democracy. And she dedicates the prize of the suffering of people of Venezuela and to the President Trump for his decisive support. It just came out in the last half hour. So please don't tell me that this is an embarrassment. The winner is actually dedicating the prize to Trump.
Okay, so good for you. Even she has realized that she needs to pander.
It's not good for me. I'm just saying that's the reality of it.
Richie,
that's
the fact is, this exactly reiterates the point. You've got a petulant and angry president, and even Machado realizes she's got to pander to his oversized ego. Don't think it's genuine. She has to pander to his ego.
I don't accept that spin.
No, but why does a president demean himself like this? Barack Obama got the prize. He was useless. I should be given the prize. I'm a great man.
No. He didn't do it for the prize. If he's transcended the prize, and this is more than one person has stated that he has transcended the prize. The prize is not what's the goal for him. His goal is to achieve what is necessary to get the Peace Prize by negotiating and trying to get these different countries to talk. That's what it is. That's the prize. And if he gets the Nobel related to that, okay, fine. But that doesn't mean he's going to stop. He's not going to stop doing his work because he didn't get the prize this year. And also, I'm not understanding why you're forgetting that earlier this year, January 31st, February 1st, that was the deadline for all the nominations to come out. Not today, not yesterday. It was 9.5 months ago or so.
But is this all that there is to governance that you get nominated to a Nobel Peace Prize
next year? He could still get the prize next year.
No, but why?
There's no reason why he couldn't.
Why does a president have to carry out a Truth Social spam campaign painting himself as a potential winner of a Nobel Peace Prize? Is he not happy being the president of the United States? Vibhuti, is my question.
No,
he's the president of the United States of America, for God's sake. To go around and ask Pakistan and Malta to support him to get a Nobel Peace Prize, that is what I think is demeaning. I mean, Vibhuti, your take.
I don't agree with that. I
think it's very simple here. I mean, a man, Mr. Trump, I support him wholeheartedly on many policy prescriptions that he has done for the United States. Where he loses out is in this particular instance, he has lost out the optics war, something that he loves to, take always, driven towards. My favorite statement is, smart people make dumb mistakes. And I think by demanding that I must win the prize, he made a spectacle of Nobel Peace Prize. It was not $1 million prize money that he was hankering after. But what is true is that he is a man of peace. I've gone through the list of since 1901 for all the peace winners. The description is he worked towards and he made efforts for peace. So the question is, did he make efforts towards peace or not? He did. His real bad, stupid thing, in my opinion, is that he lost the optic war by demanding it. It was really, really stupid of him. Classic definition of smart people making dumb mistakes. And that's what he has drawn the ridicule from the rest of the world. Nobel Peace Prize is a highly politicized element. I mean, you see the list of award winners. I wouldn't want to be along with some of them, Because that is the important part to understand. That's where Trump made the mistake. If I were Trump's advisor, I would have told him, hey, I'm not working towards peace to get a Nobel Peace Prize. To hell with it. And I would have said, to quote Clark Gable from Gone with the Wind, I don't give a damn. That's the important part for Trump to have played the media thing very well in this. He would have become the darling of the crowd for having denied. Instead of by claiming, as he did, he made himself a laughing stock. And that's what annoys me. And I've given suggestions to him many times. Just, Newt Gingrich had said that he's a great learner. And I had Tamil again said that I hope he learns something from Bill Clinton and Barack Obama to develop sophistry in choice of words, in saying some things from time to time.
I think that you're trying to get back on the right side. I think you're trying to I think you are also, Vibhuti, realizing that you have criticized Trump, you have no more chances in the Republican Party, and the best thing to push your political career is to say a few nice things on India's largest news network. Nothing has happened. Turkey is still buying oil from Russia. By the way, he's thanking Erdogan. He should know that Turkey is still buying oil from Russia. The Albanian Prime Minister is openly mocking Trump. German newspapers have reported that Modi had ignored several calls of Donald Trump. He's done nothing for global peace at all. I don't know why you say so. Anybody who is deserving of global peace would encourage multilateralism. Here is a person who does not believe in speaking to other nations as equals. I do not know how, as a person of Indian origin, you can say that his claim of making peace between India and Pakistan is an honest claim. So I don't know what you're saying. If you want to advertise and you want to get...
I just wanted to...
No, there's nothing. No. You are saying the only mistake he made was ask for it. But he's fully deserving of it. He's absolutely not deserving of it. He's a man who says, there will be so much bloodshed every second sentence. You're saying he's a person who says to Netanyahu, hey, Netanyahu, Bibi, you'll have to do what you want to do. In which case, he's basically saying, wipe out millions of people, kill them. That's what he's saying. And you say he's deserving of the Nobel Peace Prize? I mean, come on, what are you thinking about?
I said he made a stupid...
No, it's not stupidity.
I'm not...
If he got the Nobel Prize, he would delegitimize the Nobel Prize.
Why don't you do
none of that.
I want to
be very clear. I have been one of his most vocal critics on his several political statements that he has made. So the question here is not that whether he deserved it or not. The question is that he really messed up the entire thing.
I'd like to bring in Victor Gao on this. Victor Gao, now he's taken on the Chinese. I think he believes there's a hidden Chinese hand behind denying him the Nobel. What are your thoughts on this? This has become such a big global deal that Trump is angry. We don't know what he'll do next with Norway.
Discuss about the
Thank you very much for having me. First of all, the fact that the Nobel Peace Prize Committee has made the decision is very important. They have their own way of thinking. They have their own logic. And once the decision is made, all of us need to come to terms with that. That's number one. Number two is that decision for the Nobel Peace Prize is for the year 2025. There are other chances. And secondly, if President Trump really wants to get a peace prize, the best way is to really work wholeheartedly for peace, rather than thinking or dreaming about the Nobel Peace Prize. Now, the other point I want to emphasize is that no one should consider himself or herself having an entitlement to the Nobel Peace Prize. You work for peace without thinking about the Nobel Peace Prize. That's the best way to get a Nobel Peace Prize as a reward for your wholehearted effort for peace. Now, the second thing is that you can really not expect to get a peace prize. If you, for example, bomb Iran, if you launch an anti-mankind tariff war against more than 200 countries in the world, if you really want to bludgeon free trade, for example, all these efforts are not working for peace. They are actually blocking peace. So I hope President Trump will really become more philosophical in his dream about getting the Peace Prize. There are 3 more years for him to really work very hard for Nobel Peace Prize. And I personally hope, with his wholeheartedness and full devotion for peace, which is not a bad idea, he will get a Peace Prize in due course. if the Nobel Peace Prize Committee really believes that President Trump has really made great efforts wholeheartedly for peace rather than desiring for the peace prize without or with enough efforts for peace.
No, I don't think there are enough efforts that he has taken. And now I want to turn the debate into the direction of why I believe he does not deserve the Nobel Peace Prize. Several reasons have been cited. First, I would say here, he does not believe in any international agreements. He does not believe in standing by global climate agreements. No, you're waving your head. The fact of the matter is you can have this America first approach, but you cannot have an approach of America alone and only America. He's not talking America first, Richie. He's talking about an only America line. And in today's globalized environment, that does not make him even a far-out contender for the Peace Prize. That's only one first reason of mine. Richie.
No, of course it's America first, just like within India, the leadership there is India first. That's not an unusual concept. That's just having pride.
Yeah, but we haven't pulled out from the Paris Climate Agreement. Trump has.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
I said, but we haven't pulled out from the Paris Climate Accord. You have. You are not part of global deals.
But the thing is, you know, this is how Trump works. And every time that I'm here as a guest on your panel here, which actually I love being here, and thank you for having me again tonight, that this is how Trump works. You may not like his mannerisms, you may not like his language and how he speaks, but this is how he is. This, you know, he was the author of The Art of the Deal. He's a businessman first. He makes deals. That is him, and you're trying to fault him for what he's doing, and that it's just not right, because you're expecting him to be the polished diplomat, the diplomacy as many of the other world leaders are, but that's not how he is. But also I wanted to just for a second deviate for a second. President Jimmy Carter, when he got the Peace Prize, was over 20 years after he left office, 20 years afterwards. And that's because he continued to work for projects of peace after he left the office. So he doesn't have just another 3.5 years or say to get this prize. He can get it at any time.
No, but again, he's putting himself before country. Don't you understand that? This all becomes not about America first. I think I'd like, I'd like a comment on that. If it is becoming the most important thing for him, you as an American should be very concerned. David, right? We should be very concerned. If the principal objective of his presidency is to get the Nobel Peace Prize.
Doing the Peace Prize or not, here in America, not at all.
David, has that become one of the...
I just want to ask you a question. Do you think
David, okay, 1 minute. David Sofair and David K. Johnston, both on screen, please. You want to ask me a question? Okay, go on, David. What are you asking?
Yes, please. So with this logic that you're saying, do you think that the lady in Venezuela, Maria Machado, has done more for peace than President Trump has in the past 6 months? And can we talk about domestic peace as well? So if you look at America, we have domestic terror groups there, and we have a huge crime crisis, which was a huge election thing that Democrats wanted solved as well. So now those crime rates have gone way down as well. So you have Trump going. He is actually dedicated to world peace. So he's got whole desks about it. He's got whole people.
But you can't push your way to it.
All just dedicated to peace.
Okay, so you believe... Okay, so David, let me answer you. It's a long question. It's more a comment than a question. I'll give a very short answer and hand over to the other David on the program. The point is, it is unusual, and I would say it is horrible and very, very bad optics for anyone to keep insisting on being given a prize. Any prize.
It's, you make a very good point here that this campaigning for a prize is unseemly. And I'm surprised that people who support Trump don't recognize that this is a deep character flaw in Trump that reflects the emptiness inside of him. And I know Donald very well. I've known him for almost 40 years. Donald is not doing things that bring about peace. First of all, crime rates in this country are way, way, way down. For example, in the early 80s, Los Angeles had 1,000 murders a year. Now it has 300. Trump's claims that Portland is burning and Chicago is being overrun by gangs, they're absolute fabrications. He just makes it up, as he does much of his life. He makes things up.
Untrue.
And one of the other guests said something I can't let go, and that is, Donald was never a businessman. Businessmen create wealth. Every business Donald had, he had a negative investment in it because he borrowed all the money with one exception, and that was a complete fraud, the Trump University. He's a cash extractor who operates just like the mafia does. When somebody gets in debt to them, they take over a business and they loot it. And he has a long string of failed business enterprises. I'm a more successful businessman by the measure of did you make profits than Donald is. So the people are simply repeating what Trump says, even though what he says has often no relationship to reality.
No, that's untrue. I mean, here in San Francisco and other important city centers, in Chicago, in Portland, I've been there. I know what's actually happening on the ground in certain neighborhoods. It's a gross exaggeration to say that it's a fabrication, that crime is down and that Trump and his administration are fabricating the situation. That is false, and that's an insult to here in San Francisco. I'm right here in San Francisco. You're not here. I am. I see every day the humanitarian disaster that is happening right within steps of City Hall. I see it. We report it. We film it. We put it on social media.
As a son of San Francisco, I agree with you that the city government has not managed many things well, but there's no crisis going on in Chicago, Portland, or in fact, San Francisco. And crime rates compared to 30 and 40 years ago are way down. If you want to go back 100 years, they are incredibly down.
They have evolved, and it's an insult.
Furthermore, the Republican position has always been devolution. Why would the federal government step into a city problem? That's the problem for the voters of San Francisco. And I say this as a son of San Francisco, and for the local government. Having the federal government come in was, before Trump, described by Republicans as tyranny.
No, it's not. And especially if we ask for it, because the local government is tyranny, and they refuse.
The local government did not ask for it. They asked them to stay away, and that's true in Chicago, Portland, Boston, Washington, D.C.
No. We will never accept that point. Here in San Francisco, we will never accept that.
Is it true, as has been reported, that Donald Trump was cold calling members of the Norwegian Nobel Committee? Because if that is true, it is very bad. There were reports that he was cold calling members of the Nobel Committee, which chooses the winners. This was reported in a Norwegian newspaper. What can be worse than that?
Well, I think we need to focus on all the good, crimes have gone way down. Crimes have gone way down, and world peace is spreading.
Like that.
Let's just focus on all the good that he's doing, And there is a huge crime crisis in the United States. We're not talking about 30-year views. Let's look at a 5-year view or even a 1-year view. Look at Washington, D.C. as a prime example, right? So crime has gone way down there since Trump's intervened. So we're a party of law and order, and we are America first, and we are peace first as well, and peace through strength.
No, my worry is that the real incentive for him, Vibhuti, was the Nobel Peace Prize. He was outcome focused on that.
About peace.
And now that that's gone, he's going to go on a rampage. Like he's done immediately with this long social media tweet on China. I mean, you don't do diplomacy like that. Especially you don't go down to almost calling the Chinese premier names like he's done. That's not going to help peace. Vibhuti. Can you unmute, Vibhuti?
it's truly unfortunate. The optics that Mr. Trump did for Nobel Peace Prize was baffled me as much as I support him. You know, you said whatever you said, but Trump, with reference to Nobel, saga, he failed himself. And I will repeat my statement, and I believe in it now. Smart people make dumb mistakes, and this was a dumb mistake by Trump. By completely going online everywhere, all over the world, I deserve the award. He need not have done that. He need not have done that at all. There were enough people who were sponsoring him, nominating him, and he ought to have let the ball play. Instead, he began to, smirch everything. It was ridiculous that world leaders were sponsoring him and pandering to his narcissistic feeling that I am the prettiest of them all. The famous Snow White story, mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the prettiest of them all? He fell into that trap. And
I think the Nobel Committee also played it a little bit.
He's passionate about
I think the Nobel Committee, by giving the award to Machado, said, I can't give it to Trump, I'll give it to a Trump proxy. My concern also is on another thing. The Nobel Committee is trying to support people who want to carry out regime change. Then you have to win it through an election. You cannot win it through the streets. You cannot win it through anarchy. Right? And we all know the efforts that have been there of the American deep state in Bangladesh, allegedly of the American deep state in Nepal. That's not an earnest fight for peace. Trump would be the last person who would allow anarchy on the streets of Washington to unseat him. So that's also a point of concern. I believe the Nobel Peace Prize Committee has tried to be oversmart and tried to give the award to a Trump proxy, saying we can't give it to Trump. We'll give it to a person who will then dedicate her award to Trump. In that sense, Putin is right. This whole prize has no legitimacy anymore.
Arnab, you have hit the nail on the head. This is where the European institutional framework operates, makes things aspirational for everybody, and then they play their own game. And I totally am with you on this matter. The American regime change operation, which was so well elucidated, said in the famous book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman, the whole world knows. And America, as an American, I'm saying, this regime change operation on the streets must stop. And every country must come together. Every Republican must stop this practice. Talk about it. That regime change operation, it must stop to destabilize a legitimate government anywhere on the planet Earth. And it has been going on in Bangladesh. Imran Khan is sitting in jail. You saw what happened in Nepal. This is tragic.
Now they want to do it in Venezuela. And who's doing it? Who is doing it? Let me ask you a question. With those, you see, Richie, listen, I'll explain this to you. Trump wants a Nobel Peace Prize. My question to you, from an Indian to an American, is this. Will Trump explain his love for the North Korean dictator, who he went all the way to Singapore to meet and called him a fantastic guy, a person who poses an existential threat? I know the Chinese guests will not like it, to the world, who believes nuclear arms are toys. The biggest act of legitimization of the North Korean dictator was by Donald Trump. Am I right or wrong? Donald Trump legitimized him, said, he's my friend, I love him, he's a great guy, he's very popular among his people. He called the terrorist from Syria who met him when he went on his Mideast trip. Just because he wore a suit, he called him a great guy and a handsome man. He called a terrorist a handsome man. In Pakistan, he's doing business with the same people who gave geographical shelter and a home to Osama bin Laden. The same Osama bin Laden who killed thousands of Americans was sheltered by the same people and the same organization, which is now invited to come into the White House for lunch. The person called Asif Munir, right, says in Florida, if anyone touches me, I will take down the whole world with Pakistan's nuclear weapons. And Trump's family allegedly has a cryptocurrency profitable deal with the Pakistanis. I'm not talking about the army being out
World
in
leaders
Washington,
do that.
D.C.
They go around and they
No,
pound
these
their
are all
chest.
historical
They're-
facts.
They're all posture. It's a chess game. To me, again,
game?
America is not afraid now that Trump did not get the Nobel Prize. We do not think that he's going to go on a rampage now to get revenge. This was just something that he desired. But
Why does he
get
desire it
this
so
year.
much?
But,
Life
okay,
is
but
not
he's
about
gonna now
personal
lash out.
desire.
He's not gonna
When he
lash out
swore,
at the
he
world.
swore to serve the United States of America. 1 minute. If you say, it's all right, he has a lot of desire in him. But when he was sworn in as the president, was he sworn in to protect the country, to serve the country, or to feed his endless desire for recognition?
Well, he doesn't have to swear that. He already does that. He doesn't
So
need
then
to
you
have
place
that
yourself
part
before
of
country,
his-
Richie.
No. I mean, this
David-
is again,
David K?
again, in a way, you're taking
No,
him
David
a
K
little
on the
bit
left.
too seriously. It's very strange how you're reacting to his personality. I don't get offended by it. I don't get outraged by it. I don't go on air and
No, he's
trash him
making your
because I'm
country
afraid.
vulnerable because people across the world, leaders across the world have realized, they are smart people, they have realized they can get their way by pandering to him. Not by...
No, but but then you could say the same thing of any leader that goes to another country, to China, to India, to other countries that are all asking for assistance or pandering, as you say, as well. So the idea of trying to align with world superpowers, with powers to get what they need for their own country, is that pandering? Maybe not, according to your definition.
Okay,
maybe it is pandering.
David K.
But that's how it's done.
We have never had a president of the United States who operates as Donald does. Nobody.
That's
and
right.
so
We don't.
Donald
We've
is
never had.
constantly seeking, because he's an emotionally empty vessel inside, the approval of exterior sizes. So, he claims, and some of the guests here have said he had this overwhelming mandate from the voters. No, he didn't. He won by one of the narrowest margins in the history of American presidential elections. Donald is focused on this need to fill the emptiness inside. That's why, he claims to be the world's greatest lover. He
That's
claimed to be worth more than $11 billion, except when he had to, under oath, give his wealth, 90% of it disappeared. He makes all sorts of claims that have nothing to do with the duty of the office of the President of the United States, the very subject I taught my law students yesterday. What are the powers, duties, and limitations? Instead, Trump asserts that he has plenary, that is, unlimited power. I have an article, too, that says I can do anything I want, he said during his first term. And Stephen Miller a few days ago said the president has plenary power, meaning complete 100% authority, which he does not. And what people aren't recognizing on this panel is that Donald Trump isn't doing things to promote peace. He is doing things to promote Donald. He didn't solve and stop 8 wars, especially the one between Albania and Azerbaijan. And I hope people get the joke in that Donald makes that claim, because those 2 countries have never been at war and they're not even close to each other. It's the equivalent of saying that he stopped the war between Chile and Australia.
It doesn't have to
and
be
Donald
an outright
just
war.
makes stuff up. He has always done this for as long as I've known him. He just makes stuff up. And at the same time, he's murdered 23 people in the Caribbean. There are military lawyers who will tell you what Trump did on those 3 boats was murder. It's not sanctioned by any law, American or international. So the idea
You clearly are TD as Trump derangement syndrome has seeped into you, and that's pretty obvious.
No, you're the guy with Trump derangement syndrome, because you're not seeing who he is.
I'm not deranged.
You're
No.
seeing the image he has, not Donald. And let me point out that Donald in 37 years has never gotten one correction from me. In 37 years, and he said he hates me more than any other journalist. In 37 years, hiring very expensive lawyers to come after me, he's never shown a single error in anything I have said or written about him, despite his claims.
Now, can I just quickly put out to the panel here?
No,
though,
I just want to, I would like you to
here.
come in, but I just want to tell you in the interim, this has become a global issue, Richie. David Sofer, all across the world, you have the president of Belarus saying, no, he should have been given the prize. It's almost as if it is expected of every nation to issue a one-line statement, he should have been given the prize. Is this a global issue whether Trump should have been given the prize?
Norway, right? You see the people who are actually on the panel. These people are liberals and never Trumpers. So we knew going into this thing, right? And this is so important that Trump brings it up because it is not fair and there's nothing democratic about the panel there, okay? So there is nothing democratic about the people on the panel at all. So it's a one-way panel that is anti-conservative and anti-Republican, not just for Americans, but for everybody else as well. Now, what you said about how it was a close election, Trump won every single swing state as well, so we should put that up there, and he won by millions of votes. So it was actually
no, he won by 2.5 million votes.
Yeah, right. So that's millions of votes, right? So one
much
is more
smaller margin than Obama won by, a much smaller margin than Joe Biden
no,
won
absolutely. But we're not talking about Obama. We're talking about the. I'm just correcting your statement.
He won, but by a narrow margin, 1.5 percentage points. Go look at the election results. Back to George Washington. It's one of the smallest margins of victory.
And he won by millions of votes.
No. The thing is, this is.
And now going back to the panel, let's see the panel in Norway when he dissected, and you see who's behind it. I mean, we all knew that that's not going to be pro-Trump. Now, the Maria lady out of Venezuela she said some good things, but she has not actually. None of those things have been implemented yet. So she talks a good fight. I wish her the best of luck in Venezuela. So. Really, I mean, we have to come together as Americans to really, promote peace throughout the world.
One minute. David, listen. David, everyone on. Just a point to be made by you. With a lot of respect to you, you are a country which is $37 trillion in debt.
Absolutely.
You have big problems. You have a lot of crime. You are at trade wars with more than half the world. You may believe you are popular, but trust me, even countries which have signed the trade agreement with you have done so unwillingly. And stronger nations like India or Russia, big countries, and India and China particularly are standing up to you on that issue. Now, I'm sure you would agree with me that there are bigger problems for America than whether your president is going to get the Nobel Prize. You are diminishing your country's problems by focusing on Trump. Ask any American who sleeps tonight. What is important, whether Donald Trump gets the Nobel or whether they can pay the mortgage on their house or whether they can afford the cost of living problems that have sprung up, or whether there is social disorder.
We're going to forget about this.
Donald Trump says today there is garbage all over Washington, D.C. and Manhattan. That's your problem. Was that the condition in America 5 years back, 10 years back? You have problems. The problem in America is not whether Donald Trump got a Nobel Prize. It's a distraction.
But that has nothing to do with the Nobel Prize, and we're going to all forget about this in the next few days. It'll be out of the news cycle.
I hope so,
it will
Richie.
Be. But Arnab, may I just ask, okay, if you can fact check me, Mahatma Gandhi, was he nominated 5 times and never got the Nobel Prize between 1937 and 1948?
You want to know, okay, now this is an American view of the world that you're presenting. What I would like to say to you is, first of all, in our wildest dreams, never, ever, Richie, utter 2 names together, Mahatma Gandhi and Donald Trump. Don't do that together. It is an insult to Mahatma Gandhi. It is an insult to Mahatma Gandhi and all that he stood for. If you even utter his name together with a self-seeking person like Donald Trump. But having said that, Mahatma Gandhi is Mahatma Gandhi regardless of whether he was nominated or got the Nobel Peace Prize. This is immaterial. This is some hangover that you got. It's a colonial hangover you got.
I don't think it's immaterial. I think it's immaterial. There are great leaders who get snubbed. I don't think that it's immaterial. I think it is.
Now listen, I mean, like, okay, now I'd like Victor Gao to come in on this. This is becoming a global issue, Victor. It is the number one global issue. All countries are reacting whether Trump should or should not have got the Nobel Peace Prize. How do we deal with this situation now? It's become completely focused on him.
I actually agree with many points you just now made. I think for President Trump, the real big thing for him to do is to really devote himself to making peace rather than dreaming about getting the Nobel Peace Prize. And he should work for peace, regardless of whether he gets the Nobel Peace Prize. Getting Nobel Peace Prize should not be his goal. His real goal should be working for peace. And if he really works for peace, I think the Nobel Peace Prize most likely will come his way. So he should not put the cart in front of the horse. He should really keep the horse ahead of the cart. And that's the right logic. Don't twist the logic. Don't dream about getting the Nobel Peace Prize and using that as the only aspiration for your work for peace. Now, peace does not mean without war. Peace means defending free trade and avoiding weaponizing the dollar, weaponizing the SWIFT system, weaponizing tariff, for example, and refusing to tell the real truth to the American people. Who pays all the tariffs, for example? So I think working for peace is much more complicated than what President Trump has claimed, that he stopped 7 or 8 wars. No one really believes what he said, but I think I'm sympathetic with President Trump for one thing. He keeps talking about peace, and he keeps believing that he deserves the Nobel Peace Prize. But the final decision is not for President Trump to make. The final decision is for the Nobel Peace Prize Committee to make.
Finally, what will happen to Norway?
Already made.
What will happen to Norway? There's a feeling he's going to bludgeon one. It's been reported.
Defend his own city.
Huh? Do you think Trump is going to go after Norway?
No, of course not. And as I said, in the couple of days following from now, it's going to be out of the news cycle.
And will he manage to take over Iceland in the process?
No.
A person who wants to colonize Iceland, how can he even be nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize? I just want to think logically tonight.
Iceland or Greenland?
Sorry, Greenland. Greenland.
Yeah,
Greenland.
there's a
Sorry,
big
Greenland.
difference.
Yeah,
big
Greenland.
difference. And
no. So why did he wants to colonize Greenland? Does that make him a contender for the Nobel Peace Prize?
Nobel Prize.
No, but I'm saying, are you not serious? Have you not heard his comment on wanting to take over Greenland for a prize?
No, no.
Is that a peaceful comment?
Yeah, it's not peaceful, but you know what? If the people of Greenland want their own freedom, they don't want to be under another country's rule, then that's their democracy, and they can work on that.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as of now, status quo persists. We'll see how things work out. But the strange thing is you've had a spiral of comments from different countries and presidents, and I believe they are pandering to Trump. I think they should deal with the United States of America and not with the personality of the American president who seeks a prize for himself. That's my view. I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, on this debate and on the program, and you should all have a great weekend, and I will see you soon. Good night and goodbye.
For a quick breather, Arnab will be right back with the debate.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI...
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
Bliss. It dances on your skin like first rain. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी every day.
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलज के किनारे पे सतलज की लहरों में सतलज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलज में जो सैलाब आया है ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी बदमाशी थी और आज भी वो गीदड़ धमकियां लगाता है। 10 मई वो 2000
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा, राजा और प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV. I am Riyanka Chaudhary, and we know the fact that it is all heating up in Bihar ahead of the elections that are slated to take place next year, and the seat sharing is the key focus. We will be bringing you all the details, but first up the top headlines. Trump tries so hard but fails miserably. The Nobel Committee snubs Trump, compelling the White House to cry foul play. Global leaders like Putin, Netanyahu and Belarusian president back Trump and criticize the Nobel Committee's decision on the Nobel Peace Prize. The White House responds to the Nobel announcement with the Director of Communication accusing the Nobel Prize Committee of putting politics over peace. Both the BJP and the LJP to hold separate crucial party meetings in New Delhi to finalize seat sharing ahead of Bihar polls. AIADMK's EPS demands accountability from the DMK government for its alleged laxity in ensuring safety and quality for medicines produced in Tamil Nadu. Releases a list of 5 key questions. Big breaking news coming in on the broadcast. The ED has arrested Ashok Kumar, CFO and Executive Director of business tycoon Anil Ambani and his group of companies. Ashok Kumar Pal, CFO and the Executive Director, has been arrested in the fake bank guarantee case involving Reliance Power case, and Ashok Kumar is being produced before the residence of special judge, and his custody will be sought by the ED. That's the big breaking news coming in. The ED has arrested Ashok Kumar, CFO and Executive Director of business tycoon Anil Ambani and his group of companies. He has been arrested in the fake bank guarantee case involving Reliance Power. In fact, Ashok Kumar is being produced before the residence of a special judge and his custody will be sought by the ED. My colleague Pranav is joining us live to give us more details. Pranav, help us understand the background of this case, because ED's heat is now growing with Ashok Kumar, the CFO and Executive Director of business tycoon Anil Ambani, under the scanner and arrested by the ED.
Another in the series of raids that have taken place by the regulators on various companies as well as various linked to business tycoon Anil Ambani. The heat started mounting when various banks, various lenders actually started pointing out certain defaults, after which, in fact, one of the banks, that is SBI, if I'm not wrong, also they were listed or also referred to the business tycoon as a fraudster. I'm quoting here. So, just keeps mounting me as to how ED action further translates into real,
Right. Also joining me at this point in time is Senior Editor Shravan Sen. Shravan, help us also understand the background of this very case, because Ashok Kumar facing the ED heat, and once again we understand that the ED will be seeking his custody.
Well, in fact, this is the second big arrest that has taken place in the Anil Ambani case. In fact, he is the executive director of Reliance, Anil Ambani group of companies. And this is linked to Reliance Power case. Importantly, Reliance Power case essentially figured in the fake bank guarantee case. And that is the reason why, remember, Ashok Kumar Pal was arrested this morning. And in fact, as we speak, he's being produced before the residence of a special judge, and his custody will be sought. Now, let me take you through the background of the case and the findings that the Enforcement Directorate has had so far. This is basically linked to a company called Biswal Trade Link Private Limited, directors and associates who have been found engaged in issuance of fake bank guarantees against a commission of about 8%. In fact, a preliminary investigation has already indicated that the group had basically facilitated the fake bills. Now, these fake bills were basically given for a commission. And that is where Reliance Power basically comes into the picture. Multiple undisclosed bank accounts were basically detected, and in which the ED maintains that suspicious transactions of crores of rupees have been found in these very bank accounts. And the company, they maintain that it's a mere paper entity. It's not a registered office. It's a residential property belonging to a relative, and there's no statutory recordings that were found at the address. Now, at the heart of this entire controversy is the original case that was basically registered by the Enforcement Directorate, that is also again based on an FIR registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. And Riyanka, here you have Anil Ambani-led Reliance Group, which is basically being probed by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with its the money laundering case in the 17,000 crore bank loan fraud case. And it is not limited to just one bank. Multiple banks, State Bank of India, Bank of Baroda are some of the lenders that the Enforcement Directorate had also written to basically get details of the loans that was granted. In fact, the ED over the last few months has actually written to almost 20 private and public sector banks seeking details of the loans that have been given to Reliance Group of companies. And they have sought by the agency, including the credit assessment that was conducted by these banks before these loans were given. And the companies that have come under the scanner are primarily Reliance Home Finance Limited and Reliance Commercial Finance Limited. These are the two companies, and ED suspects that these two companies were being used to divert the loans that were being received from the banks, and they were being diverted to Reliance Infrastructure and Reliance Power. And they believe that this was being done in a shady manner through unearthed, and they had basically unearthed money laundering through these two group entities. And that is where you've had some of the senior-most officials who have been questioned, starting from the chief financial officer of the Reliance Group, that's Amitabh Jhunjhunwala. He's a former close aide of Anil Ambani. He has already been questioned. Satish Seth happens to be the other confidant of Anil Ambani, who has been questioned so far by the Enforcement Directorate. But yet another big arrest being made in the Anil Ambani case.
That's right. Shravan, appreciate you joining us and giving us those very, very crucial details and background of this story. As Shravan was rightly mentioning, there were multiple undisclosed bank accounts that were detected with suspicious transactions of crores of rupees being found in those bank accounts. In fact, suspicious financial transaction with multiple companies were also being traced. Let me also go across to Pranav, who is still with us. Pranav, when it comes to this crackdown by the ED, and Shravan was speaking, it was in fact the second big arrest in this particular case. What do we, think that lies ahead for these two individuals?
Well, as far as these two individuals are concerned, I think we need to wait and watch. We need to keep a track of the larger developments surrounding the companies that have, of the Anil Ambani group, because there has been a series of flaws or series of, flags, so to say, red flags, so to say, that have been raised by regulators. So we need to definitely just wait and watch as to how it impacts the promoters, that is the Anil Ambani group, and the investors. So it's, as of now, it looks like a wait and watch from the point of view of investors as well as those who are interested parties in the companies.
That's right. Pranav, stay on with us as we address some more news that we are tracking on the broadcast at this point in time. Viewers, the Shahpur Geopolitical Group has renewed its call for the public listing of Tata Sons, citing transparency and governance. The group stated that listing would unlock value of 1.2 crore shareholders and benefit the Tata Trust, while expressing confidence in the RBI's regulatory oversight. Now, this came after the 6-hour 45-minute marathon meet of the board of the trustees of Tata Trust. Take a look at this report.
In what was being closely watched as a defining moment for India's oldest business conglomerate, the Board of Trustees on Tata Trust's 6-hour 45-minute marathon meet concluded with trustees agreeing to continue working to resolve differences. All 6 Tata trustees reached unanimous agreement on a resolution to maintain Tata Sons as a private entity. While the trustees achieved consensus on the key decision, they continue to have differences on their unspecified issues. The development comes in contrast to the Shahpur Geopolitical Group's intensified call for the public listing of the Tata Sons, the holding company of the Tata Group. The push from the Shahpur Geopolitical Group came in light of an approaching deadline set by the Reserve Bank of India for the Tata Sons to go public. After the board meeting, Shahpur Geopolitical Group issued a statement saying that the public listing will unlock value for 1.2 crore shareholders. The SP Group also stated that its relationship with the House of Tatas is based on mutual trust.
The much-awaited Tata Trust board meeting has just concluded. It started at about 10 o'clock and the marathon meeting ran for about 6 hours 45 minutes. It was attended by Noel Tata, chairman of Tata Trust, Venu Srinivasan, the vice chairman of Tata Trust, N. Chandrasekaran, chairman of Tata Sons, and Darius Khambata, trustee of Tata Sons. Remember, there was a last-minute twist yesterday night when one of the members whose nomination was in question, in fact, issued a public statement and and said that things have changed at the Tata Group. But what we are given to understand is that the members have ironed out the differences and in fact discussed the usage of rupees 1700 crore, which the group, which Tata Trust has received as a dividend from Tata Group of companies. So what we are given to understand is that the members have decided to cordially continue working together, and we will be tracking the developments further to ensure to see how it unfolds at one of the biggest conglomerates in the country.
Unanimous decision by the Tata trustees to keep Tata Sons private stands in direct opposition to the Shapoorji Pullenji Group's call for a public listing. Now, it remains to be seen how the conflict between major stakeholders will be resolved and how Tata Sons will address the regulatory requirements set up by the RBI.
Right, let me go across to Pranav, who continues to stay with us. Pranav, the group has now renewed its call for the public listing of Tata Sons. They have cited that there has been, transparency and governance, and that is why they have renewed the calls. In fact, they've also listed that they would unlock the value of nearly 1.2 crore shareholders to benefit the Tata Trust. How do we see this development?
Well, we need to go a little bit behind into the history of what exactly has been happening. Now, the Reserve Bank of India, since July, has been asking NBFCs, that is non-banking financial corporations, to get listed. It has made it mandatory. Now, Tata Trust, which is actually one of the Tata Trust, has excused itself, saying that it's not an NBFC because it does not hold the money of depositors. In fact, it also repaid its debt of up to about 20,000 crore and excused itself. But then the RBI has a deadline of September 30, and that is why all of these things are coming out. One of the parties, that is Shapoorji Pullenji Group, which is involved, which has around 18% stake in Tata Sons, has been pushing for a listing of Tata Sons because they want to liquidate their assets, they want to liquidate their stake to pay off their debts. So the difference right now is between one of the parties, that is led by Noel Tata, and the other faction, which is led by those linked to the Shapoorji Pullenji Group, over the listing of Tata Sons. So this remains to be seen. The ball now shifts to the court of the RBI, to the government and the regulators as to whether it will allow Tata Sons to continue to operate, or will it give it more time for the board to come to a consensus? That is what we need to wait and watch now.
That's right. Pranav, appreciate you joining us with those details, and we continue to track those updates coming in on that very, very important story. For now, viewers, we shift our focus. Well, a massive explosion ripped through munitions factory in rural Tennessee, flattening a building and sending shockwaves miles away. 19 people are still unaccounted for as rescue teams comb through the wreckage. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
Charred debris, building flattened, burned out vehicles, debris thrown across a wide area. This after an enormous explosion ripped through an explosives plant in rural Tennessee early Friday. Residents more than 15 miles away reported feeling and hearing the blast. Emergency services rushed to the scene. However, further blasts were initially keeping rescuers at some distance. Sometime later, access was achieved and first responders and explosives experts were searching the rubble for casualties. 19 people are unaccounted for as crews search the wreckage.
We have been able to confirm that we do have 19 souls. Can I describe the building? There's nothing to describe. It's gone. It's again, it's the most devastating scene that I've seen in my career.
Authorities say the blast occurred at around 7:45 a.m. at Accurate Energetic Systems, a company that manufactures military-grade explosives like C4 and TNT. What caused the explosion is not clear at the moment. Federal agencies, including the FBI and the ATF, have joined local teams to carry out a slow and methodical probe to determine cause. Accurate Energetic Systems has supplied the US military in the past. The company issued a statement expressing sympathy for the families and thanking first responders. Tennessee's Governor Bill Lee responded to the blast on X, saying that the authorities were monitoring the ongoing situation and state agencies were responding in partnership with local and federal agencies. He also asked the Tennesseans to join in prayer for the families impacted by the tragic incident. Authorities say the investigation could take days as the community braces for more grim updates.
And viewers, some big breaking news is coming in on the broadcast. NDA seat sharing agreement also has been finalized. What we're given to understand that the JDU will contest 101 seats while the BJP will go for 100. It is a big scoop that we are getting in terms of the NDA seat sharing pact that has been now sealed. JDU to contest on 101 seats while the BJP will be contesting on 100 seats. So that is the seat sharing as far as the Bihar elections are concerned. The NDA seat sharing has been finalized. Well, talks are still on for the remaining 3 seats, which are to be decided very, very soon. This is an inside scoop exclusively on Republic on the NDA seat sharing agreement. And JDU goes for 101, BJP 100, LJP 26, with HAM 7 and RLM at 6, and 3 more seats to be decided. That is the breaking news we are tracking, viewers. And it is going to be a very, very crucial battle in Bihar coming next year. I beg your pardon, coming very, very soon, next month itself. And NDA seat sharing agreement has also been finalized. And what we are given to understand that this is a very crucial battle. Colleague Prakash is joining us to give us more details. Prakash, help us understand the important update when it comes to the seat sharing as far as the NDA is concerned ahead of the elections in Bihar.
Well, yesterday, Dharmendra Pradhan, along with senior BJP leaders and JDU leaders, met at Deputy Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary's residence and they sealed the seat sharing deal. Initially, Chirag Paswan was the bottleneck. Nityanand Rai, the Union Minister of State for Home, was dealing with him. And the seat share for Chirag Paswan so far has been finalized for 26. He's been demanding not less than 30 seats. Talks are still on for 3 more seats and one Rajya Sabha berth and 1 Legislative Council berth. And HAM, in the HAM kitty, it has gone 7 seats, and the bigger brother, JDU and the BJP, they are sharing 101 and 100 seats respectively. So everybody is coming down, but Chirag Paswan bargained hard, and he wanted the lion's share as far as the JDU and the BJP sitting seat, which some of them were given to Chirag Paswan, but not fully. All the demands were not met with. Now, almost the seat sharing in the NDA is finalized. They will be holding a press conference either today in the afternoon and the BJP core committee meets in Delhi at around 11 a.m. Today at Union Home Minister Amit Shah's residence, along with in the presence of JP Nadda and senior Bihar BJP leaders will be meeting to finalize the seats as far as the BJP candidates are concerned. On the other side, there is a rift between the Mahagathbandhan as far as Mukesh Sahni is concerned. He is also demanding not less than 30 seats, which Tejasvi Yadav is refusing to budge. On the other side, Congress also wants more than 60 to 70 seats, but Tejasvi Yadav is hell-bent on contesting 130 to 135 seats for the RJD. So it's a very tricky situation, last-moment situation, but everything should settle down in a couple of days or 2, and the political parties will marshal their resources for the election. Back to you.
But Prakash, also help us understand how soon do we expect the first list to be released from the side of the NDA?
BJP will be out by 13th of this month, day after tomorrow. Once the CEC meets tomorrow evening, what we get to understand. And most likely, most of the candidates will be finalized today itself in a brainstorming session with Union Home Minister Amit Shah, JP Nadda, as well as senior Bihar BJP leaders. So the core issue would be settled, and that would be brought before the Central Election Committee maybe tomorrow. And day after tomorrow, the list would be released and the nomination for the first phase of elections would start. Because it's going to be a very quick election. Till 20th, the nominations for the second phase of elections also ends. So all the parties will have to declare the candidates as soon as possible. So BJP and JDU as well as the RJD marshalling out its resources. New joinings are happening. Today also in the JDU, new joinings are taking place. Some people from the JDU left to counter-attack the RJD. Some people from different parties are joining JDU as well. Notable among them is Arun Kumar from Jahanabad to keep the Bhumihar voters intact. So all permutation and combinations happening on the ground.
Right. Appreciate you joining us and giving us those details, Prakash. We will continue to track the updates as it is going to be a very, very important battle for Bihar. And viewers, with that, it's time we shift into a short commercial break. But coming up on the other side, details as Trump tries so hard, but he ended up failing miserably. The Nobel committee snubs Trump, compelling the White House to cry foul. And also, we will be tracking updates as trouble mounts for business tycoon Anil Ambani and his group of companies. ED arrest CFO and executive director of Ashok Kumar Pal in fake bank guarantee case involving Reliance Power.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना इंडिया सोना MDH की देगी मिर्च
देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का
MDH की देगी मिर्च केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10, 2025.
हम सतलज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलज के किनारे पे सतलज की लहरों में सतलज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है।
He has been the master strategist for the biggest corporate giants in the company, from the Birla Group to the Tata Group. In a rare and exclusive conversation, Ryan Kranjwala, the managing director of Kranjwala and Company, reflects on 4 decades in law, speaks on power and politics and what it takes to be in the cutthroat world of litigation. Watch only on the legal side of things this weekend on Republic TV.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिकर।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आरती और मसाला।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files, and I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an...
Headlines coming up. Trump tries so hard but fails miserably. The Nobel committee snubs Trump, compelling the White House to cry foul. Global leaders like Putin, Netanyahu and the Belarusian president backed Trump and criticized the Nobel Committee's decision on Nobel Peace Prize. The White House responds to the Nobel announcement with the direction of communication accusing the Nobel Prize Committee of putting politics over peace. Both BJP and LJP to hold separate crucial party meetings in New Delhi to finalize seat sharing ahead of Bihar polls. AIADMK's EPS demands accountability from the DMK government for its alleged laxity in ensuring safety and quality of medicines produced in Tamil Nadu. Releases a list of 5 key questions. Trouble mounts for business tycoon Anil Ambani and his group of companies. ED's roots arrest CFO and Executive Director Ashok Kumar Pal in the fake bank guarantee case involving Reliance Power. And viewers, we begin with the big breaking news coming in. NDA seat sharing agreement has been finalized. The JDU will be contesting 101 seats with the BJP. It will be going for 100 seats, although the decision for remaining 3 seats will be taken very, very soon. But this is a big scoop coming in on NDA's seat sharing pact. The JDU will be contesting on 101 seats and the BJP will be taking on 100 seats. We will be continuing to bringing you all the details as Bihar is going to be on the big elections that will be taking place. It is already heating up as we get you inside scoop on the NDA seat sharing. Colleague Prakash is joining us live on the broadcast for more details. Prakash, we know that Bihar is already abuzz the election fervor as the parties are now, in fact, gearing up for the assembly elections with the NDA seat sharing very, very crucial at this point in time. Help us with more details.
Well, yes, the NDA has almost sealed its seat sharing with few seats yet in discussion. Chirag Paswan was the bottleneck. He was demanding not less than 30 seats. He is settled now for 26. Still talks are on for 3 more seats. But the BJP and the JDU has settled its own quota of seats. 101 for the JDU, 100 for the BJP, 7 for Hindustani Awam Morcha, Jitan Ram Manji, 6 seats for Upendra Kushwaha's Rashtriya Lok Morcha. So 3 seats are in contention. Chirag is demanding few more seats. So throughout the day, we'll track all this and we'll see what unfolds. But very soon, the NDA will hold its press conference. The BJP core committee meets at 11 a.m. today in the presence of JP Nadda, the president of the BJP, as well as Union Home Minister, along with BJP senior leaders from Bihar. and the core group to discuss on the seat sharing, selection of candidates. On the other side, Mahagathbandhan is also marshalling out its resources. They are in talks with the Congress party, BIP party. We get to know that the BIP party is unhappy with the number of seats that is being offered to them. Where the Congress wants few more seats, they have already declared their candidates. The left parties also want some more seats in the Mahagathbandhan. So Tejasvi Yadav buying out his time and very carefully declaring his candidate, and it's on seat-to-seat basis that they are discussing. So within a couple of days, by today or tomorrow, everything should be settled within both the alliance, and all the parties will gear up for the campaigning for the first phase and the second phase of elections that is going to be held on the 6th and 11th of November in Bihar.
Well, Prakash, also, before I let you go, one more thing that, we would want to understand, how is the Prashant Kishore factor all working in amidst the Mahagathbandhan, the ND on the other side? Where does the impact of Prashant Kishore lie?
Prashant Kishore is a new player and definitely has gained some traction on the social media, but yet on the ground, it doesn't look any good for him as far as the ground presence is concerned. He's a new player. As the campaigning would swell from both the sides, be it the BJP, JDU or the Mahagathbandhan, Prashant Kishore's dominant presence would diminish. That's what I feel as far as my experience is concerned, because he has no base vote as of now. He's banking on certain section of voters, but Bihar is a very tricky situation. We'll wait and watch and track what kind of situation boils up in Bihar in leading to the election. Yes, he has gained some media presence because he speaks well. There's no doubt about that. But yet, it will take some time before he is able to create a footprint in politics of Bihar.
That's right. I appreciate you joining us with those details, Prakash. We continue to track the battle for Bihar that is slated to take place very, very soon. And viewers, Bihar is abuzz with election fervor as parties are gearing up for the assembly polls. The NDA has almost finalized its seat-sharing formula, while the RJD is busy wooing the new allies. Both the BJP and the LJP are holding separate crucial meetings to finalize the seat-sharing ahead of the polls. Now, the pre-poll defections have begun in the poll-bound state of Bihar, and here's a report. Take a look for more details.
Bihar's assembly elections are around the corner and all parties have sounded the poll bulge. And the pre-poll switch game has begun. Just yesterday, former JDU MP Santosh Kushwaha, former JDU MLA Rahul Sharma and Chanakya Prakash and LJP's Akash Kushwaha have joined hands with the RJD. On the other hand, former Congress MP Ajay Nishad joined BJP along with his wife Rama Nishad. Meanwhile, the seat-sharing formula is being finalized in NDA. Republic sources have confirmed that the NDA alliance, which was in conflict over seat-sharing, has finally reached an agreement on seat-sharing. Today in New Delhi, both BJP and LJP are holding separate crucial meetings to finalize the seat sharing ahead of Bihar polls. According to sources, the JDU will contest on 101 seats while the BJP will contest on 100 seats. Chirag Paswan's LJP will get 26 seats, Hindustani Awam Morcha and Rashtriya Lok Morcha will get 7 and 6 seats respectively. While talks are still ongoing for the remaining 3 seats, with seat-sharing puzzle almost solved, the NDA is all set to unveil its candidates for the Bihar Assembly elections. Meanwhile, RJD has proposed Pashupati Paras for Rashtriya Lok Janshakti Party to merge his party with RJD.
हम लोग का जो संगठन का है, अपने अपने क्षेत्र में लोग जाएंगे, काम करेंगे संगठन पर। जो हमारे कार्यकर्ता है, उस सबको भी निर्देश दिया जाएगा कि अपने अपने बूथ पर मजबूती के साथ इस बार की चुनाव जो है कि जो हमारे आदरणीय नेता प्रतिपक्ष का है तेजस्वी यादव जी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना हम लोग को, तो ईमानदारी के तरह जैसे कार्यकर्ता जुझारू बन करके काम करे क्षेत्र में, और लोग होता है कि किसी को टिकट नहीं मिला तो नाराजगी जताते हैं, लेकिन सरकार बनाइए, हर सूरत में सरकार बनना चाहिए।
Paris has called a party meeting today to make the decision. Coming few days could be big surprises in poll-bound state of Bihar, as Republic sources have confirmed that more and more big names and Bahubalis are likely to switch sides from both NDA and Mahagathbandhan. The battle for Patna is intensifying, with all parties working to win the voters.
There was some breaking news coming in on the broadcast. Former election strategist and Jan Surat chief Prashant Kishore to visit Raghupur at 11 a.m. and kickstart his campaign. Remember, Raghupur is the RJD leader in Bihar, leader of opposition Tejashwi Yadav's constituency. Speaking exclusive to Republic TV, Prashant Kishore hinted on contesting against the Bihar leader of opposition. Listen it.
जन्मभूमि तो हो गया करघर से रितेश पांडे, अब कर्मभूमि बचा है राघोपुर।
वहाँ के अब राघोपुर में जो जनसुराज का परिवार है उनके साथ मैं 11 तारीख को बैठूंगा और सब लोग मिलकर वहीं
चुनाव लड़ेंगे या नहीं?
भाई आपको बता दिया कि राघोपुर में जो जनसुराज के साथी हैं उनके साथ बैठेंगे। अगर वो लोग मिलकर तय करते हैं कि मुझे ही लड़ना है तो मैं लड़ूंगा, अगर वो तय करते नहीं कोई दूसरा लड़ेगा तो दूसरा लड़ेगा।
यानी तेजस्वी यादव के खिलाफ इसी लड़ रहे हैं कि एक विकल्प के तौर पर प्रशांत किशोर खड़ा होना चाह रहे हैं।
तेजस्वी यादव की इतनी नहीं ताकत है कि हमको विकल्प के तौर पर खड़ा होने के लिए तेजस्वी यादव के खिलाफ लड़ने की जरूरत नहीं। हम तो अभी तक चुनाव नहीं लड़े हैं, तो क्या जनसुराज को विकल्प के तौर पर नहीं देखा जा रहा है?
चेहरे के तौर पर क्या प्रशांत किशोर आगे कर रहे हैं अपने?
हमको जरूरत नहीं भैया, अभी तो आप लोग कह रहे हैं कि हमारा ही चेहरा दिख रहा है। अगर हम
सीएम कैंडिडेट के तौर पर
बिल्कुल नहीं। किसने कहा है? जनसुराज कोई लालू जी के या किसी व्यक्ति के किसी परिवार की पार्टी नहीं है। आज जो 51 की सूची जारी हुई है उसमें कम से कम 5 ऐसे लोग हैं जो बिहार में सीएम अगर बन जाएं तो अभी तक के जितने सीएम बने उससे बेहतर सीएम बनेंगे।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला।
त्योहार की खुशियाँ होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज
For years, education has faced a lot of challenges in Dharavi. Simply the reason is classrooms are too small and overcrowded. Hence, there are too many students for each teacher. Because of these classes, the teachers are not able to focus, and hence every student does not get the required attention, which is a must for their proper learning. But there is always a hope. With better infrastructure, proper lighting, more teachers coming in, bigger classrooms, there is a ray of hope wherein the learning will become easy, the future will be bright and every student will get better attention which is required for their proper growth.
मेरा नाम रफीक शेख है और मैं यहाँ पे इंदिरा नगर में रहता हूँ। इंदिरा नगर में रहता हूँ तो बच्चे लोग का सुविधा कुछ नहीं है और गंदगी एकदम ज़्यादा है। स्कूल में जो सुविधा मिलती है बच्चे लोग को वो नहीं मिल रही है, समझे। बच्चे लोग को जो सुविधा मिलना चाहिए वो सुविधा नहीं मिल रही है। बच्चे लोग को अच्छी पढ़ाई नहीं है, अच्छे ये टीचर सर कोई नहीं मिलते हैं, तो बच्चे लोग ऐसा भटकते रहते हैं, इधर उधर पढ़ते रहते हैं, कुछ भी नहीं मिलता उन लोग। धारावी में कोई अच्छी स्कूल रहेंगी तो बच्चे लोग अच्छे से पढ़ेंगे, बच्चे लोग की तरक्की होंगी। ये छोटे बच्चे लोग हैं, ये छोटे बच्चे लोग को टीचर बराबर नहीं है, सर बराबर नहीं है, तो धारावी में कोई स्कूल खोल लेंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा।
Now, change is slowly taking shape. The transformation of Dharavi is giving hope to families who have been waiting for it for long. Parents dream of sending their kids to a school where there is better light, better infrastructure, good number of teachers to pay proper attention to their kids. They dream of sending their kids to a place where there are libraries to read in, playgrounds to run in, where the education is not a struggle but a joy. The students also can think something beyond these narrow lanes. These steps may seem small, but that will ensure that more students will stay at school for long. It will also give parents a ray of hope that their children may get opportunities they never did. Education in Dharavi is not just about reading and writing. It is way more than that. It is first of all breaking the shackles of poverty and building a better future.
Viewers, breaking news coming in. The ED has arrested Ashok Kumar, CFO and Executive Director of business tycoon Anil Ambani and his group of companies. Ashok Kumar, CFO and Executive Director, has been arrested in the fake bank guarantee case involving Reliance Power. Ashok Kumar is being produced before the residence of special judge and his custody will be sought by the ED. There's a big development coming in the case. This is the second big arrest, viewers. There have been multiple undisclosed bank accounts which have been detected. As per the findings, the suspicious transactions of crores of rupees were found in these bank accounts, and suspicious financial transactions with multiple companies have also been traced. And in fact, key individuals of the group were found to be using Telegram applications with disappearing messages enabled, indicating attempts to conceal communication. These are all the findings that have come out, and it is another big crackdown as far as Anil Ambani's case is concerned. In fact, a bank guarantee of 68.2 crore which was submitted to Solar Energy Corporation was given on.
Well, in fact, this is the second big arrest that has taken place in the Anil Ambani case. In fact, he is the executive director of Reliance, Anil Ambani group of companies. And this is linked to Reliance Power case. Importantly, a Reliance Power case essentially figured in the fake bank guarantee case. And that is the reason why, remember, Ashok Kumar Pal was arrested this morning. And in fact, as we speak, he's being produced before the residence of a special judge and his custody will be sought. Now, let me take you through the background of the case. The findings that the Enforcement Directorate has had so far. This is basically linked to a company called Biswal Trade Link Private Limited, directors and associates who have been found engaged in issuance of fake bank guarantees against a commission of about 8%. In fact, a preliminary investigation has already indicated that the group had basically facilitated the fake bills. Now, these fake bills were basically given for a commission. And that is where Reliance Power basically comes into the picture. Multiple undisclosed bank accounts were basically detected, and in which the ED maintains that suspicious transactions of crores of rupees have been found in these very bank accounts. And the company they maintain that it's a mere paper entity. It's not a registered office. It's a residential property belonging to a relative, and there's no statutory recordings that were found at the address. Now, at the heart of this entire controversy is the original case that was basically registered by the Enforcement Directorate, that is also again based on an FIR registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. And Riyanka, here you have Anil Ambani-led Reliance Group, which is basically being probed by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with its the money laundering case in a 17,000 crore bank loan fraud case. And it is not limited to just one bank. Multiple banks, State Bank of India, Bank of Baroda are some of the lenders that the Enforcement Directorate had also written to basically get details of the loans that was granted. In fact, the ED over the last few months has actually written to almost 20 private and public sector banks seeking details of the loans that have been given to Reliance Group of companies. And they have sought by the agency, including the credit assessment that was conducted by these banks before these loans were given. And the companies that have come under the scanner are primarily Reliance Home Finance Limited and Reliance Commercial Finance Limited. These are the two companies, and ED suspects that these two companies were being used to divert the loans that were being received from the banks, and they were being diverted to Reliance Infrastructure and Reliance Power. And they believe that this was being done in a shady manner through unearthed, and they had basically unearthed money laundering through these two group entities. And that is where you've had some of the senior most officials who have been questioned, starting from the Chief Financial Officer of the Reliance Group, that's Amitabh Jhunjhunwala. He's a former close aide of Anil Ambani. He has already been questioned. Satish Seth happens to be the other confidant of Anil Ambani, who has been questioned so far by the Enforcement Directorate. But yet another big arrest being made in the Anil Ambani case.
All right, moving on, viewers. New Delhi and Kabul witnessed a major reset in the bilateral ties as Afghanistan Foreign Minister visited New Delhi yesterday, followed by a detailed joint statement made by both the nations. Here's a detailed report as to what happened. Take a look.
Before Kabul's fall in 2021, Islamabad positioned itself as mediator, engaging the Taliban and Western powers, promoting what it called an inclusive Afghan future. But for Pakistan, this was more than diplomacy. It was strategic. A friendly Kabul, Islamabad hoped, would cement its influence across the Durand Line and stabilize its western front. Then came August 2021. As US and NATO forces withdrew, the Taliban swept across Afghanistan with stunning speed. Pakistan initially saw this as vindication. A neighbor finally aligned with its security doctrine. But that confidence didn't last long. The early months brimmed with optimism. But by 2022, that optimism collapsed into violence. The Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan regrouped inside Afghan territory, while Baloch insurgents reignited conflict in Pakistan's southwest. The Durand Line turned into a flashpoint, each skirmish deepening suspicion. Dialogue gave way to a rise in incidences of attacks and a rising death toll. As ties soured, Pakistan faced a surge of attacks at home. The Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan escalated bombings in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Baloch insurgents targeted rail lines, convoys and energy projects. Blasts and ambushes shook Islamabad's control over its frontier. Pakistan blamed Kabul for harboring militants. The Taliban denied it, calling it Pakistan's own war. Brotherhood turned into blame. Cut to October 9, 2025. In a major escalation, Pakistan carried out airstrikes on Kabul on September 9, 2025, days after Defense Minister Khwaja Asif warned Afghanistan, enough is enough.
जिस मट्टी में से उनको फायदा मिल रहा है, जिस मुल्क से, जिस सरजमीन से उनको फायदा मिल रहा है, उस मुल्क के साथ दुश्मनी कर रहे हैं। सर, ये अब बर्दाश्त नहीं होगा। हमें यकसू होके मिनहसुल कौम जो है जवाब देना पड़ेगा इन लोगों को जो उनको पनाहगाहें मुयस्सर करते हैं, चाहे वो हमारी सरजमीन पे हैं या वो अफगानिस्तान की सरजमीन के ऊपर हैं।
Taliban reassured residents that investigations are underway. As Pakistan's imaginary influence waned, India quietly re-entered the frame. India re-engaged through development and diplomacy, sending aid and financing infrastructure. Since 2021, India continues to safeguard over $3 billion invested in Afghanistan across 500+ development projects. Key initiatives include the Shatut Dam to provide drinking water to Kabul's 2 million residents and the fourth phase of high-impact community projects worth $80 million. New Delhi is also set to upgrade its Kabul mission to full embassy status. And now, the shift is unmistakable. Afghan Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi chose New Delhi, not Islamabad, for his first high-level visit, signaling a new balance in South Asia.
Afghanistan, on the basis of its Islamic principles and precepts, has adopted a balanced and economic-centric foreign policy, and seeks positive relations with all countries. India has a good opportunity to engage on this positive trajectory and advance our relations, just as we have managed to do so over the last 4 years. And we hope that this balanced policy will encourage others to also come forward.
As a contiguous neighbor and a well-wisher of the Afghan people, India has a deep interest in your development and progress. Today, I reaffirm that our long-standing partnership that has seen so many Indian projects in Afghanistan stands renewed. We can discuss the maintenance and repairs of finished projects, as well as steps to complete others.
Afghanistan now seeks legitimacy and investment. India offers infrastructure without interference. China, under US tariff strain, is exploring indirect cooperation through India. Meanwhile, Pakistan, increasingly isolated, edges closer once again to Washington. Afghanistan's pivot towards India marks a quiet geopolitical reset. A country Pakistan thought could be its ally has now chosen other partners over Islamabad. And India, through development rather than deployment, is back on the Afghan stage.
Viewers, coming up on the other side, Donald Trump tries so hard but fails miserably. The Nobel Committee snubs Trump, comparing the White House to cry foul. And the trouble mounts for business tycoon Anil Ambani and his group of companies as ED sleuths arrest CFO and director Ashok Kumar Pal in fake bank guarantee case involving Reliance Power.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो, मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produce already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the...
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Lashkar-e-Taiba's Deputy Chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, thanks for tuning in to Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor and you're watching live and breaking. We'll be getting you all the biggest news stories, including all the updates on what is happening ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. There are key meetings that are lined up, especially the meetings for the seat sharing arrangements. That arrangement, of course, is going to decide on the future polls, how they turn out. We'll get you all the updates on that and much more. Here are the headlines that we are tracking at this hour. Trouble mounts for business tycoon Anil Ambani and his group of companies. ED salutes arrest CFO and Executive Director Ashok Kumar Pal in the fake bank guarantee case involving Reliance Power. Both BJP and LJP to hold separate crucial party meetings in New Delhi to finalize seat sharing ahead of Bihar polls. Donald Trump tries so hard but fails miserably. The Nobel Committee snubs Trump, compelling the White House to cry foul play. Global leaders like Putin, Netanyahu and Belarusian President Lukashenko back Donald Trump and criticize the Nobel Committee's decision on the Nobel Peace Prize. The White House responds to the Nobel announcement with the Director of Communications accusing the Nobel Prize Committee of putting politics over peace. An allied plane crashed at an airport in Australia's New South Wales state on Saturday morning, killing 3 people on board. And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in. The Enforcement Directorate has arrested Ashok Kumar, who's the CFO and the Executive Director of business tycoon Anil Ambani and his group of companies. Now, Ashok Kumar Pal is the CFO and the Executive Director, and he has been arrested in the bank fraud guarantee case involving Reliance Power case. Now, Ashok Kumar Pal is being produced before the residence of a special judge, and his custody will now be sought by the Enforcement Directorate. All right, our senior editor Shawan Sen is now joining us on the phone line. Shawan, what are the key allegations that have been made against Anil Ambani's aide Ashok Kumar Pal now that he has been arrested in the money laundering case?
Well, in fact, Riyanka, in the 17,000 crore bank loan fraud case in which Anil Ambani-led Reliance group has basically come under the scanner, the allegation against the group and a few individuals of the group is that the loan that was received by them from a consortium of banks, it was basically being diverted to two other companies. One company happens to be Reliance Power Limited. This morning, Ashok Kumar Pal, who is the Chief Financial Officer of the Reliance Power Limited, has now been taken into the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. As we speak, he is also being produced in a court in Delhi for seeking custody. The reason why Ashok Kumar Pal has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate is because, remember, this group has come under the scanner. They believe that Ashok Kumar Pal basically played an important role in submitting bogus bank guarantees, and that is roughly worth about 68 crore rupees. And the Enforcement Directorate has clearly indicated that this was with an intention to cheat the public sector unit, and that is the reason why they believe that he's played a pivotal role in also providing fake bank, providing a fake. It's not essentially done by him. He has essentially diverted money through transport invoices and is again running into worth crores. He's approved releases and facilitated paperwork. It turns out that some evidence that has been gathered by the Enforcement Directorate over the course of the last few weeks when the investigation was carried out, and this is what they said in the statement that they have put out a short while back, saying that he's played a crucial part in the fraud which affects the public. Now, it is important that in the course of this investigation itself, for the first time, the Enforcement Directorate has actually put out a statement in which they are categorically pointing out that this affects the public and the arrest was necessitated.
Right. And Shravan, speaking about the case which is ongoing at the moment, of course, Anil Ambani himself has been questioned a number of times, and there have been raids that were also conducted earlier at 35 locations in the month of August, and number of other individuals have also been questioned. If you can just take us through the important, points as far as this particular case is concerned, that as far as the investigation goes.
Well, in fact, the ED is basically investigating allegations of illegal diversion of loans, and that is worth around 3,000 crore rupees that was disbursed by the Yes Bank. If you look at the total amount that they're looking at, is roughly about 17,000 crore rupees. And the loan that was allegedly received between 2017 and 2019. What they're looking at is whether at all there has been a quid pro quo involving in the loan, if bribes were essentially paid to the bank officials, which is why the Enforcement Directorate had summoned Anil Ambani. This was on 5th of August.
All right. Thank you so much, Shravan, for giving us all the updates there in the case. We are also joined in by my colleague Pranav, who is joining us for more updates. Pranav, we understand that Mr. Pal has been now produced before a judge at his residence for the ED to seek his remand in the case. What more updates can you tell us? What is happening right now?
Well, first I would just want to take off from where Shravan left. This is just a continuation of the ongoing probe against Anil Ambani and Anil Ambani related companies. I mean, we are already, the ED has been, probing 17,000 crore loan fraud, so to say, against Anil Ambani. So this is just a continuation. Right now, what we hear is that he has been produced before a judge, and the ED has sought his custody. So we need to see whether ED actually gets the custody and then, the developments that follow. But we need to look at it in a larger perspective. This is just a continuation of the number of cases that involve, among others, loan fraud, fund diversion to various companies, and in fact, foreign assets linked to Anil Ambani group of companies. So this is a larger case that involves close to about 17,000 crore rupees of alleged fraud fraud. In fact, if you remember, one of the banks had also, categorized Anil Ambani as a fraudster. So, it's a larger case, and this is just one of the arrests in that case.
Right, and how does this really impact the reputation of the company? Because Anil Ambani himself has been questioned. He has been a number of times being brought in by the agency, and now he's very, very key man. This particular man that we are talking about, Mr. Pal, he is a very experienced person. He was in the company for about 20 years. And he has a huge experience. What does this really say about now the reputation of the company?
Well, there are two to three things that you need to look at. I mean, the Reliance Power is a listed company with about 25% of its shareholding with the promoters, which involves Anil Ambani and affiliated entities, and 75% of it is held by public. So it is definitely of immense public importance. Over the past about few months, Reliance Power share has been losing its value because of certain cases that have been taking place. So from that point, it is extremely important for the shareholders. As far as and it also has a larger impact on the other group of Anil Ambani companies that is such as Reliance Infra, for example. So that is why the matter is important to the larger public as well.
And as far as the investigation goes, Pranav, as you mentioned about the fact that this is an ongoing case, and how does the case really proceeds from here? Because number of people, there have been arrests also, but number of people are being questioned. There were raids also that were also carried out. How does how do you see this case now going ahead in the future?
As far as Anil Ambani group of companies is concerned, they have consistently denied the allegation. So on one side, we need to look at it purely legally. Right now, at this stage, it is purely allegations. The ED has made an arrest. The ED has produced him before a judge, and the ED has actually sought his custody. But that's just one set of allegations. We need to wait and watch as to what the judge, whether the judge actually grants the custody. And two, we need to wait and watch and see what is the statement that that Reliance Power issues, so that it clarifies their stand. As of now, it's just one side, definitely a powerful or a stronger case, so to say, from the regulator. But the other side, we will have to wait and watch as to what their response is.
All right. Thank you so much, Pranav, for all those updates there. So that is a huge trouble for Reliance and the Reliance group of companies. And the Enforcement Directorate arresting Ashok Kumar Pal, who's a senior executive at Reliance Power, and he's also close aide of Anil Ambani. And this is in connection with the money laundering investigation linked to the ADA group. And from a Reliance group of industries to now let's talk about the Tata Group. Well, the Shapoorji Pallonji Group has renewed its call for the public listing of Tata Sons, citing transparency and governance. The Tata Group stated that the listing would unlock value for 1.2 crore stakeholders and benefit Tata Trusts. Let's take a look.
In what was being closely watched as a defining moment for India's oldest business conglomerate, the Board of Trustees on Tata Trust's 6-hour 45-minute marathon meet concluded with trustees agreeing to continue working to resolve differences. All 6 Tata trustees reached unanimous agreement on a resolution to maintain Tata Sons as a private entity. While the trustees achieved consensus on the key decision, they continue to have differences on their unspecified issues. The development comes in contrast to the Shapoorji Pallonji Group's intensified call for the public listing of the Tata Sons, the holding company of the Tata Group. The push from the Shapoorji Pallonji Group came in light of an approaching deadline set by the Reserve Bank of India for the Tata Sons to go public. After the board meeting, Shapoorji Pallonji Group issued a statement saying that the public listing will unlock value for 1.2 crore shareholders. The SP group also stated that its relationship with the House of Tatas is based on mutual trust.
The much-awaited Tata Trust board meeting has just concluded. It started at about 10 o'clock and the marathon meeting ran for about 6 hours 45 minutes. It was attended by Noel Tata, chairman of Tata Trust, Venu Srinivasan, the vice chairman of Tata Trust, N. Chandrasekaran, chairman of Tata Sons, and Darius Khambata, trustee of Tata Sons. Remember, there was a last-minute twist yesterday night when one of the members whose nomination was in question, in fact, issued a public statement and said that things have changed at the Tata Group, but what we are given to understand is that the members have ironed out the differences and in fact discussed the usage of rupees 1700 crore which the group, which Tata Trust has received as a dividend from Tata Group of companies. So what we are given to understand is that the members have decided to cordially continue working together, and we will be tracking the developments further to ensure to see how it unfolds at one of the biggest conglomerates in the country.
Unanimous decision by the Tata trustees to keep Tata Sons private stands in direct opposition to the Shapoorji Pullenji Group's call for a public listing. Now, it remains to be seen how the conflict between major stakeholders will be resolved and how Tata Sons will address the regulatory requirements set up by the RBI.
All right, viewers, a big story coming in from Bihar. Well, we are getting in visuals of leaders arriving for the BJP core committee meeting ahead of the Bihar elections. And this is a very, very significant meeting because ahead of the elections, the parties are deciding on the seat sharing arrangements among the allies for the assembly elections. And it is expected that by today evening, a decision would be reached as far as the ruling NDA is concerned, and it is likely that the NDA would announce seat-sharing arrangements among its allies. So the discussions are continuing over seat-sharing formula among allies, and idea is to reach a consensus, and the formal announcement thereafter on seat-sharing will be made by, hopefully, it is expected that by today evening, the party would make an announcement. So these are crucial set of meetings that are going on ahead of the assembly elections in the state. And so how many seats does the JDU gets and how much does BJP and also Chirag Paswan's party, and that is something to watch out for. So NDA now finalizing its seat-sharing arrangement for the 2025 Bihar Assembly election. Remember, it is Bihar's 243 seats that are going to polls. So negotiations are continuing between Nitish Kumar's JDU, the Bharatiya Janata Party, that's the BJP, and Chirag Paswan's Lok Janshakti Party. So the party, however, has not made any final announcement as yet, the NDA constituents, but it is likely that by today evening, a final declaration, a formal declaration would be made. So the JDU, of course, and the BJP are the main constituents. Apart from that, Ram Vilas Lok Janshakti Party, and there are two smaller parties, the Hindustani Awam Morcha and the Rashtriya Lok Morcha also, that are going to get seats. All right, our colleague Prakash is now joining us for more details. Prakash, what are the what are your sources telling you? We understand that by today evening, a formal announcement would be made as far as NDA is at least concerned. And we understand that an agreement really has been reached on 240 out of the 243 seats.
Right. The agreement has been made on maximum number of seats, and the JDU, BJP, NDA alliance have been sealed. We can see in the visuals that the BJP leaders are arriving at JP Nadda's residence for the core committee meeting to select the BJP candidates for 100 constituencies that has gone to its kitty, and maximum number of sitting MLAs will be repeated. They are few MLAs who will be denied ticket. In place of them, the deliberations will be on for giving them tickets. And as far as the Mahagathbandhan is concerned, the Mahagathbandhan is also trying to stitch its alliance. Mukesh Sahni is hell-bent on taking 30 seats, and the left parties are also demanding a lot of seats. So there are a lot of differences within the Mahagathbandhan also. Both the sides rallying around their resources and trying to galvanize the forces after selecting the candidates. But the main bottleneck is a few seats on both sides of the fence, be it the NDA or the Mahagathbandhan. But it looks like the NDA has gone way ahead after stitching its alliance. And most likely they would be announcing their alliance seat share by today evening or tomorrow. And the BJP would be announcing their selected candidates day after tomorrow, after Central Parliamentary Board meets in Delhi on 12th. Here in the visuals, you can see the BJP leaders arriving in Delhi for the core committee meeting. Back to you.
Right. What are your sources telling you? Because, earlier there were reports that had emerged that, Chirag Paswan's Lod Jan Shakti party was asking for at least contesting on 40 to 50 seats. Also, Jitan Ram Manjhi's party was also asking for all the, on all the 15 seats, at least 15 seats. So what is there any consensus really that has emerged, or especially as far as these two parties are concerned?
That's what I'm trying to say, that it was mere posturing, and based on their base vote, they have got seats earlier also and now also. Every party seeks maximum number of seats. 15 seats demanded by Hindustani Awam Morcha of Jitan Ram Manjhi was unjustified. Last time also they had contested 7 seats. This time also they are getting 8 seats, despite the fact that there is a new entrant in the alliance, LJP, which has to be accommodated. So all these factors have to be taken into cognizance, the strength of the party, the base vote of the party, and on that basis, the seat share has to be allotted, and the JDU BJP has tried to allot the maximum number of seats to its alliance partners. Back to you.
Right, of course, you are tracking those developments as far as NDA constituents are concerned, Prakash, but also as far as Mahagathbandhan is concerned, as you mentioned earlier, there seems to be some, of course, semblance of what is going to happen as far as NDA is concerned. But as far as Mahagathbandhan is concerned, any updates on, what are the key problems really that are emerging there? Especially, there were also talks about who is going to be the chief ministerial face, and there were also talks of Prashant Kishore also maybe emerging as one of the faces.
Well, as far as Mahagathbandhan is concerned, there is no doubt about that. Tejasvi Yadav will be the face. The Congress party wants more seats. Left party also wants more seats. RJD wants to contest on not less than 130 to 135 seats. That's what Abdul Bari Siddiqui also stated, RJD leader. And the RJD wants to share 35 seats to the left, 18 to 20 seats maximum to the BIP party, but the BIP party is demanding 30 seats, as I have already stated. So the bone of contention is that, and the differences is on those points. Congress party has already declared few seats of the sitting MLAs, of 19 sitting MLAs. Few have gone to the BJP, so few more will be declared. So all these things, permutation combinations are taking place, and Tejasvi is also bargaining hard as far as the seats there is concerned.
All right, Prakash, thank you so much for those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on that story. And viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. A dramatic escalation in the US-China trade war. US President Donald Trump delivers a stunning tariff threat, vowing to impose an additional 100% duty on all the Chinese imports. Now, this comes just hours after Beijing tightened export rules on critical rare earth materials. Now, Trump also hints at skipping his scheduled meeting with Xi Jinping. With the markets now plunging and industry giants on the edge, this is a trade confrontation with global consequences. Take a look. A fresh blow in US-China trade war. US President Donald Trump has announced a 100% additional tariff on all Chinese imports, escalating tensions between the world's two biggest economies. Trump, posting on Truth Social, accused Beijing of taking an extraordinarily aggressive stance on trade and vowed a strong response. The tariff over and above existing duties will kick in on 1st November. And that is not all. The US will also impose export controls on all critical software.
We have airplanes, we have airplane parts. You remember that from last time. And we were just surprised that China have a very good relationship with President Xi, and they did that. This is not something that I, instigated. This was just a response to something that they did. And they didn't really aim it at us. They aimed it at the whole world. The whole world is subject to it. So I thought it was very, very bad. But we have many things, including a big thing is airplane. They have a lot of Boeing planes, and they need parts and lots of things like that, Steve.
Trump says the decision comes after reports that China plans to impose sweeping exports restrictions on nearly all its products, calling Beijing's move a moral disgrace. The sharp escalation threatens to upend global supply chains just weeks before the APEC summit. In another post, Trump even hinted at cancelling his meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. He said, "I was to meet President Xi in 2 weeks at APEC in South Korea, but now there seems to be no reason to do so." Beijing, Trump claims, has sent letters to nations across the world threatening export controls on rare earths and other critical materials.
I'm going to be there regardless, so I would assume we might have it. But, they hit the world with something that really is not anything that people are going to do. And it was shocking. I can tell you, Howard and I and Todd, we all, Scott, we were all speaking about it before. And we said, where did that come from? It was just, that was out of the blue, right? Out of the blue, they came up with this whole import-export concept, and nobody knew anything about it.
The tariff shocker has rattled global markets and set the stage for a high-stakes trade showdown between Washington and Beijing. With Trump hardening his stance and Xi yet to respond formally, the US-China trade war is now entering uncharted territory. This is the sharpest escalation yet in a trade war that has already shaken global markets. All eyes now on Beijing's next move. And viewers, we are taking a very short break, but we continue our focus on the seat-sharing agreements that are likely to be finalized ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. Both BJP and the LJP to hold separate crucial party meetings in New Delhi to finalize seat-sharing. All those details coming up after a short break. Stay tuned.
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Bliss weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet...
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो पतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे सतलुज की लहरों में सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है।
Hello and welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV and our top focus is going to be battleground Bihar as the polls are coming close and the seat sharing in the NDA is almost finalized. We will get you details, but first up the headlines. Trouble mounts for business tycoon Anil Ambani and his group of companies. ED sleuths arrest CFO and Executive Director Ashok Kumar Pal in fake bank guarantee case involving Reliance Power. Both BJP and LJP to hold separate crucial party meetings in New Delhi to finalize seat sharing ahead of Bihar elections. Inside scoop on NDA seat sharing, JDU to contest 101 seats with BJP contest 100 seats. Trump tries so hard but fails miserably. The Nobel committee snubs Trump, compelling the White House to cry foul. Global leaders like Putin, Netanyahu and the Belarusian president backed Trump and criticized the Nobel committee's decision on the Nobel Peace Prize. The White House responds to the Nobel announcement with Director of Communications accusing the Nobel Prize Committee of putting politics over peace. Viewers, let's get started with breaking news coming in. A big political scoop on Republic. Opposition seats have been finalized. As per sources, dispute over 12 seats and that has been unresolved. The sources are also telling us that RJD may get 135 seats with Congress at 55 and the CPM at 20. That is the big scoop, back-to-back scoops coming in. As far as the elections in Bihar is concerned, we're bringing these information exclusively on Republic. And this time it is the opposition seats which is being finalized, and sources are telling Republic that there has been a dispute over 12 unresolved seats, and the RJD may be getting 135 seats while the Congress may settle at 55 and the CPM at 20. Back-to-back updates coming in, viewers. Earlier we had given you details and the scoop of the NDA seat sharing with the JDU 101 and the BJP 100, and now the opposition seats are also finalized, with sources telling us that there is a dispute over 12 seats which is unresolved, and the RJD may be getting in 135, Congress likely 55 seats, and the CPM at 20. The battleground Bihar is heating up with several developments coming in with each passing day, and several other details also, given that Prashant Kishore will be beginning his official campaign from Raghupur as well. And this is also a breaking development with the Mahagathbandhan seat sharing also given to understand that there are crucial details with RJD 135 seats. My colleague Prakash joins us to give us details. Prakash, it is the opposition seat sharing which we are given to understand has also been sealed to some extent, with the sources revealing the data. Help us with the details.
Well, yes, the opposition, the Mahagathbandhan seat share have also been sealed, with RJD likely to contest on 130 to 135 seats, Mukesh Sahni's VIP party to contest on 18 to 20 seats, Congress party to contest on 55 seats, left parties to contest on 36 seats. So this is the kind of equation with few seats here and there, and the bargaining tactics is on, because last time the Congress party had contested 70 seats, and out of which they had won only 19 seats, though the issue of a strike rate was also raised by the RJD, that the Congress failed to convert its seats into winning seats, and that is why the RJD lost the assembly elections by only 6 seats, and the vote difference was merely 12,500 votes. So that was one of the issue being raised by the RJD leaders. If the Congress cannot convert the seats into winning seats, then why should it contest more seats? And Tejasvi Yadav is bargaining on each seat by seat. He is trying to accommodate the winning candidates. So these are the kind of deliberations, and the other smaller party, specifically VIP party, which is a new entrant. For the past 10 years, he has been galvanizing his forces in the Sahni community, the Malah community, which in English it is called the fisherman community. So, but the problem with him is that they don't get proper candidates, and they try to sell those seats. So that is one of the situation that Tejasvi Yadav is also looking at. So all these permutation combinations are being looked at in the Mahagathbandhan as well. And most likely everything should be sealed, because as of now, the second phase of nomination will also start from Monday, and which will end on 28th. So there are very limited time left. So both the sides have almost settled their alliances, and the seat sharing would also be settled in a couple of days, with no option left for either of the alliance partners. And they have to go out in the field for campaigning. Back to you.
All right, Prakash, stay on with us while we are getting you more details. Meanwhile, Prashant Kishore to begin his official campaign from Raghupur and Tejasvi Yadav's constituency, and Prashant to field himself to contest against Tejasvi Yadav, and this is an official announcement on this is likely today.
जन्मभूमि तो हो गया करघर से रितेश पांडे, अब कर्मभूमि बचा है राघोपुर।
वहाँ के अब राघोपुर में जो जनसुराज का परिवार है, उनके साथ मैं 11 तारीख को बैठूंगा और सब लोग मिलकर वहीं
चुनाव लड़ेंगे या नहीं?
भाई आपको बता दिया कि राघोपुर में जो जनसुराज के साथी हैं उनके साथ बैठेंगे। अगर वो लोग मिलकर तय करते हैं कि मुझे ही लड़ना है तो मैं लड़ूंगा, अगर वो तय करते नहीं कोई दूसरा लड़ेगा तो दूसरा लड़ेगा।
यानी तेजस्वी यादव के खिलाफ इसी लड़ रहे हैं कि एक विकल्प के तौर पर प्रशांत किशोर खड़ा होना चाह रहे हैं।
तेजस्वी यादव की इतनी नहीं ताकत है कि हमको विकल्प के तौर पर खड़ा होने के लिए तेजस्वी यादव के खिलाफ लड़ने की जरूरत नहीं है। हम तो अभी तक चुनाव नहीं लड़े हैं, तो क्या जनसुराज को विकल्प के तौर पर नहीं देखा जा रहा है?
चेहरे के तौर पर क्या प्रशांत किशोर आगे कर रहे हैं अपने?
हमको जरूरत नहीं भैया। अभी तो आप लोग कह रहे हैं कि हमारा ही चेहरा दिख रहा है। अगर हम
सीएम कैंडिडेट के तौर पर
बिल्कुल नहीं। किसने कहा है? जनसुराज कोई लालू जी के या किसी व्यक्ति के किसी परिवार की पार्टी नहीं है। आज जो 51 की सूची जारी हुई है उसमें कम से कम 5 ऐसे लोग हैं जो बिहार में सीएम अगर बन जाएं तो अभी तक के जितने सीएम बने उससे बेहतर सीएम बनेंगे।
With the Republic and Prashant Kishore there. And we will be getting in more details as there are back-to-back political scoops on Republic that we're getting in terms of battleground Bihar. And there is in one hand the NDA, there is the Mahagathbandhan and Prashant Kishore factor also playing in. Prashant Kishore with a new entry this time. I would like to go across to my colleague Prakash, who's once again joining us. Prakash, we had an exclusive conversation with the Prashant Kishore. Help us understand what is the impact of Prashant Kishore because he is a new entry this time in the elections.
Well, Prashant Kishore definitely has gained media traction because he is a known political strategist and he's made an entry into political arena of Bihar, trying to disrupt the elections in Bihar. He's worked hard for it, definitely on the ground for 3 years. But as far as the ground presence is concerned, if according to my experience, he will be a non-starter this time because once the campaigning starts in Bihar from both the sides, whether be it the BJP or the RJD-led alliance, then his presence will slowly and gradually diminish because once he talks well, but as far as the vote share is concerned, that will settle down automatically once the campaign builds up. So definitely he's trying his best. He's a new entrant. He's fielded 51 candidates so far. He plans to contest on 243 seats. Let's see what kind of vote he grabs in this election. Back to you.
That's right, Prakash, stay on with us as we get in more details. Viewers, the National Democratic Alliance has almost finalized its seat-sharing arrangement for the 2025 Bihar Assembly elections. An agreement has been reached on 240 out of Bihar's 243 seats, while negotiations continue between Nitish Kumar's Janata Dal United, Bharatiya Janata Party and Chirag Paswan's Lok Janshakti Party Ramvilas over the remaining 3 constituencies. However, the party has not officially made any announcement yet, but sources say the formal declaration is expected today. Those are the latest developments coming in as we continue to track back-to-back updates as far as the Bihar elections are concerned. And we move on to bringing you more details as Bihar is abuzz with election fervor as parties are gearing up for the assembly polls. The NDA has almost finalized its seat-sharing formula while the RJD is busy wooing the new allies. Both the BJP and the LJP are holding separate crucial meetings to finalize the seat sharing ahead of the polls, and the pre-poll defections have begun in the poll-bound state of Bihar. Here's a report. Take a look.
Bihar's assembly elections are around the corner and all parties have sounded the poll bulge. And the pre-poll switch game has begun. Just yesterday, former JDU MP Santosh Kushwaha, former JDU MLA Rahul Sharma and Chanakya Prakash and LJP's Akash Kushwaha have joined hands with the RJD. On the other hand, former Congress MP Ajay Nishad joined BJP along with his wife Rama Nishad. Meanwhile, the seat-sharing formula is being finalized in NDA. Public sources have confirmed that the NDA alliance, which was in conflict over seat sharing, has finally reached an agreement on seat sharing. Today in New Delhi, both BJP and LJP are holding separate crucial meetings to finalize the seat sharing ahead of Bihar polls. According to sources, the JDU will contest on 101 seats while the BJP will contest on 100 seats. Chirag Paswan's LJP will get 26 seats, Hindustani Awam Morcha and Rashtriya Lok Morcha will get 7 and 6 seats respectively. While talks are still ongoing for the remaining 3 seats, with seat sharing puzzle almost solved, the NDA is all set to unveil its candidates for the Bihar assembly elections. Meanwhile, RJD has proposed Pashupati Paras for Rashtriya Lok Janshakti Party to merge his party with RJD.
हम लोग का जो संगठन का है, अपने अपने क्षेत्र में लोग जाएंगे, काम करेंगे संगठन पर। जो हमारे कार्यकर्ता है, उस सबको भी निर्देश दिया जाएगा कि अपने अपने बूथ पर मजबूती के साथ इस बार की चुनाव जो है कि जो हमारे आदरणीय नेता प्रतिपक्ष का है तेजस्वी यादव जी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना हम लोग को, तो ईमानदारी के तरह जैसे कार्यकर्ता जुझारू बन करके काम करे क्षेत्र में। और लोग होता है कि किसी को टिकट नहीं मिला तो नाराजगी जताते हैं, लेकिन सरकार बनाइए, हर सूरत में सरकार बनना चाहिए।
Paras has called a party meeting today to make the decision. Coming few days could be big surprises in poll-bound state of Bihar, as Republic sources have confirmed that more and more big names and Bahubalis are likely to switch sides from both NDA and Mahagathbandhan. The battle for Patna is intensifying, with all parties working to win the voters.
And shifting our focus, Afghanistan's Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi will visit Deoband in Uttar Pradesh's Saharanpur district today and Agra on Sunday as a part of his 6-day India trip. Now, according to Saharanpur police, during his day-long visit to Deoband, Muttaqi will tour Darul Uloom, one of the most influential Islamic seminaries in South Asia, and meet senior clerics, scholars and administrators of the institution. He is expected to arrive around noon and return to Delhi by evening. My colleague Shambhavi is joining us live for more details. Shambhavi, what are we expecting as far as the developments come in? Because it is Afghanistan's Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi who is all set to visit Deoband in Uttar Pradesh's Saharanpur. What time are we expecting him to reach?
Well, he's expected to reach here by 11:30 a.m. As you can see, we're right outside Darul Uloom, Deoband. This is one of the most respected and long-standing Islamic seminaries, and even the foreign minister, before coming here, he has mentioned that how this is a very significant place, a religious center for Muslims, and he's also said that how our students come here not just for science and engineering, but also for religious studies. So this is the center point, and Darul Uloom itself has ties with the Deobandi style tradition school of thought, which is a lot of Islamic movements in Afghanistan and Pakistan has been inspired by this. Taliban's regime, ideological, religious thinking itself is taking or has been drawn upon by the Deobandi school of thought, and this is this everybody's eyes. Everybody's keeping a close check on it because he's expected to speak about the religious importance, about the ties of how Afghanistan and Deobandi is tied in a religious way, and we'll also show you the security. Now there is a very tight security which has been deployed inside and outside the school, preparing for the foreign minister's visit here. He is expected to be here around 11:30. He's left from Delhi at around 8:30 in the morning, and he is going to be here by 11:30 to 12 p.m. Back to you.
Well, absolutely, Shambhavi, since reporting from the ground, what is the mood like there? Because there are a lot of people waiting to meet the Afghan foreign minister.
Right, as you can see, we'll show you, there's a lot of excitement that you can see. There a lot of people have collected here since morning, since we've been seeing this huge crowd since 9 a.m. They've been eagerly waiting for him to arrive because Mr. Muttaqi is also expected to speak to the senior clerics of the seminary. Plus, he's also expected to address the students here. He's going to talk about the trade, about the religious importance, and he's expected to also talk about the education point of value. So you can see that how eagerly people are waiting here. They're still contained because the police have now started collecting people to one point, but just few minutes ago, there were a lot of people all around. We'll also show you now that is much contained here because the police has started actually. There have been several buses full of police officers deployed for this tightening of security. So you can see that there's a lot of eagerness, there's a lot of excitement in the people.
All right, Shambhav, we appreciate you joining us and giving us those details, as we will be tracking in all the developments coming in on that story. Moving on, viewers, as we shift our focus, a massive explosion ripped through a munitions factory in rural Tennessee, flattening a building and sending shock waves miles away. 19 people are still unaccounted for as the rescue teams comb through the wreckage. Here's a quick report. Take a look.
Charred debris, building flattened, burned out vehicles, debris thrown across a wide area. This after an enormous explosion ripped through an explosives plant in rural Tennessee early Friday. Residents more than 15 miles away reported feeling and hearing the blast. Emergency services rushed to the scene. However, further blasts were initially keeping rescuers at some distance. Sometime later, access was achieved and first responders and explosives experts were searching the rubble for casualties. 19 people are unaccounted for as crews search the wreckage.
We have been able to confirm that we do have 19 souls. Can I describe the building? There's nothing to describe. It's gone. It's again, it's the most devastating scene that I've seen in my career.
Authorities say the blast occurred at around 7:45 a.m. at Accurate Energetic Systems, a company that manufactures military-grade explosives like C4 and TNT. What caused the explosion is not clear at the moment. Federal agencies, including the FBI and the ATF, have joined local teams to carry out a slow and methodical probe to determine cause. Accurate Energetic Systems has supplied the US military in the past. The company issued a statement expressing sympathy for the families and thanking first responders. Tennessee's Governor Bill Lee responded to the blast on X, saying that the authorities were monitoring the ongoing situation and state agencies were responding in partnership with local and federal agencies. He also asked the Tennesseans to join in prayer for the families impacted by the tragic incident. Authorities say the investigation could take days as the community braces for more grim updates.
Viewers, from fresh strikes in Kabul to mounting tensions in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, intelligence agency says their hostile networks are sharpening their focus on infiltration routes along the line of control and the international border. The Border Security Force is reporting repeated reconnaissance by elements tied to terror outfits, and commanders warn that they are tracking launch pads and movement across the frontier with laser-like precision. Now, senior BSF officers in Jammu said that nothing is being left to chance. Well, the message from our troops is ambiguous. India will not tolerate any attempt to breach its sovereignty and, if provoked, will respond firmly and decisively. Take a look at this special report.
टेररिस्ट ट्रेनिंग कैंप्स के ऊपर जो हमारी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के द्वारा ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में हमला किया गया था, चाहे वो हमारी एयरफोर्स के द्वारा हो, हमारी आर्मी के द्वारा हो, या बीएसएफ ने यहाँ जम्मू के इलाके में लॉन्च पैड्स को टारगेट किया था, तो उन लॉन्च पैड्स पे भी उनका काफ़ी नुकसान हुआ था। और हमारे पास ऐसी कुछ खबर हैं कि उनको वो शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं, उनको दोबारा से रिवाइव करने की कोशिश की जा रही है। तो ये सारी ही जानकारी हमारे पास उपलब्ध है और समय आने पे, अवसर आने पे हम उचित कार्रवाई ज़रूर करेंगे।
Strikes in Kabul, tensions in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and a growing threat casting a long shadow over India, one name, Pakistan.
मैं इस समय कोई स्पष्ट आंकड़ा तो आपके आगे नहीं देना चाहूँगा, लेकिन विभिन्न प्रकार से विभिन्न सोर्सेज से हमारे पास खबर आती रहती है कि किस प्रकार जैश ए मोहम्मद हो या लश्कर तौयबा हो या TRF हो, तो इनके जो लोग इनसे जुड़े हुए हैं वो रेकी करने के लिए आते रहते हैं और उन पे करीबी निगरानी हमारे द्वारा बिल्कुल जारी है। हमें अगर अवसर प्रदान करेंगे, ये हमारी सीमा की ओर आंख उठा के भी देखेंगे, तो इनको बहुत ही करारा जवाब BSF के द्वारा दिया जाएगा।
Men and women of the Indian Armed Forces maintain relentless around-the-clock patrols along the border with Pakistan. Bristling with sophisticated weapons and advanced surveillance, BSF units are tracking both ground and airborne threats along the Indo-Pak international border.
With Pakistan facing internal turmoil in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Baluchistan as well as Pakistan-occupied Jammu and Kashmir, Pakistan may try to divert the situation to the Indo-Pakistan border, and we have seen some unusual movement of the forces that has been seen in the Sialkot, of which the Border Security Force has also taken a note of. IGBSF today said that they are well aware of the situation evolving in Pakistan and are keeping a close watch on the situation. Right now we are reporting from the Jammu sector international border, where the troops of the Border Security Force are carrying out round-the-clock strict vigil on the borders. They are ensuring that every attempt that is being made by the adversary is foiled well within the time, because we are speaking at a time when Pakistan is grappled with the internal turmoil as well as its northwest frontier with Afghanistan, where the situation is also raking up with the Pakistani strikes that have taken place inside Kabul.
Nothing is being left to chance. A warning comes as IGBSF Jammu Shashank Anand says Pakistan is rebuilding terror infrastructure with groups conducting reconnaissance for infiltration into Indian territory.
देखिए, हमारे पड़ोसी मुल्क के कोई भी मंसूबे हों, उन पे हम बहुत करीबी बारीक नज़र रखते हैं, और जो भी गतिविधियां वहाँ पे हो रही हैं वो हम उसको क्लोजली वॉच कर रहे हैं। हमारी तैयारी है, जैसा ऑपरेशन सिंदूर में सीमा सुरक्षा बल ने करके दिखाया था, अगर उनकी तरफ से कोई भी हिमाकत ऐसी होती है, चाहे घुसपैठ करने की वो कोशिश करें, तो उसका मुंह तोड़ जवाब हमारे द्वारा दिया जाएगा। हम अपने साथी सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के साथ, सिस्टर एजेंसीज़ के साथ लगातार समन्वय हमने बनाया हुआ है, और जो भी घटनाएं वहाँ पे हो रही हैं, इसको हम क्लोजली एनालाइज कर रहे हैं।
BSF troops deployed along the Indo-Pak international border in Araspura sector of Jammu are maintaining the highest level of alert after security forces and intelligence agencies reported unusual military movement in the Sialkot area of Pakistan.
देखिए, सीमा सुरक्षा बल तो पूरे ही साल, चाहे कोई भी दिन हो, हम हाई अलर्ट पे रहते हैं। जो भी मूवमेंट्स सीमा पार हो रही हैं उनको हम कॉरबोरेट कर रहे हैं, वेरीफाई कर रहे हैं, और जो भी ज़रूरी रिस्पांस उसके संदर्भ में होगा वो कदम हम ज़रूर उठाएंगे।
The mission is clear and so is the intent. This is new India. We will not initiate aggression, but if need arises, India will retaliate on our enemy's soil. Operation Sindoor was just one example of that, and India will act again if required.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Bliss. It dances on your skin like first rain. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning in to Republic TV. It is 11 a.m. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor, and we'll be getting you all the updates on the Bihar Assembly elections seat sharing, because there are key meetings that are happening right now as the two camps decide on the seat sharing formula ahead of the polls. We'll be getting you all the updates on that and much more. Here are the headlines first that we are tracking at this hour. Trouble mounts for business tycoon Anil Ambani and his group of companies. ED sleuths arrest CFO and Executive Director Ashok Kumar Pal in the fake bank guarantee case involving Reliance Power. Both BJP and LJP to hold separate crucial party meetings in New Delhi to finalize seat sharing ahead of Bihar polls. Inside scoop on NDA seat sharing, JDU to contest 101 seats with the BJP to contest 100 seats. Donald Trump tries so hard but fails miserably. The Nobel Committee snubs Trump, compelling the White House to cry foul play. Global leaders like Putin, Netanyahu and Belarusian President Lukashenko backed Donald Trump and criticized the Nobel Committee's decision on the Nobel Peace Prize. And the White House responds to Nobel announcement, with the Director of Communications accusing the Nobel Prize Committee of putting politics over peace. All right, viewers, the top story that we are tracking: the Enforcement Directorate, or the ED, has arrested Ashok Kumar Pal, who is the Chief Financial Officer or the CFO of Reliance Power Limited. And this is in connection with a case involving a fake bank guarantee and also involving alleged links to fund diversions. Now, according to officials, Paul was taken into custody late on Friday night after several hours of questioning at the agency's Delhi office. So that is the big story that we are tracking. This is a really trouble mounting for Anil Ambani and his group of companies, because now this person, who's the CFO of Reliance Power, is also a close aide of Anil Ambani. and he has been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. All right, let's get all the updates. Shravan, sir, our editor senior editor is now joining us on the phone line. Shravan, this is something very, very crucial. He's joining us live from the newsroom, in fact. This is very significant because, you know, this really means that, CFO post is really, really important in any company. And this person, Mr. Pal, had been with the company for a lot of years. And these are serious allegations that we are talking about. Give us an overview of the entire case.
Well, in fact, it's the 17,000 crore bank fraud case that was being probed by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, that's the umbrella case if you're really looking at. But what we are given to understand is that in the course of the investigation that was basically being carried out, the Enforcement Directorate and the Economic Offences Wing of the national capital basically stumbled upon yet another case. This is the fake bank guarantee racket that was basically carried out by a company called Biswal Trade Link Private Limited. Now, this particular company happens to be a paper entity in which you have members of Anil Ambani linked groups also being present. In fact, this was largely seen as a group to divert the funds. If you, in a nutshell, to understand the story, what is it? There are two main companies that were receiving loans from multiple banks, starting from Yes Bank between 2017 and 2019, then to Canara Bank, and then, of course, Bank of Baroda. If you look at the cumulative funds that were basically received, that was roughly around 17,000 crore rupees. It turns out that rather than utilizing those very loans for the companies it was meant for, it was basically being diverted through shell companies and non-entities. It turns out that Reliance Power happened to be one such company where these funds were being diverted from RHFL and a few other companies too. How exactly were they getting this? Despite weak financials, there were not enough transactions that were taking place in these very companies. But despite that, they managed to get the loans. That is because the Enforcement Directorate suspects that certain bank officials, they were being bribed. And that is the reason why over 25 people have already been called in for question. In fact, banks have been written to by the Enforcement Directorate and, of course, also by SEBI, in fact, asking them on what basis were loans being given to this particular company when they did not have a strong financial to begin with, and whether at all there was some sort of a quid pro quo. That is what is being probed right now. Anil Ambani has already been questioned by the Enforcement Directorate on 5th of August. Thereafter, there have been another summons that have been sent out. So far, Anil Ambani and his group have maintained that Anil Ambani was not in a decision-making role to begin with. But the Enforcement Directorate has essentially countered this. The Enforcement Directorate says that Anil Ambani was very much aware of it, that these loans were being moved around. In fact, what I have with me are some details of the case itself. Now, here what we are being told are the following. As far as the fake bank guarantee racket is concerned, in which you have Ashok Pal, who has been taken into custody. For the first time, the Enforcement Directorate says this. They say that that Ashok Pal played a crucial role in the fraud which affects the public. How does it affect the public? It is because, remember, there were fake bills that were being generated, commissions that were being received, and that is the reason why they believe that through these fake bills, they were generating more money, and this money was essentially coming in from these multiple banks. And that is the reason why you have the CFO of Anil Ambani's company being taken into custody this morning. He has already been produced before the court. We are waiting for more details to emerge from the Enforcement Directorate, because this happens to be a big arrest that has been made by the Enforcement Directorate early this morning from the national capital.
Shravan, at the same time, if you talk about, Reliance Power Limited, it is a listed company where public holds more than 75% share. So with these developments, could this really affect corporate governance or maybe investor confidence as well, or maybe the regulatory scrutiny of the company?
Well, in fact, you've had Anil Ambani-led Reliance group already putting out multiple statements in the past, where the FIR was actually registered by the Enforcement Directorate, where they've clearly distanced themselves from Anil Ambani, and particularly indicating that it was the board that was essentially looking into the matter, and Anil Ambani was not even part of the board to begin with. So they've distanced themselves. They put out a statement by simply stating that these loans, they have said that there are financials have been provided to the Enforcement Directorate, and they say that these are not shell companies. These are companies that have been already declared. They are companies which have been listed, and the money that has been received by these very banks have been reflected in their account books, and that is what they maintain at this point in time. The Enforcement Directorate, however, says that there is roughly about 10,000 crore rupees that goes completely unaccounted for. And secondly, if you look at some of the C companies, as it is called, the unrelated parties, third parties that have been brought in, because they believe that through these unrelated third parties is where the money was basically being diverted, where the money was essentially being routed through, and not for the original, the parent companies, but for subsidiary companies that the money was going in.
All right, Shravan. Thank you so much for those details on that big story that we are tracking for you. Thank you so much. And viewers, let's move on in the bulletin now. We have big breaking news coming in right now. Chirag Paswan to meet the LJP Parliamentary Board in Delhi shortly. Remember, this coming in ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. And there are key meetings that are going on to discuss the seat sharing for the Bihar Assembly elections. So BJP and its allies in the NDA are continuing their efforts to evolve an effective seat sharing arrangements, and this coming in ahead of the Bihar Assembly elections. Remember, the first phase of the elections will take place on 6th of November, and BJP and Lok Janshakti Party Chief Chirag Paswan are engaged in extensive talks. Our colleague is joining. Prakash is now joining us live for more details. Prakash, what do we make of this, the fact that Chirag Paswan is going to meet LJP Parliamentary Board in Delhi today? Does that mean that there is now a consensus as far as seat sharing is concerned? Prakash, can you hear me? All right, we'll try to connect with our reporter there. So what is happening at this moment is the key meetings that are taking place. Remember, ahead of the polls, the first phase, of course, is on 6th of November. So just few days left, and both Mahagathbandhan and the NDA are trying their best to finalize the seat sharing. And in fact, we understand from our sources that NDA has reached a consensus on most of the seats, and it is likely that an announcement to that effect is likely to take place by today evening. All right, Kajal, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Kajal, क्या जानकारी मिल पा रही है अभी आपको? चिराग पासवान जो है वो अपने पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड की मीटिंग जो है उसमें हिस्सा लेंगे. क्या मतलब निकाल सकते हैं हम इसका? क्या सीट शेयरिंग पर कोई फाइनल एक अरेंजमेंट या अग्रीमेंट हो पाया है?
जी बिल्कुल, अगर हम एनडीए ग्रुप की बात करें तो साफ तौर पर लोगों का कहना यही है कि जो सीट शेयरिंग का फार्मूला है वो तय हो चुका है बीजेपी में, एनडीए ग्रुप में. लेकिन इससे पहले देखना ये होगा कि जो जेपी नड्डा जी के आवास पर जो बैठक चल रही है उससे पहले जो चिराग पासवान है वो भी 11 बजे बैठक करेंगे अपने नेताओं के साथ. जो कोर कमेटी के लोग हैं उनके साथ बैठक करेंगे, और ऐसे में तस्वीरें कहीं ना कहीं साफ होती हुई नजर आएंगी. लेकिन एनडीए ग्रुप की अगर हम बात करें तो जो बिहार गुट के नेता हैं वो सभी दिल्ली में पहुंचे हुए हैं और बैठक चल रही है, और शाम तक ये तस्वीरें कहीं ना कहीं सीट शेयरिंग को लेकर जो फॉर्मूला है वो तय हो जाएगा. और ऐसे में देखना ये होगा कि आखिर जो सूत्रों की खबरें चल रही हैं कि किसको कितनी सीटें मिली हैं वो जाहिर तौर पर साफ हुई है या नहीं हुई है. अगर हम चिराग पासवान की बात करें तो कहीं ना कहीं नाराज़ नज़र आ रहे थे और लोगों ने उन्हें मनाने की भी कोशिश की। अगर बीजेपी के दिग्गज नेताओं की बात करें हम तो वो भी इनके आवास पर पहुंचे और मनाने का 2-3 दिन तक कहीं ना कहीं दौर चला। और ऐसे में अब ये कहा जा रहा है कि चिराग पासवान जो है 25 से 26 सीटों पर चुनाव लड़ेंगे। सूत्रों की ये खबर है, लेकिन आज जब पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड की बैठक होने जा रही है, जो LJPR का जो पार्टी ऑफिस है उसमें ये बैठक चलेगी और उसके बाद ये तस्वीरें कहीं ना कहीं साफ हो जाएंगी कि जो 26 सीटों की बात कही जा रही है वो सही है या अभी सूत्रों के हवाले से जो चल रहा है वो सही है या गलत है। तो ऐसे में कहीं ना कहीं आज शाम तक पूरी तरीके से जो बिहार चुनाव को लेकर जो सीट शेयरिंग का फॉर्मूला है वो साफ होता हुआ नजर आएगा और किसको कितनी सीटें मिली हैं, कौन कौन से उम्मीदवार होंगे, इन सभी पर आज चर्चा होनी है। और ऐसे में चाहे हम बिहार की बात करें और बिहार से लेकर दिल्ली तक सबकी नजरें सिर्फ एनडीए की बैठक पर है कि आज क्या कुछ तस्वीरें साफ होती हैं, किसको कितनी सीटें मिली हैं और कौन कौन से उम्मीदवार किस किस पार्टी से कहां से मैदान में उतरेंगे। तो आज तमाम चीजों पर कहीं
Kajal, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. Prakash is now also joining us. Prakash, what are the updates? Any update on what are your sources telling you? Because these meetings are currently underway. But what are your sources telling you? Has there been any idea about a consensus really reaching on majority of the seats?
You're talking of which party?
I'm talking about the NDA because there were reports that both BJP and will get about 101 seats and that there is a consensus as far as BJP's and JDU's seats are concerned, about 100 seats for both of these parties.
Well, that's what I've been saying repeatedly, that the NDA has almost sealed its alliance, and 100 and 101 seats respectively for BJP and JDU. BJP is contesting on 100, JDU on 101. Chirag Paswan's LJP likely to get 26. There are talks on 3 seats that are going on, 7 for Jitana Manjhi, 8 for Jitana Manjhi in fact, and 6 for Upendra Kushwaha. So, but Upendra Kushwaha has made a statement on tweet X that the alliance and the seat sharing process is on. It's a rumor that has been spread. So we'll try and get in a word from Upendra Kushwaha also very soon, because he's leaving for Delhi at 12:30 for the meeting. Most likely the announcement of the NDA will happen in Delhi itself. LJP President Chirag Paswan meeting his parliamentary board members. The meeting was supposed to be held at 11 a.m. this morning, and the main party, the BJP, is holding its meeting here in Delhi. The core committee of the BJP, the Bihar core committee, along with the senior BJP leaders, will be meeting JP Nadda and Amit Shah. The meeting is underway, and they will deliberate on all the seats which the BJP has got. Most of them are sitting seats. 80 odd MLAs are from the BJP. Some of them will be denied tickets. So they have to decide on basically 30-35 seats. So the process will take on, and based on the survey reports and other process, the systems that follows within the BJP, it's a whole group that does the exercise, and thereafter the shortlisted candidate's name will go to the CEC, in which Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, JP Nadda, Rajnath Singh will all be present, and then the final list will be out. As far as the JDU is concerned, JDU Working President Sanjay Jha has always also exercised on this, along with Lalan Singh, the Union Minister from the JDU, and they are deliberating on the seats they have to contest, and the alliance is almost settled, because the JDU seat share has gone to them, 101 seats, and the rest has to be divided between the BJP, Rashtriya Lok Morcha of Upendra Kushwaha, as well as Hindustani Awam Morcha, and that falls into the quota of BJP, and the BJP is making an exercise on that. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Prakash, for all those updates. So it seems that it's almost a done deal as far as, the NDA constituents are concerned. There is almost a unanimity among all the allies about seat sharing. So Bihar is abuzz with election fever as parties are gearing up for the assembly polls, and the NDA has almost finalized its seat sharing formula, while the RJD is busy wooing new allies. Both the BJP and the LJP are holding separate crucial meetings to finalize the seat sharing ahead of the polls. Here is a look at what are the new equations that have emerged. Take a look.
Bihar's assembly elections are around the corner and all parties have sounded the poll bulge. And the pre-poll switch game has begun. Just yesterday, former JDU MP Santosh Kushwaha, former JDU MLA Rahul Sharma and Chanakya Prakash and LJP's Akash Kushwaha have joined hands with the RJD. On the other hand, former Congress MP Ajay Nishad joined BJP along with his wife Rama Nishad. Meanwhile, the seat sharing formula is being finalized in NDA. Republic sources have confirmed that the India alliance, which was in conflict over seat sharing, has finally reached an agreement on seat sharing. Today in New Delhi, both BJP and LJP are holding separate crucial meetings to finalize the seat sharing ahead of Bihar polls. According to sources, the JDU will contest on 101 seats while the BJP will contest on 100 seats. Chirag Paswan's LJP will get 26 seats, Hindustani Awam Morcha and Rashtriya Lok Morcha will get 7 and 6 seats respectively. While talks are still ongoing for the remaining 3 seats, with seat sharing puzzle almost solved, the NDA is all set to unveil its candidates for the Bihar assembly elections. Meanwhile, RJD has proposed Pashupati Paras for Rashtriya Lok Janshakti Party to merge his party with RJD.
हम लोग का जो संगठन का है, अपने अपने क्षेत्र में लोग जाएंगे, काम करेंगे संगठन पर। जो हमारे कार्यकर्ता है, उस सबको भी निर्देश दिया जाएगा कि अपने अपने बूथ पर मजबूती के साथ इस बार की चुनाव जो है कि जो हमारे आदरणीय नेता प्रतिपक्ष का है, तेजस्वी यादव जी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाना हम लोग को ईमानदारी के तरह जैसे कार्यकर्ता जो झाड़ू बन करके काम करे क्षेत्र में, और लोग होता है कि किसी को टिकट नहीं मिला तो नाराजगी जताते हैं, लेकिन सरकार बनाइए, हर सूरत में सरकार बनना चाहिए.
Paras has called a party meeting today to make the decision. Coming few days could be big surprises in poll-bound state of Bihar, as Republic sources have confirmed that more and more big names and Bahubalis are likely to switch sides from both NDA and Mahagathbandhan. The battle for Patna is intensifying, with all parties working to win the voters.
And the big story, well, a dramatic escalation in the US-China trade war. US President Donald Trump delivers a stunning tariff threat, vowing to impose an additional 100% duty on all the Chinese imports. Now, this comes just hours after Beijing tightened export rules on critical rare earth minerals. Donald Trump also hints at skipping his scheduled meeting with Xi Jinping. With the markets now plying and the industry giants on the edge, this is a trade confrontation with global consequences. Take a look.
A fresh blow in US-China trade war. US President Donald Trump has announced a 100% additional tariff on all Chinese imports, escalating tensions between the world's two biggest economies. Trump, posting on Truth Social, accused Beijing of taking an extraordinarily aggressive stance on trade and vowed a strong response. The tariff over and above existing duties will kick in on 1st November. And that is not all. The US will also impose export controls on all critical software.
We have airplanes, we have airplane parts. You remember that from last time? And we were just surprised that China. I have a very good relationship with President Xi, and they did that. This is not something that I, instigated. This was just a response to something that they did. And they didn't really aim it at us. They aimed it at the whole world. The whole world is subject to it. So I thought it was very, very bad. But we have many things, including a big thing is airplane. They have a lot of Boeing planes and they need parts and lots of things like that, Steve.
Trump says the decision comes after reports that China plans to impose sweeping exports restrictions on nearly all its products, calling Beijing's move a moral disgrace. The sharp escalation threatens to upend global supply chains just weeks before the APEC summit. In another post, Trump even hinted at cancelling his meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping. He said, "I was to meet President Xi in 2 weeks at APEC in South Korea, but now there seems to be no reason to do so." Beijing, Trump claimed, has sent letters to nations across the world threatening export controls on rare earths and other critical materials.
I'm going to be there regardless, so I would assume we might have it. But, they hit the world with something that really is not anything that people are going to do. And it was shocking. I can tell you, Howard and I and Todd, we all, Scott, we were all speaking about it before. And we said, where did that come from? It was just, that was out of the blue, right? Out of the blue, they came up with this whole import-export concept, and nobody knew anything about it.
The tariff shocker has rattled global markets and set the stage for a high-stakes trade showdown between Washington and Beijing. With Trump hardening his stance and Xi yet to respond formally, the US-China trade war is now entering uncharted territory. This is the sharpest escalation yet in a trade war that has already shaken global markets. All eyes now on Beijing's next move.
जीरा मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे सतलुज की लहरों में सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है ये
He has been the master strategist for the biggest corporate giants in the company, from the Birla Group to the Tata Group. In a rare and exclusive conversation, Ryan Kranjwala, the managing director of Kranjwala and Company, reflects on 4 decades in law, speaks on power and politics and what it takes to be in the cutthroat world of litigation. Watch only on the legal side of things this weekend on Republic TV.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produce already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client?
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's Deputy Chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे सतलुज की लहरों में सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी बदमाशी थी और आज भी वो गीदड़।
Viewers, live visuals coming in from Darul Uloom Deoband, where what we are given to understand that the Afghanistan Foreign Minister Muttaqi is arriving at the Darul Uloom Deoband, and as you can see, the anticipation and the excitement of people to meet him is only growing. These are the live visuals that we are bringing to you on the broadcast. The Taliban Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi is visiting Deoband, and this is a part of his India visit. Well, tomorrow he will be going to Agra, and these are several developments coming in. We continue to get these live visuals on the broadcast of Taliban Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi, who is visiting Deoband. Shortly, we will have him on the cameras. You can see the people are waiting for him to meet him, and he is also going to be addressing the people there. Foreign Minister Muttaqi is all set to visit the Darul Uloom, and this is as a part of the Taliban Foreign Minister India visit. Remember, he had held meetings yesterday. Very crucial meetings were held yesterday at the national capital, where the diplomatic ties between India and Afghanistan were, of course, strengthened. There were several talks which was made between External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and Afghan Foreign Minister Muttaqi, and several details had also flown in terms of India planning to reopen its embassy in Kabul, and the ties between the two nations in terms of one enemy of terror, that is Pakistan. The bond between Afghanistan and India was once again very well bolstered yesterday and today. It is Afghan Foreign Minister's visit to Deoband, Uttar Pradesh. My colleague Shambhavi is joining us to give us more details. Shambhavi, what is the situation there? What is the mood like? Because the Afghan Foreign Minister is soon to be arriving.
Well, yes, everybody seems to be very excited. We are inside the Nadu now, and you can see that he is just entering right now. There's a lot of people who've collected since 8:30, 9 a.m. in the morning, and they've been very eagerly waiting for him to arrive. They've been very eagerly because he's also set to talk to the senior clerics of the Deoband seminary, and he's also expected to address the students. And as he's already mentioned before, that this is a very significant religious center with historic ties to Afghanistan, and because since he's set to meet the senior Deobandi scholars after once the afternoon prayer has been offered, and also to address students. You can see a lot of zeal in the students. All of them, hundreds and hundreds of them, have collected there and is eagerly waiting for him to arrive. The securities have tightened, and they're beginning to prepare to welcome him.
As you rightly mentioned there, Shambhavi, about the security arrangements that have been made, we continue to show these live visuals to our viewers from Deoband, Uttar Pradesh, where the people are waiting to meet the Afghan Foreign Minister. Shambhavi, also give us details as to... Okay, viewers, it's time we shift our focus to more breaking news coming in on the broadcast. What we are given to understand that Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP Chief JP Nadda have left for the NDA meeting. This is a big development coming in. Home Minister Amit Shah and JP Nadda have left for the NDA meeting, as we also bring you these visuals from the national capital, a very crucial meeting of the NDA. And very important decisions are going to be taken in this meeting, given that several leaders have already arrived in the national capital, and it is Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP Chief JP Nadda. This is a very important meeting over the seat sharing in the Bihar elections. Remember, as we had given a scoop for our viewers earlier, it was 101 seats decided for the JDU and 100 seats for the BJP as far as the NDA seat sharing is concerned. And another meeting, a very crucial meeting in the national capital, with the fact that the 3 seats, the 3 constituencies are yet to be decided, and the seat sharing announcement is also going to be coming in officially very soon. So latest developments coming in, viewers. Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP Chief JP Nadda have left for the NDA meeting, and we stay with these visuals on the broadcast as we get you more details, given that it's a very crucial, important meeting because it's the battleground for Bihar that is quite heating up, and the seat sharing formula is to be officially discussed, and the 3 seats are still remains unresolved. My colleague Prakash is joining us live from Patna. Prakash, very important meeting in the national capital. As we understand, Home Minister Amit Shah has also left and JP Nada has also left for this particular meeting. Several leaders have arrived in the national capital as well. What are we expecting from this meeting, Prakash?
Well, in the meeting is the Central Parliamentary, the BJP core group. In the meeting, the BJP core group would be deliberating on the shortlisted candidates for the BJP constituencies, and it will be a long marathon meeting because most of the sitting MLAs would be repeated. And there are few MLAs who are being denied tickets, and the seats which the BJP had lost last time, or the seats where the BJP did not contest on last time, those seats would be deliberated, and the shortlisted candidate's name would go to the CEC, which is likely to meet tomorrow evening, in which Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Amit Shah and JP Nada would be present along with the Bihar core group. And thereafter, the first phase of selected candidates would be announced. And in the second meeting, the second phase of candidates for the BJP would be announced. And most likely today or tomorrow, the NDA alliance leaders would be holding a press conference which has stitched the seat share alliance. Now, here I am at Upendra Kushwaha's residence. In some moment from now, he would be leaving for Delhi. He has made a tweet that
Right, Prakash, go ahead. As you were speaking, give us information. What is exactly happening in Patna? All right, looks like we have lost that connection with my colleague Prakash from Patna, but we continue to give you these live visuals with viewers, as it's a very, very important meeting, a key huddle marathon of meetings that are going to be happening with the finalization of the candidates and the three constituencies, the seats share to be decided, and we will be then getting in the official list of the candidates by 13th, that is day after tomorrow. Very likely the first list of candidates from the NDA will be revealed. Most of the leaders have arrived. Several leaders from Bihar have also arrived in the national capital. This is a very crucial meeting which is all set to begin. Seat sharing on the agenda, viewers. Seat sharing as well as the decision on the final candidates is going to be taken during this meeting. Let me go across to my colleague Prakash, who's joining us from Patna. We stay with these visuals, viewers. We will soon go across to my colleague Prakash. For now, we are staying on these updates, given that the battleground Bihar is heating up with Home Minister Amit Shah and JP Nada reaching for the NDA meeting along with the other leaders in order to fix the final list of candidates as well as the three seats that are needed to be decided. Moving on, viewers, former election strategist and Jan Surat chief Prashant Kishore to visit Raghupur and kickstart his campaign. Remember, Raghupur is the RJD leader and the Bihar leader of opposition, Tejasvi Yadav's constituency. Now, speaking exclusively to Republic TV, Prashant Kishore hinted on contesting against Bihar leader of opposition. Listen in.
जन्मभूमि तो हो गया करघर से रितेश पांडे, अब कर्मभूमि बचा है राघोपुर।
अब राघोपुर में जो जनसुराज का परिवार है उनके साथ मैं 11 तारीख को बैठूंगा और सब लोग मिलकर वहीं
चुनाव लड़ेंगे या नहीं?
भाई आपको बता दिया कि राघोपुर में जो जनसुराज के साथी हैं उनके साथ बैठेंगे। अगर वो लोग मिलकर तय करते हैं कि मुझे ही लड़ना है तो मैं लड़ूंगा, अगर वो तय करते नहीं कोई दूसरा लड़ेगा तो दूसरा लड़ेगा।
यानी तेजस्वी यादव के खिलाफ इसी लड़ रहे हैं कि एक विकल्प के तौर पर प्रशांत किशोर खड़ा होना चाह रहे हैं।
तेजस्वी यादव की इतनी नहीं ताकत है कि हमको विकल्प के तौर पर खड़ा होने के लिए तेजस्वी यादव के खिलाफ लड़ने की जरूरत नहीं। हम तो अभी तक चुनाव नहीं लड़े हैं, तो क्या जनसुराज को विकल्प के तौर पर नहीं देखा जा रहा है?
चेहरे के तौर पर क्या प्रशांत किशोर आगे कर रहे हैं अपने?
हमको जरूरत नहीं भैया, अभी तो आप लोग कह रहे हैं कि हमारा ही चेहरा दिख रहा है। अगर हम
सीएम कैंडिडेट के तौर पर
बिल्कुल नहीं। किसने कहा है? जनसुराज कोई लालू जी के या किसी व्यक्ति के किसी परिवार की पार्टी नहीं है। आज जो 51 की सूची जारी हुई है उसमें कम से कम 5 ऐसे लोग हैं जो बिहार में सीएम अगर बन जाएं तो अभी तक के जितने सीएम बने उससे बेहतर सीएम बनेंगे। प्रशांत, लोगों ने कहा भाई और दूसरा कौन है, उसमें 5 लोग तो आज के 51 की सूची में ऐसे लोग हैं।
प्रशांत किशोर की बात कर रहा हूं।
सुनिए ना, जो जन स्वराज की जो लोग व्यवस्था
तो सक्षम है ना,
जन स्वराज की जो व्यवस्था बना रहे हैं, उन लोगों के पास वो समझ है कि वो अपना नेतृत्व समय आने पर चुन लेंगे। जैसे उन्होंने अपना दल का नेतृत्व चुना, जैसे उन्होंने दल बनाया, जैसे उन्होंने अपने प्रत्याशियों को चुना, वैसे वो नेता भी चुन लेंगे। और जब वो चुनेंगे तो उसमें एक ही विजन है, एक ही लक्ष्य है, बिहार का सुधार।
तेजस्वी यादव ने कहा है कि अधिनियम बनाएंगे, 20 महीने में हम करोड़ों नौकरी।
चलिए अधिनियम पहले लिख के उसका
वो कह रहे हैं फिजिबल है।
चलिए फिजिबल है तो उसका ड्राफ्ट जारी कर दें और आप लोग उसको एनालाइज कर लीजिए। साथ में पूछ लीजिएगा कि 78 साल में बिहार में अगर 26 लाख लोगों को नौकरी मिली, जिसमें 18 साल तेजस्वी यादव और उनके माँ बाप की भी सरकार थी, तो अगले 18 साल में जो काम नहीं कर पाए, कह रहे हैं कि 18 महीना में कर देंगे। बिहार की जनता इतनी मूर्ख नहीं है, काठ की हांडी बार बार नहीं चढ़ाई जाती है। तेजस्वी यादव की कहानी खत्म है, यहाँ पर जनसुराज और एनडीए की लड़ाई है।
Moving on, viewers, breaking news coming in. Latest situation of the TLP protest in Shadra, Lahore. The TLP chief Saad Rizvi alleges that at least 11 workers of the TLP were killed by the Punjab police in Lahore. Rizvi claims that more than 24 party workers injured by shelling during these clashes. These are the latest updates coming in from Lahore, where the Pakistan government has lost control, and there is the protest taking place in Lahore, and we are giving these exclusive visuals only on Republic. The latest situation of the TLP protest in Shadra, Lahore, where the chief Saad Rizvi has alleged that at least 11 workers of the TLP were killed by the Punjab police in Lahore, and he's also claimed that more than 24 party workers have been injured by the shelling during the clashes. My colleague Gursimran is joining us live on the broadcast for more details. Gursimran, help us with the latest that's coming in, because we are getting our viewers these exclusive visuals from yesterday and today as well, in terms of these clashes that broke out in Lahore, and the Pakistan government completely out of control. What do we have today?
See, the only region of Pakistan that was left without violence, that was Punjab, and now in Lahore we are witnessing Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan has held the entire country in a hostage-like situation. This is not for the first time that Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan has put the Pakistani government on the knees, but now the statement that has come from Saad Rizvi, the founder, the second founder, the chief of Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan, clearly says that 11 of their workers have been killed by the Pakistani government in the firing that has taken place. Because yesterday we have seen how the Pakistani government and the security forces, on the orders of the Pakistani administration in Punjab, that is also led by the PMLN, they opened the fire at the protesters, in which many were injured, and out of which 11 have lost their life, over 20 has been injured, as per the statement that has come from the Saad Rizvi. Saad Rizvi has also threatened to intensify these protests against the Pakistani government, because what they are saying, that Pakistani government is now working on the behest of the United States. What they are demanding, that they will be doing the gherav of the US Embassy in Islamabad to protest against the Gaza killings, while Pakistani government says that this is just for a political mileage. But if we go back, date back to the history of Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan, they have held Pakistan hostage in 2017, in 2020, 2021, before they were banned for a couple of months, and then their ban was revoked and Saad Rizvi was released. So they have a past history of taking Pakistan to hostage-like situation. And today also, if we speak of the situation in Islamabad, in Faisalabad, if we speak of the situation in Lahore, it is almost the same. Internet clampdown is there, the roads have been blocked, all the key installations, they have been closed with the immediate effect. School, colleges, all institutions have also been closed, because Pakistani government knows the intent of the Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan and the intensity of their protest in the past, when they held the country at siege for almost couple of weeks in 2020, 2017.
That's right, Gursimran. And what are we expecting next, given this protest massively has broke out against the Pakistan government? What do we expect coming in from the government in Pakistan? What is Shehbaz Sharif saying on this?
See, if you speak of the situation presently, it is completely a standoff that is prevailing between the Pakistan government, be it the Shahbaz Sharif government or the Maryam Sharif government in Punjab. There are no talks that are being held, at least for now, with Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan. But we have seen that whenever Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan has hit the streets of Pakistan, only talks have been the solution. Reason being that they have denied to actually coming under any pressure by the establishment of Pakistan. It is also said that they have the backing of Pakistani army, and they have been used time and again for the political the maneuvers of the Pakistani army that they want to do. But when it comes to the present situation, there is a standoff-like situation. It's been 2 days already, because what the Pakistani ministers are saying, as per the local Pakistani media, they are saying that at the time when the Gaza is celebrating the peace deal that has taken place with the intervention of the US president, now there was no need to hold such protests, but the Tehreek-e-Labbaik Pakistan is saying that they want to get out the US embassy to send a strict anti-Israel message from the people of Pakistan.
All right, Goswami, appreciate you joining us on that story and giving details. We will be tracking the updates that come in, but for now we shift our focus as viewers. Some more breaking news is coming in. An Indigo flight from Madurai, Chennai caused chaos today morning after it landed with a broken window. Well, all the 76 passengers on the flight that arrived in Chennai early this morning were safely disembarked. An Indigo flight has landed with a broken window in Chennai. There were 76 passengers on board. They were disembarked safely, is what we are given to understand. There was a chaos in the Chennai-bound Indigo flight. Another day, another issue with the airlines and the aircrafts that we are constantly reporting. And this time it's an Indigo flight from Madurai to Chennai, which caused chaos today morning after it landed with a broken window. Very, very surprising information coming in. A broken window was seen. My colleague Sharda joins us live for more details. Sharda, help us understand what exactly is the situation at the moment in terms of the investigation by Indigo and the statement, if at all, given that a broken window is what was seen in a flight which was, coming in from Madurai to Chennai.
Well, the flight was leaving early from Madurai today morning and was to reach Chennai at 9:30 a.m. and following which the pilot had seen a cracked windshield, but he did not expect it to immediately break while the flight was on air, and following which while the flight had took off from Madurai at 7:30 a.m. it reached Chennai on time and all the passengers disembarked safely. However, the windshield at the end before landing broke, and after landing the technicians are now looking at the flight's windshield to make sure that the glass is replaced immediately, and the Indigo is now having its technicians replace the particular flight's window. However, the passengers who have embarked the flight have mentioned that there has been no danger for them.
Right. Moving on, more breaking news coming in, viewers, on the broadcast. Back-to-back breaking updates. We are getting in visuals of the Afghan foreign minister's visit to the Darul Uloom in Deoband, and security measures have been put in place. These are live visuals coming in first on Republic exclusively of Foreign Minister Muttaqi's visit to Darul Uloom. Security heightened, put in place, and several people have gathered already to meet him and be a part of his address. In fact, the preparations are in full swing for the upcoming visit of the Afghanistan's Foreign Minister Muttaqi at Darul Uloom Deoband in Uttar Pradesh. As you can see from the visuals, the preparations are on. Shambhavi is joining me to give us details. Shambhavi, what are the preparations looking like, and how soon are we expecting the Foreign Minister Muttaqi to visit Darul Uloom?
Well, the visuals that you're actually seeing right now, that is Taliban Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi entering the premises of Darul Uloom Deoband. You can see there's a total chaos here trying to manage everything. There's hundreds and hundreds of people elected here because this marks the very first visit by senior Taliban leader to this Islamic seminary since the group's return to power in Afghanistan in 2021. You can very clearly see there's so much security here. Senior officials, you can see there's also chaos as people are starting to run around. People are starting to just to get one glimpse of him. And you can see that Muttaqi is currently just entering. You see people running around trying to find a place where they're not being shoved away by the police, trying to clear away. And Darul Uloom Deoband is not just a seminary. It is very important to understand it is the birthplace of Deobandi school of thought, which has deeply influenced Islamic learning across South Asia, including Afghanistan, and that is what even the FM himself, Muttaqi himself, has mentioned, that this is a very important religious center for everybody, because their students from Afghanistan, they come here not just for the studies of science and engineering, but also for religious studies. You can see the anticipation, you can see how these people are running around, trying to get a glimpse of him. The Taliban leader often draws ideological roots from this very institution, making today's visit as much about religious symbolism as it is about diplomatic outreach. You can also see the tight security arrangements here, the multiple police units deployed around the seminary. There's restricted media access, and there's also senior local officers who are constantly monitoring the movement. If you look closely, after he's arrived here, he's also expected to meet senior scholars after the afternoon prayers, followed by a short address to students here inside the seminary complex, inside the library here. And this visit comes at a time when Taliban trying to build a direct engagement with India. And let me also show you, just take one look around and see the number of people is selected, the students excited for the talks that Muttaqi is going to have with him after the prayers, afternoon prayers are being offered. After that, when he is going to talk to the senior clerics, the senior people from the seminary itself, he is also expected to address the students. You can see the excitement, you can see the tight security here. That's it.
Right, we were Shambhavi bringing us the details from the ground as we stay on these live pictures coming in from Deoband in Uttar Pradesh, and this is our live coverage from the ground as the Afghan foreign minister has arrived at Deoband, and the people have joined in large numbers, as well as the members of Darul Uloom, and the children and the students all have come together, with the security also heightened. And all eyes are going to be on the address of the Afghan minister as well, which is going to be taking place at 3 p.m. at the public function. And there are several arrangements have been made accordingly. But although, as reported by my colleague, that a bit of chaos has also set in as he had arrived, with people running from one end to the other to just find a spot and see him. Although, what we are given to understand that many arrangements in terms of the preparations of the event for his address as well as the security has been put in place. Viewers, first he will be taking the Diksha, he will be getting some Talim as well, and then he will take the Hadith, after which he will be shown around the Darul Uloom Deoband after he arrived, and around 3 he will be addressing the public there. Let me go across to Shambhavi once again. Shambhavi, what is the itinerary and schedule looking like, as we know that he's already arrived, and there are several events that have been planned before he addresses the public at 3 p.m.
He's to receive the guard of honor. He's going to offer the afternoon prayers. He's to meet the senior clerics of the seminary, and then after the prayer, after his conversation and the meeting with the senior cleric here, he will be addressing the students here in the library itself. Let me show you the sense of curiosity here. The students and locals are lining up near these buildings, near this entire arrangement which has been made. It is getting difficult for the police, the security here to control the crowd, because this is getting out of hand. You can see the people running from so far from the gates of the seminary towards this main building. This arrangement has been made outside the library area of the seminary. where they have been actually the preparations have been made for a press conference, and after the prayers, he sets to meet the senior officials, and you can see how many. There's hundreds and hundreds of people lined up with curiosity just to get a glimpse of Mustaqi. Now, this is a very high security, high symbolism moment unfolding right now in Deoband as Taliban Foreign Minister Amir Khan Mustaqi steps into the same seminary that has for decades shaped religious thought across the region for them.
Right, Shambhavi, stay on with us as we quickly take a short commercial break. Viewers, stay tuned. We are going to be coming right back. We stay with these visuals.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
Bliss weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And, you know, Senator Durbin, I find it very interesting that you refused repeated Republican requests to release the Epstein flight logs in 2023 and 2024. You fought that. Did you take money from Reid Hoffman, campaign donations?
Never.
Live visuals coming in. Let me go across to my colleague Shambhavi. Shambhavi, very, very significant visit by the Afghan foreign minister, and we are constantly live on the coverage. Help us with the details as we can see that there is somewhat like a chaos at the Darul Uloom.
Right. We'll show you around. There's thousands of people who've collected here for this very awaited visit, and it is getting difficult for the police with time to actually control the crowd. You can also see, if you can see in the visuals, that this is where he's set to receive the guard of honor, and then inside he's going to offer the afternoon prayers for the day, and then he will meet the senior clerics, the senior scholars. After that, you see a lot of students, a lot of kids here. He's set to address the students here, and he's been talking about the importance of this seminary for the religious, from a religious point of view for the Muslims here. And he has also spoken about how this seminary in itself is very important, because students from Afghanistan, they come here for religious studies, and you can see the chaos, you can see the curiosity in the students. They're lining up around the building. All of them, they have their camera phones on just to get a glimpse of just to get a glimpse of Muttaqi. And well, let me show you. This feels like it is getting out of control. Let me show you. There's people running from the gate towards the center. This is a building. This is a library where he's set to speak to the students here after his afternoon prayer. And you can see the number of students who have collected here, clearly are waiting for Muttaqi to address them, to speak to them. And talking about Deoband, this has been the very birthplace of the Deobandi traditional school of thought, which has affected a lot of Islamic movements in countries like Afghanistan and Pakistan. And you can see this is the chaos. Let me show you around the chaos in the anticipation of the arrival. See, they're trying to create a barricade, a human barricade, by creating a human chain holding hands. And he's set to arrive from this path itself. And right side, on the right side of it, the flags that you see, that is the set for the guard of honor that he's set to receive before the afternoon prayers. See, look at the chaos, look at the excitement, look at the curiosity of the students, very eagerly trying to create a human chain, a human barricade for him to arrive and to reach the library. See, this is the car which is passing from this way. This is the entry of the seminary in Deoband, and this path goes to inside the library, where the press conference, where the address to the students is set to happen. And this is, you'll see very less police officers here and more locals here who are actively acting as a human barricade in trying to make sure that the entire officials pass through this without any problem. And also the tight security that was here previously, they are more like collected towards the area where he'll be awarded, the guard will be given the guard of honor. Multiple police units deployed and very senior local officers who are constantly monitoring the movement, but things look like it is getting out of hand because they've been outnumbered now. And also you see the police, the senior police officials have started to arrive, followed by the entire cars. And let me see, they've started climbing on every possible surface here just to get a glimpse of Muttaqi. And a lot of people, men ranging from 5-year-old to 60-year-old, you'll see kids who are very eagerly waiting with curiosity in their eyes to get a glimpse of Muttaqi, they're waiting very eagerly for him to address him. And a lot of seniors here as well, as Muttaqi is also said to meet the senior scholars, the senior clerics here. He's been mentioning time and again about the importance of this seminary, as this is the birthplace of the Deobandi traditional school of thought, which has a huge impact on the Islam movements which has happened in Pakistan and Afghanistan. So this becomes a very critical religious center for Muttaqi to visit here. And let me show you once again. See, there's a lot happening here around. When you look around, there's people with their cell phones, with their mobile phones, trying to record this entire movement. See, he has now entered the library and he will start with the meeting with the scholars. It is yet to be clear that will he meet the scholars after the afternoon prayer or before the afternoon prayer. And after that, all these students have been eagerly waiting since 8:39 a.m. in the morning. He'll be speaking to all of them. Back to you.
Viewers, that's Shambhavi giving us details from the ground from Deoband, the Darul Uloom, where we have just gotten those first visuals of the Afghan foreign minister entering the Darul Uloom area, and he is all set to be a part of the afternoon prayers, and then followed by his meeting with the prominent Islamic scholars, and then his address that will be happening at around 3 p.m. Shambhavi, we also know that this is a very, very significant visit, because it's the first visit by a senior Taliban leader to Darul Uloom Deoband since the regime change in Afghanistan.
Right, this is the first ever high-profile visit by a Taliban leader here in Darul Uloom Deoband, and Deoband has been said as I've been explaining to you, Deoband has been said as the birthplace of the Deobandi school of thought, which has motivated, has impacted the South Asian Muslim movement across the countries here. So this becomes a very, very crucial point, not just from the diplomatic point of view, but from the religion point of view as well. And him coming here, you can see the excitement, you can see the curiosity in the people, you can see the pure total chaos that this seminary has fallen into, because earlier there was a very tight police security, but I think they have been outnumbered, and there were barricades so that nobody could actually come out and disrupt this proper procedure. But now you can see that there is no barricades, everybody is everywhere practically, and they are eagerly finding any spot to actually stand, or any risen platform to stand on, to get a view, to get just a glimpse of Muttaqi. You see there's hundreds of them, students ranging from 5-year-old to 60-year-old men, eagerly waiting for Muttaqi to address them.
Well, Shambhavi is constantly bringing us those live updates from the ground, as the Taliban Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi has arrived at the Darul Uloom Deoband, and he is going to be holding several meetings with the Indian scholars and business leaders after the afternoon prayers, and a huge gathering can also be seen from these visuals. Shambhavi, we also know that there was a major reset when it comes to the relations on the bilateral ties, as between India and Afghanistan, as he had visited New Delhi yesterday as well. There was a joint statement which was also made by both the nations. So basically the ties between India and Afghanistan are said to be bolstering, and it is very, very significant.
You're absolutely right. Yesterday he met the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, and there were a lot of talks with the bilateral ties, with the trade, and although India has not accepted the Taliban regime, there has been cautious diplomatic ties, humanitarian aid, and relations have been made in that way. And then Muttaqi coming here in this seminary makes a huge statement, not just in a diplomatic way, but also in a religion way, as he spoke about the importance of Devgarh and this seminary, especially about how this is very significant for a lot of countries across South Asia, has affected the school of thought, the birthplace of the Deogari school of thought, which has impacted the religious and even Taliban's ideological and religious ideologies. They've been drawn upon on the basis of this school of thought itself. So this becomes a very, very crucial, very, very important statement action, I would like to say, of him coming here, and then the response that he's getting from the entire community. As you can see, that thousands, people have collected in thousands to just get a glimpse of him. They're waiting eagerly since morning. We were also showing you the visuals earlier in the morning from outside the seminary about how people have collected since morning, eagerly waiting. Although Muttaqi himself left from Delhi at around 8:30 a.m. and he was supposed to arrive here around 11:30, 12 p.m. But these people were very eagerly waiting for him. And now you can see that things have gotten a little bit in control. The police has taken charge again, and this area which you just saw a few minutes ago, in fact a few seconds ago, which was completely filled with all these people. There was no order, there was just pure chaos. But now you can see that the police have gained a little control of the situation. They have collected this main center area where he will be given the guard of honor. They've been in the periphery. You can see hundreds and hundreds of people. They're standing with posters, they're standing with their mobile phones, waiting, very eagerly waiting for Muttaqi to come here and to be actually awarded the guard of honor right here. The situation seems to be a little in control, contrary to a few seconds ago where there was pure chaos. There were people running all around, standing on every possible raised surface, screaming and shouting. But now the security is under control. The police has taken charge. There was tightened security, but in the middle for some time they were outnumbered by all these people. But now things are in control, and the people have actually, there is a periphery created in the between. There's a complete space which has been cleared out for the guard of honor to be given. Muttaqi is inside currently. He'll come out any time soon. After that, he'll follow a proper procedure of offering the afternoon prayers. He'll meet the senior scholars and clerics, and then he's set to address the students here. Back to you.
That's right. Shambhavi, continue to be with us as we know that there is huge excitement for that address that will be made by the Taliban foreign minister. As you rightly mentioned, that he has arrived inside the campus, and soon he will be given the guard of honor. But Shambhavi, it is also an attempt by the Taliban to reorient its foreign ties, to reduce its dependence on Pakistan, and also explore new understanding with India. This is where, actually the significant visit comes as a very, very key factor as he is visiting the Darul Uloom in Deoband.
Right, the fact that after the UN sanction there was a special special visit permission which was given to him for him to come here. The fact that this happened itself is a huge thing, and this shows that they're taking a step towards the diplomatic ties, towards strengthening the diplomatic ties. And again, as I mentioned earlier, that India has not accepted the Taliban regime, but India has been involving in some cautious level of diplomacy, cautious level of diplomacy and humanitarian aid, and this is definitely a step towards strengthening the diplomatic ties and also showing that how a place in India, in the middle, in India, this Deoband, this seminary holds so much importance, holds so much significance in the terms of religious importance for Taliban, and him actually gracing this place is the first, as you very rightly mentioned, that this is the first time ever that a high-profile Taliban leader has visited this seminary, in spite of this being very, very significant for all the Islamic countries. We're talking about it again and again about the Deogari school of thought, which has influenced the religious studies, the ideological adaptations from all. You can see that, again, drawing your attention to this announcements being made, because the situation in the middle, it got a little scary when things got out of control. There's been announcements made by the police to please act. There's a decorum which needs to be followed. The Muttaqi is here. There has to be a decorum followed. Things cannot fall into total absolute chaos. And you see that they're making announcements. They're actually they're asking the people to please clear the place till 2:30 as per protocol. I'm going to tell them, they're saying that as per protocol, it is very important for God's sake to clear this area, because this was just absolute pure chaos here just few seconds ago. And now the senior police officials with the senior scholars and clerics of this seminary, they are asking the people to please leave this premises till 2:30, so that whatever, as per the protocol, whatever functions need to be held, how the itinerary which has been prepared can be followed easily, because it would get extremely difficult to be followed in this chaos where there was no order. In spite of such heightened security, senior police officials are present here, but now you can see that it's clearing out slowly after being asked again and again by the police and their own people and the seniors. There have been announcements made on speaker and mic. You can see it's clearing off. You can see people leaving the premises, and they're likely to return post 2:30 when most of the formalities, most of the function, most of the things which have been planned as per the itinerary is complete.
Right, viewers, we continue to stay with those visuals, and my colleague Shambhavi reporting from Deoband, where we are live on the coverage as Muttaqi is at Deoband and renewing the Islamic roots. Shambhavi, very symbolic visit to Deoband. It is thus more than just gesture of faith. It is rather a statement of independence. It is signaling that Taliban no longer views Pakistan as its only gateway to international legitimacy. We know that India and Afghanistan, the Taliban government, have together said that they have one terror enemy, that is Pakistan.
Right, this is a huge statement, and even the Afghanistan's foreign minister coming here in Delhi apart after the US sanction, after the restrictions on visiting or the travel on him, he had to take a special allowance for him to come here for this visit, this very elaborate visit. He has already spoken to the External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar yesterday, and ambulances were given as they've been talks between Afghanistan and India, not on very grand levels, but on some level of diplomacy, and where India has constantly offered humanitarian aid. So this comes as a huge, I think, a huge shocker for Pakistan as well, because I think Pakistan has been sidelined here, and him coming here to a place in India of religious importance, him reiterating again and again that how Deoband is of great significance, religious significance for the people, for how the students from Afghanistan, they come year after year here, not just for the traditional studies of science, engineering and other courses, but they come here to study their religion, to study their religious value, because this is the school of thought which has, which the people here, which the people in Afghanistan, even Pakistan for that matter, have drawn in their ideological and religious practice. This comes as a huge statement from Afghanistan of him entertaining, and he's not just coming here for a very short time. He'll be receiving the Guard of Honor. He will be speaking to the senior clerics elaborately about the education point of view, about the religion point of view, and about how this place ties India and Afghanistan together. And then he'll also address these very curious and excited set of students, hundreds of them who have collected here just to hear him talk. So this comes as a huge statement diplomatically. This comes as a huge statement, just not just him coming here and meeting. But we have to stop here for a very short break. We'll keep reporting from ground, and we'll keep showing you Muttaqi's visit to Darul Deoband.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे सतलज की लहरों में सतलज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है। और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलज में जो सैलाब आया है, ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये
years, education has faced a lot of challenges in Dharavi. Simply the reason is classrooms are too small and overcrowded. Hence, there are too many students for each teacher. Because of these jam-packed classes, the teachers are not able to focus, and hence every student does not get the required attention, which is a must for their proper learning. But there is always a hope. With better infrastructure, proper lighting, more teachers coming in, bigger classrooms, there is a ray of hope wherein the learning will become easy, the future will be bright, and every student will get better attention which is required for their proper growth.
मेरा नाम रफीक शेख है और मैं यहाँ पे इंदिरा नगर में रहता हूँ। इंदिरा नगर में रहता हूँ तो बच्चे लोग का सुविधा कुछ नहीं है और गंदगी एकदम ज़्यादा है। स्कूल में जो सुविधा मिलती है बच्चे लोग को वो नहीं मिल रही है, समझे? बच्चे लोग को जो सुविधा मिलना चाहिए वो सुविधा नहीं मिल रही है। बच्चे लोग को अच्छी पढ़ाई नहीं है, अच्छे ये टीचर सर कोई नहीं मिलते हैं, तो बच्चे लोग ऐसा भटकते रहते हैं, इधर उधर पढ़ते रहते हैं, कुछ भी नहीं मिलता उन लोग। धारावी में कोई अच्छी स्कूल रहेंगी तो बच्चे लोग अच्छे से पढ़ेंगे, बच्चे लोग की तरक्की होंगी। ये छोटे बच्चे लोग हैं, ये छोटे बच्चे लोग को टीचर बराबर नहीं है, सर बराबर नहीं है, तो धारावी में कोई स्कूल खोल लेंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा।
Now, change is slowly taking shape. The transformation of Dharavi is giving hope to families who have been waiting for it for long. Parents dream of sending their kids to a school where there is better light, better infrastructure, good number of teachers to pay proper attention to their kids. They dream of sending their kids to a place where there are libraries to read in, playgrounds to run in, where the education is not a struggle but a joy. The students also can think something beyond these narrow lanes. These steps may seem small, but that will ensure that more students will stay at school for long. It will also give parents a ray of hope that their children may get opportunities they never did. Education in Dharavi is not just about reading and writing. It is way more than that. It is first of all breaking the shackles of poverty and building a better future.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Bliss. It dances on your skin like first rain. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर्नब मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And, you know, Senator Durbin, I find it very interesting that you refused repeated Republican requests to release the Epstein flight logs in 2023 and 2024. You fought that. Did you take money from Reid Hoffman, campaign donations,
Never
who was a
heard.
huge Epstein friend? Why did you fight for years? Why did you fight to not disclose the flight logs, Senator Durbin?
I can tell you I did not refuse. One of the senators here wished to produce those logs, and I asked her to put it in writing, and she never did.
Yeah, I think Senator Blackburn would quarrel with you on that. But
I
that's
will
up to the
quarrel
two
with
of you.
you as to read somebody that you mentioned I never heard of.
Reid Hoffman.
So who gave the order to flag records related to President Trump?
This week on Get Me Right, Pakistan proves yet again that it cannot be trusted. This time, it stabs its all-weather friend China as it courts Trump with a strategic port right next to Gwadar. Then we take a look at the rise in gold prices. Is it about an asset bubble or more likely investors hedging their bets against Trump's unpredictability? And finally, the Thalapathy phenomenon of Tamil Nadu politics. Why every political party is out to woo Vijay and his TVK despite the Karur tragedy. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV. This week on Get Me Right, Pakistan proves yet again that it cannot be trusted. This time, it stabs its all-weather friend China as it courts Trump with a strategic port right next to Gwadar. Then we take a look at the rise in gold prices. Is it about an asset bubble or more likely investors hedging their bets against Trump's unpredictability? And finally, the Thalapathy phenomenon of Tamil Nadu politics. Why every political party is out to woo Vijay and his TVK despite the Karur tragedy. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
very warm welcome, viewers, to the latest edition of Forces First, and I am Rakta Mishra with you. Without wasting any time, we'll start with the top story this week. The biggest story is the reset of India and Afghanistan ties, viewers. We are going to decode for you India's game plan for Kabul, how India is checkmating Pakistan, viewers. India and Afghanistan have taken this major step in strengthening their bilateral ties with the visit of the acting Taliban Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi to New Delhi. And during the talks with the External Affairs Minister of India, Dr. S. Jaishankar, both the sides have reaffirmed their commitment to combat cross-border terrorism. And this after Jaishankar pointed out that both the nations face similar terror threats. It's a very important statement. In fact, a clear message was sent to Pakistan, as Afghanistan was described as a contiguous neighbor in the joint statement, viewers. In fact, we'll show you why. Why is it important when India says that Afghanistan and India share a contiguous boundary? See, this is, viewers, a 106-kilometer long boundary that we are showing you. And this is Jammu and Kashmir. This is illegally occupied. This part is illegally occupied by Pakistan, and that is why we see that this is the Afghan border and the Durand line. There's a whole history to it, and there has been a lot of conflicts, viewers. It's if we go on and describe you and explain to you, this is the Afghan border, 106-kilometer long, viewers. And if we move forward, we tell you about how India is actually sending out a strong message. Can we please move forward with the graphics and with the bulletin here? Viewers, we are talking about the Durand line, we are talking about the 106-kilometer long border, and also how India is asserting that it is important for Pakistan and China too, because China is also been having this the interest in this part as well. Just take a listen in first to what Jaishankar exactly said.
Excellency, we have a common commitment towards growth and prosperity. However, these are endangered by the shared threat of cross-border terrorism that both our nations face. We must coordinate efforts to combat terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. We appreciate your sensitivity towards India's security concerns. Your solidarity with us in the aftermath of the Pahalgam terrorist attack was noteworthy.
During the American occupation, there was many ups and downs that happened. However, throughout this time, we never gave a statement against India. Rather, we always sought good relations with India. We will not allow any group to threaten anyone else or use the territory of Afghanistan against others.
So why is this that this reset of ties may spell trouble for Pakistan, viewers? Islamabad has long leveraged its ties with the Taliban to project influence over Afghanistan, using it as a buffer against India and as a staging ground for terror groups. The Taliban's public commitment to prevent Afghan territory from being misused against India directly undermines Pakistan's ability to execute its proxy strategy, viewers. Now we'll just put that out in graphics. India's growing diplomatic coordination with Kabul significantly chokes the networks that have historically targeted Indian interests. Not just that, the reset strengthens India's position against the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, the CPEC, by securing Afghanistan as a friendly partner. India's access to Central Asian resources via Afghanistan undercuts China's Belt and Road ambitions through the Wakhan Corridor, while the anti-terror pact aligns with Quad goals, isolating Pakistan geopolitically. And the Wakhan Corridor, viewers, was something that we just showed you. We'll play out that map once again as we connect with our defense expert, Colonel Rajiv Bagga, who is joining us on Forces First today. And Colonel Bagga, can you hear me? All right. A very good morning to you, Colonel Bagga, and thank you so much for joining us once again on Republic TV, sir. This is a very important move that we are witnessing. What happened in New Delhi yesterday? Kabul warning Pakistan from Indian soil and saying that, they have a common threat. The terror threat is common. And also, External Affairs Minister saying that India and Afghanistan are neighbors. Something that back in 2019, if you remember, Home Minister Amit Shah had also mentioned in the parliament that Afghanistan is a neighbor and we have a 106-kilometer long border. And of course, that POK is something that is an illegal occupation by Pakistan.
Good morning, Rakshita, and thanks, Adam, for inviting me on your platform. Well, I first of all congratulate the great diplomacy policy of our country. We have really gone through this bridge in a very dynamic manner. We all are aware what exactly has happened in past couple of days and months also. And since the delegation is in New Delhi, of course, Deoband today, and the foreign minister of Taliban and our foreign minister, they have met each other. They have expressed their concern about the regional security, and certainly India is concerned about the strategic and the security within the region. I give you this particular thing in three parts. The part one is a little background. The background is that do you think that what exactly has happened? The Pakis have gone inside and bombarded the Kabul and all. They're daring. Have they forgotten what exactly the Afghanis have done to Russians? And the US very rightly brought out by Mr. Amir that you should not forget because our 7 generations are going to change. It is basically designed by the US deep state. That I'm convinced rather. It is not exactly we have to just presume that when President Biden was here, they brought their entire forces out, and because they thought that the Russians are their prime enemy, not the China, and engaged them into the war, right? Which is on you all are aware. And suddenly now, the President Trump, he's saying, I want a base in Afghanistan background, and which was actually created by the Soviets, right? Now, why? Why US is so keen? Because he has realized that he is losing the grip in this area. And that's the reason they have brought up a law called Pakistan. And of course, the team members, Mullah Munir and their butler prime minister, who is running post to pillar, and he must have told them to go and bombard, right? And basically to create and give a hawala of we are having a border dispute and we don't want this kind of activities within our country. I'm talking of Pakistan. Oh, वैसे भी they are on a downfall. I'm convinced about that. Why India is so, I mean, my analysis, the first thing is we as India are definitely not going to tolerate any kind of encircling our country in the form that we don't want anybody to come in Afghanistan and start breeding militancy and which are going to they use against us. That is one concern, right? Second thing is, since we are also looking forward for a kind of a bridge towards Central Asia for our trade, the land route is already blocked by the Pakistani for us.
Right.
And Afghanistan is the one place, okay? And I'm talking about the Fort Chabar if we have to use. That is second major advantage we have. It's a master stroke, actually. Right. And the third thing is, in any case, like if we move there, we are creating a kind of a Tariffs. And we have got a geopolitical competitors also, like a China, Pakistan, ko to main samajhta. He is totally like wherever you send him, they will raise his tail and wahan pe pahunch jayenge. Okay. But as far we are concerned, we have got our certain agendas, and we have already invested almost $3 billion there on infrastructure. We want some friendly agency to look after that.
Yes.
And luckily, Talibanis, they have come more closer to India this time.
Right, sir.
Right? This thing is not digested by the US, and he wants to come to the backyard of Russia and China, trying to create a base out there. Okay? So imagine, it's not a Pakistan, it is the Western country, that's US, sitting friend President Donald Trump, who is thinking to have a hold in this region, which I think is not going to really, going to get successful this time. Okay? But at the same time, the last part which I'm going to cover out, that is, we need to be cautious on certain things. Taliban is not monolith. You need to understand. There is some type of Haqqani elements are still existing. We need to have a strategic vigilance. That the past you know very well. And at the same time, if we want to have some type of a sound trade relation, we need to really see the banking viability. At present, they don't have that kind. Okay? But overall, I personally feel that it is a great move.
Yes, sir.
India has taken the advantage, and we are going to really boost our regional.
Yes, Colonel Bagga, absolutely. Of course, it's very, very important that India makes the right moves there, and we do understand that there's a lot of Pakistan to worry for now. Thank you so much, Colonel Bagga, joining us. Viewers, meanwhile, we tell you more about, viewers, what the importance is now, what we are actually witnessing happening between India and Afghanistan. India is resetting the ties. Pakistan is now staring down at a hemorrhaging western frontier, which seems to be slowly losing its grip there. And in the past week, viewers, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Balochistan, both have witnessed a sharp escalation in attacks targeting the Pakistani army on the 7th of October in Orakzai district of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. The Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan ambushing an intel-based operation, sparking intense clashes that killed 11 Pakistani soldiers, including 2 officers. And remember, viewers, this is the first time that Pakistan it's one of the rare occasions when Pakistan goes on to, in fact, admit the casualties. It hardly does. It prefers to, conceal. This time, of course, there was a message that it was trying to send out. Now, viewers, this incident was followed closely on the 8th of October in Balochistan, where the BLF, Baloch Liberation Front fighters, assaulted, temporarily captured a strategic Pakistani army post along with China-Pakistan Economic Corridor route, using small arms, grenades, resulting in 14 Pak soldiers being killed. In fact, this is what is unfolding in Lahore in the latest, viewer. The Tehreek-e-Labbaik, Pakistan, has intensified its protests against the army and the government. In Lahore, the Punjab administration is attempting to confine TLP workers, but reports describe direct firing, heavy shelling, and rising toll of the injured. Protesters allege that police even used acid during crackdowns. And amid this turmoil, Pakistan has likely lost the plot with Kabul. Muttaqi publicly cautioned, remember, Islamabad against using Afghan territory to pursue proxy agendas or target India, signaling that any such attempts would not be tolerated.
अफगानियों का हौसले नहीं आजमाया, उसको ज़्यादा छेड़ना अगर लोग करता है तो वो एक बार अंग्रेज से पूछे, फिर सोवियत यूनियन से पूछे, फिर अमेरिका से पूछे, फिर नाटो से पूछे, ताकि वो आपको थोड़ा समझाए कि भाई अफगानिस्तान के साथ ऐसा खेल करना ये अच्छा नहीं है.
All right, we have Ambassador Deepak Bora joining us on the broadcast. Very good morning to you, sir. Always a pleasure having you. And what's happening in Afghanistan, sir? I know you've been having a very, very close eye on that. Pakistan, sir, is just going to break down anytime soon, it seems, because it is literally gherraud from all sides. Barring Punjab, everything is now boiling down to Punjab, because from Sindh to Balochistan to KPK, Gilgit-Baltistan, and what we are witnessing now from Afghanistan also, there are threats and threats and threats galore. For Asim Munir, sir, how do you read into this?
Thank you very much, ma'am. As always, a great pleasure to be with you. And at this time, midday, yes, I've been following very carefully. There's a reason, because my father's family came from Ghazni in Afghanistan, so I'm half Pashtun. My mother's family was related to the Sikhs. There's a saying that my grandfather taught me. And when I heard the foreign minister speak, I was reminded of that. He said, "May God protect you from the venom of the cobra, from the teeth of the tiger, and the revenge of the Pathan." Now, what he is going to do, the foreign minister, he has said very clearly, he's hinted very clearly, don't mess with us. Ask the Americans, ask the British, ask the Soviets, ask anybody you want, ask NATO. They'll tell you that don't fight these guys because you cannot win. It doesn't matter. You know, there was a famous saying during the time that America was bombing Afghanistan, bombing the Taliban fellows. They said, the Taliban told the Americans, we know you have fancy watches, but we have the time. And they kept on hammering away, chipping away at those guys till finally America gave up and left. So what I'm seeing now, ma'am, Afghanistan, which Pakistan used to once consider its strategic depth, has now become its strategic death. Afghanistan was the only country that opposed the membership of Pakistan, admission of Pakistan to the United Nations. They cordially detest the Pakistanis, particularly the Pakistani Punjabi Musliman. And I say this with considerable satisfaction. But the Punjabi Pakistani Musliman, not only has he been bullying the Baloch, the Sindhis, the Pashtuns, and everybody else, the chaps in POK, but now that he has taken on the Afghans, the Pathan, they are not going to leave him. They used to say traditionally, the Pathans, that this Mortimer-Durand line, which is supposed to be the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan, is all rubbish. There was no border till 1947. Our border was with India, Afghanistan's border. Why did this rat Pakistan come in between? This is their feeling. And so they don't recognize this. They say our border is at the Sindhu, at the Indus River. So Pakistan is going to be in a lot of trouble. They have bombed Kabul, we all know that. They denied it subsequently, but the Afghans are really angry. I've spoken to friends, I have relatives in Ghazni. Some of them live overseas. They said, no, this is the end of the road for Pakistan as far as Afghanistan is concerned. And then, ma'am, when we are talking about the western frontier, you know that the Bagram Air Base that Chiri McDonald Trump so desperately wanted, the Bagram, it's not just for China, it's also for Iran. Pakistan is in trouble even with Iran, now with Afghanistan. Who's left? China? China is going to give him a tight slap that you got married to us and went off for your honeymoon with America. No, it doesn't work. Pakistan doesn't know what it wants. It's totally confused. This precedes a state collapse.
Right. Thank you so much, Ambassador Vora, for giving us an insight into this big story that we are closely tracking. Viewers, we quickly shift our focus to the other stories, viewers. Now, India has taken a major step in modernizing the tactical missile capabilities by signing a it's a deal with the United Kingdom for the acquisition of Martlet lightweight multi-role missiles. And we're going to tell you about this missile deal. It's finalized during British Prime Minister Keir Starmer's visit to India. The Martlet missile system is designed for extreme versatility. It can be deployed across air, land and sea platforms, from helicopters and light combat aircraft to naval vessels and mounted ground vehicles, providing forces with a precision-guided solution for a wide range of targets. Missile's lightweight design, as approximately 13 kilograms, makes it highly portable and adaptable for rapid deployment in tactical operations. Missile already has seen operational success with UK armed forces and has been deployed in recent conflict that includes Ukraine. Yes, Britain had supplied this to Ukraine for the war. Now, this acquisition could boost India's close combat and precision strike capabilities, particularly for helicopter-borne and maritime operations. And beyond the operational benefits, viewers, the deal also strengthens the defense tie between India and the UK. And we were talking about further boost to India and UK ties. We shift our focus to this naval exercise that has taken place, the waters. Shifting our focus now, India and the US taking their naval UK taking their naval partnership to the next level with exercise Konkan 2025, a high-tempo maritime drill unfolding off India's western seaboard. This year's edition, particularly significant, given both the nations have deployed their full carrier strike groups. That's a first. India's INS Vikrant and UK's HMS Prince of Wales operating together in a complex maritime environment. The exercise was conducted in two phases. The sea phase, which witnessed intricate anti-air, anti-surface and anti-submarine warfare drills, that was followed by the harbour phase, which focuses on key crew interactions, professional exchanges and cross-deck visits to deepen the naval camaraderie. And during the operations, the carrier-borne fighters from both the nations executed beyond visual range air combat and coordinated missions with maritime patrol aircraft and submarines, maintaining a high operational tempo and reflecting the capabilities and preparedness of both the navies in a complex multi-domain war scenarios. And strategically speaking, viewers, this comes at a time when both India and UK are reaffirming their shared vision for a free, open and rules-based Indo-Pacific. And viewers, now India is all set for another high-profile test in its strategic missile arsenal. And no time has been issued over the Bay of Bengal, signaling a likely missile trial between 15th and 17th of October. The notified test zone points to a maximum range of 3,550 kilometers. Unlike the Agni 5 ICBM test, which was conducted early in August, demonstrating the 5,000-kilometer reach, this mission is actually focused on validating precision, propulsion efficiency, and warhead delivery systems to further refine India's layered deterrence. Viewers, this is the no-fly zone, no-fly zone in the Bay of Bengal. Of course, it offers a wide range, and the length, of course, is there 3,550 kilometers in the Bay of Bengal. And the test site will be the Abdul Kalam Islands there near Odisha, and the start date will be 15th of October, and the end will be on the 17th of October, viewers. So this, of course, reaffirms India's layered deterrence architecture. Bay of Bengal serves as the preferred test corridor now, offering the wide uninhabited stretches for safe trials and minimal disruption to civilian and air-sea routes. Shifting focus quickly, viewers, to the other stories that we're tracking for you. It's a major boost for Atmanirbharta, and we shift our focus to the Saksham Air Defense. Indian Army has unveiled Saksham, a homegrown counter-unmanned aerial system grid that's set to outsmart and obliterate enemy drones in real time, standing for situational awareness for kinetic, soft and hard kill assets management. This is not just another gadget, it's a unified command backbone that fuses radar, sensors, both soft kill jammers with hard kill interceptors into one seamless recognized UAS unmanned, that is picture. And US picture. And Saksham leverages the secure army data network to blanket the expanded tactical battlefield space. That's up to 3,000 meters above air ground. The vital air littoral, where low-flying threats like those seen during Operation Sindoor lurked unchecked. From the LOC to LAC, this grid promised to rewrite the rules of modern warfare. And of course, this is important because this is going to be indigenously made, viewers. And the acquisition is being done as soon as possible by the Army. All right, viewers, now, it was Air Force Day celebrations this week, celebrating the 93rd Air Force Day. Air Chief Marshal A.P. Singh spoke on the importance of preparedness, innovative planning and rigorous training. He was speaking during the ceremony at the Hindon Air Base, lauding the service's rapid and compassionate response during Operation Sindhu that involved evacuating Indian citizens from conflict zones and delivering relief internationally. And more importantly about Operation Sindhu, he recalled how bold and precise airstrikes using indigenously developed weapons restored the role of offensive air power and demonstrated India's homegrown capabilities. Listen in.
During Op Sindhu, IAF sprang into action to evacuate Indian citizens from conflict-ridden zones, and furthermore, IAF responded to international crises in other countries, airlifting relief materials and personnel, for example, to Myanmar, Laos, Vietnam, and Kenya. The compassion, speed, and reliability with which Indian Air Force delivered hope, often under hazardous conditions, embodies the highest ideals of service before self. As we celebrate our triumphs and success, we must remain prepared for the future. Our planning must be innovative, practical, and adaptive. Our training must be based on the principle of train like we fight. Hence, it should continue to be honest, rigorous, and relevant to the emerging challenges. We must recognize that victory comes with effective teamwork. Our performance in Operation Sindoor fills us with professional pride. We proved to the world how air power can be effectively used in shaping military outcomes in just a few days. India's bold and precise attacks restored the rightful place of offensive air action in the national consciousness. Our robust air defense architecture and offensive employment of long-range surface-to-air missile systems limited the anniversary's freedom to operate and ensured safety of our vital assets.
And that's all we could pack in this edition of Forces First, viewers. We'll be right back with more. Thank you so much for watching, and Jai Hind.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
त्योहार की खुशियाँ होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's Deputy Chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे, सतलुज की लहरों में, सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है। और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है, ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी बदमाशी थी। और आज भी वो गीदड़ धमकियां लगाता है। 10 मई वो 2000।
He has been the master strategist for the biggest corporate giants in the company, from the Birla Group to the Tata Group. In a rare and exclusive conversation, Ryan Kranjiwala, the managing director of Kranjiwala and Company, reflects on 4 decades in law, speaks on power and politics and what it takes to be in the cutthroat world of litigation. Watch only on the legal side of things this weekend on Republic TV.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files, and I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client.
This week on Get Me Right, Pakistan proves yet again that it cannot be trusted. This time, it stabs its all-weather friend China as it courts Trump with a strategic port right next to Gwadar. Then we take a look at the rise in gold prices. Is it about an asset bubble or more likely investors hedging their bets against Trump's unpredictability? And finally, the Thalapathy phenomenon of Tamil Nadu politics. Why every political party is out to woo Vijay and his TVK despite the Karur tragedy. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
He has been the master strategist for the biggest corporate giants in the company, from the Birla Group to the Tata Group. In a rare and exclusive conversation, Ryan Kranjwala, the managing director of Kranjwala and Company, reflects on 4 decades in law, speaks on power and politics and what it takes to be in the cutthroat world of litigation. Watch only on the legal side of things this weekend on Republic TV.
This week on Get Me Right, Pakistan proves yet again that it cannot be trusted. This time, it stabs its all-weather friend China as it courts Trump with a strategic port right next to Gwadar. Then we take a look at the rise in gold prices. Is it about an asset bubble or more likely investors hedging their bets against Trump's unpredictability? And finally, the Thalapathy phenomenon of Tamil Nadu politics. Why every political party is out to woo Vijay and his TVK despite the Karur tragedy. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday, only on Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे सतलुज की लहरों में सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है ये कुदरती सलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Bliss weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files, and I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And, you know, Senator Durbin, I find it very interesting that you refused repeated Republican requests to release the Epstein flight logs in 2023 and 2024. You fought that. Did you take money from Reid Hoffman, campaign donations,
Never
who was a
heard.
huge Epstein friend? Why did you fight for years? Why did you fight to not disclose the flight logs, Senator Durbin?
I can tell you I did not refuse. One of the senators here wished to produce those logs, and I asked her to put it in writing, and she never did.
Yeah, I think Senator Blackburn would quarrel with you on that. But
And
that's
I will
up to the
quarrel
two
with
of
you as to read somebody that you mentioned I never heard of.
Reid Hoffman.
So who gave the order to flag records related to President Trump?
To flag records for President Trump?
To flag any records which included his name.
I'm not going to discuss anything about that with you.
He has been the master strategist for the biggest corporate giants in the company, from the Birla Group to the Tata Group. In a rare and exclusive conversation, Ryan Kranjwala, the managing director of Kranjwala and Company, reflects on 4 decades in law, speaks on power and politics and what it takes to be in the cutthroat world of litigation. Watch only on the legal side of things this weekend on Republic TV.
Welcome back, viewers. Our top focus: Afghanistan's Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi is visiting Deoband in Uttar Pradesh's Saharanpur district as a part of his 6-day India trip. Muttaqi is the first one to visit India by a senior Taliban minister since the group seized power in Kabul 4 years ago. As part of his itinerary, the Taliban minister is visiting the Darul Uloom Deoband, one of the most influential Islamic seminaries in South Asia. And during his visit, he will also be meeting senior clerics, scholars and administrators of the institutions. Let's quickly listen in to this soundbite coming in from Muttaqi himself.
बहुत अच्छा सफ़र है और उलमाए देवबंद, तलबाए देवबंद बल्कि सारे इलाके के लोग आया है। मैं इसके मशकूर हूँ। उन्होंने बहुत अच्छा इस्तकबाल किया और उन्होंने ज़्यादा मेहमान नवाजी किया। ज़ाहिर है कि उलमा और तलबा के दरमियान वाबस्तगी बहुत तारीख़ी है, इसलिए मैं आप हज़रात और देवबंद का काबिरीन और इलाके के जो उलमा है, तलबा है और आवाम है।
My colleague Shambhavi is joining us live on the broadcast to give us more details. Shambhavi, we heard that soundbite from Muttaqi himself, and it is a very, very significant and important visit, as the place is one of the most influential Islamic seminaries in South Asia, and it holds immense significance as he is the first senior Talibani leader to visit the Darul Uloom after, Taliban had seized power on Kabul 4 years ago.
Right, this is the first ever high-profile visit by a senior Taliban leader, and we are constantly showing you visuals. When Muttaqi entered, there was a huge crowd of people. They're constantly waiting for him to actually come and address everybody. And now that it is cleared out, after the high security of the police have cleared the space out because things got a little out of control here, and when he entered, he was also said to be given the guard of honor, and from there he went and he went on to address a few students there. They were talking about some educational point of view, some religious point of view, and then from there he left to take some rest, to have lunch. After lunch, he'll be offering his prayers, and after he is done offering his prayers, he'll come back here. He'll meet the senior scholars and clerics of the seminary, and then he'll go on to address the crowd that has been waiting for Muttaqi since 8:30 a.m. There was a huge crowd even outside the gate of the seminary. As this has been said time and again, and even Muttaqi mentioned previously before coming here that how this Deoband seminary is of utmost importance and significance, how this place in India has close ties, close cultural and religious ties with Afghanistan, as how students from their country come here to study the religious side, the religious readings, and is mentioned about the importance of the seminary, because this seminary is one of the most respected and long-standing seminary, and this is also the birthplace of the Deobandi school of thought, which has impacted a lot of movements, Islamic movements all across the countries in South Asia, Muslim countries, including Afghanistan and Pakistan. So this comes as a huge significant move, I would say, that Afghanistan's Foreign Minister Muttaqi coming here, taking its time to address not even the children, the senior clerics, holding a meeting with the senior clerics of the seminary and offering prayers, then having lunch. So this comes as a huge move from his side. Back to you.
Shambhavi, at the moment, what exactly is happening there, as we know that he will be addressing the public? And what is the next set of arrangements that are going to be made in terms of his itinerary for today?
We'll show you. See, this space that you see, this was just few minutes ago filled with people. There were thousands of people who were here, but now after Muttaqi left to have lunch and to take some rest, then he will be offering namaz, he'll be offering prayers. After offering prayers around 3, he's set to return here to talk to the senior clerics, the senior scholars, which will be followed by an address by him. So you see, there are very few left here because the police, the security here, they're asked to please leave dispersed from this ground because these things got out of control in the middle. They were outnumbered. The police was outnumbered by these people, and there was pure chaos here. But now you can see there's partially 1/10 of the crowd which was originally there just a few minutes ago is left here, and these people, they are waiting for the addressal, which will be followed.
That's right.
By a meeting.
Right. All right, Shambhavi, we appreciate you joining us with those details. We will be coming back to you for more updates as we keep a close eye on this visit. But viewers, moving on, a massive booster shot for country's farm sector. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today rolled out Rupees 42,000 crore package to modernize agriculture, strengthen rural infrastructure and make farmers self-reliant. Big schemes and big investments and a clear message. Agriculture is the center of India's growth story. Right, viewers, the big breaking news coming in on the other side. Government has issued directives to the airlines, is what we're given to understand. Government has said to the airlines that there will be no spike during festive season. That is the big breaking development coming in. Festive season includes Diwali and Chhath. Those are the details that we are tracking, that government has issued directives to the airlines that there will be no fare hikes during the festive season, especially during Diwali and Chhath Puja coming very, very soon. Latest developments in terms of government's directive and ease for the flyers, those wanting to travel to their hometowns and other places during the festive season. A key detailed direction coming in from the government as it has issued a directive for the airlines to not spike fares during the festive season. Harsha is joining us live for more details. Harsha, the government issuing directives to the airlines to not spike up the fare prices during the festive season is absolutely an ease for the travellers at that point in time. How do we see this?
Yes, you rightly pointed out, there was a high-level meeting which was chaired by Civil Aviation Minister Ram Mohan Naidu, and with all the airlines, Air India Express, SpiceJet, Indigo, all were given sharp instructions and directive from the Minister Ram Mohan Naidu. He clearly stated that there will be no fare hike during Diwali and Chhath Puja. We have in past seen that how especially during festive season, there is a 60 to 70% fare hike by most of the airlines, and it was already being stated that from lowest from tier 2 city to the metro city, or from metro city to tier 2 city like Lucknow, MP, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, there will be 60 to 70% by the airlines. It was earlier stated by airlines. This was the sources we also reported. But after this high-level meeting, the clear directions and directives have been issued by Civil Aviation Minister to the airlines that there will be no fare hike. There will be proper capping of the rating of the rates, of the price of the tickets, which will be issued to the passengers. Whenever the passenger will be booking the ticket, there will be proper capping. There will be no 60 to 70% hike, and it's a big relief for passengers, because let's say the festive season is to start from this week. From this week onwards, there are several passengers who will be booking their air tickets to the cities, to the respective cities by airline, by different airline. So the amount has to be the same. Right now, the amount the passengers are traveling by in the flights, the amount has to be same, and this directive has been issued yesterday only, and all the airlines has to adhere by these guidelines and the instruction given to them by the Civil Aviation Ministry. And not only this, there are the sharp instructions regarding others as well, which has been given. That means at the peak festive season, most of the airlines of Air India Express and Air India right now is AOG, that is aircraft on ground. Most of the aircrafts are not working. They are under maintenance, they are under repairing. There's some or the issue with the aircraft, they are not in the service, and has clearly been instructed by the minister that none of the aircraft can be AOG. Minimize the number of the aircrafts which has to be AOG. It is unacceptable during the festive season, during the peak festive season, when the passengers in the high number will be traveling through air. There has to be sufficient number of airlines, sufficient number of aircraft for passengers to fly to the respective location, and only that ways there could be a proper amount capping and the relief to the passengers through the ticket booking in the flights. And that is the reason why now airlines have to give the action report, the review report to the minister before the next meeting, that what decisions have they taken, how they are adhering to the instructions which has already been sent by the civil aviation minister to these airlines. Back to you.
Absolutely, Harsha, as we build in focus on the fact that there were several other, decisions and the discussions that were held in this particular meeting, where the minister had sought the exact count of grounded Air India and AI Express aircrafts, calling the AOG during peak season unacceptable. So what do we have on those lines as well?
Yes, as I mentioned right now as well, that most of the aircrafts have been grounded because of the technical issues, because of the maintenance and repair issues in the aircraft. Majorly the aircrafts which are facing the more number of the grounded aircraft are in Air India and Air India Express. We have seen after AI 171 crash how there has been immense increase, and Republic has been doing a continuous reportage as well, that how the aircrafts are not being maintained, and that is the reason earlier the stringent action was taken by the regulatory body on these airlines, and the airlines were grounded, that till the time it will not be serviceable, it will not be maintained, the aircrafts can't fly, keeping in mind the passengers' safety. But now it's been long time. The aircraft which went for maintenance and repairing in the month of August or in the month of July, they were supposed to return for the service, and they are still AOG, they are still aircraft on ground. That's much easier for the airlines, but it can't happen now. They have to give the exact report to the Ministry of Civil Aviation that what so far has been done. If the aircrafts were grounded for more than 2 months, then why they are not in service yet? And that is the reason why the aircraft can't be grounded, or the airline can't keep the aircrafts grounded on their own will and wish. They have to give the proper report of what is being done in the context of maintenance and repairing, because it's the peak festival time, and airlines take this opportunity, try to build the make the money and profits for them, keeping in mind that the number of aircrafts are grounded, so they can increase the price money during this festive season. But that is not going to happen. This is what the Civil Aviation Minister has exactly pointed out in this meeting. He clearly has stated that it's unacceptable. Number of airlines, the aircraft which will fly and which were grounded earlier needs to be in service, have to fly, and the amount will not be increased. There will be proper capping. It's completely unacceptable. So the sharp instructions were clearly given majorly to the airline Air India and Air India Express, who has been facing maximum technical snags reported after AI 171 crash. Every week, every month, more than 15 to 20 technical snags has been reported. So now the stringent action has taken, and the sharp instructions have been given by the minister to the airline. Back to you.
That's right, Harsha. Also putting a focus on the fact that, as you rightly mentioned, there have been several technical snags, and something that which we have reported very recently, that there are several hard landings also which have been seen in these times. To that also, there has been a directive that has come across where ultra long haul pilots to undergo more simulator training immediately. And Harsha, appreciate you join us and giving us those details, and we will be tracking those updates shortly. But it's time we shift our focus to some more breaking news coming in, viewers. An Indigo flight from Madurai to Chennai caused chaos today morning after it landed with a broken window. There were 76 passengers on the flight that arrived in Chennai early this morning. They were safely disembarked, is also what we are given to understand. The pilot had in fact seen the crack in the window, but it had widened, and that is when there was a chaos which was caused today morning. And this was a flight of Indigo from Madurai to Chennai, which landed with a broken window, and there were 76 passengers on board the flight. It had arrived in Chennai early this morning, and they were safely disembarked. Sharda joins me for more details. Sharda, what exactly is happening? How far has the investigation reached? And in terms of the pilot who had earlier seen the crack in the window, but it had widened over the as the time had passed, and they landed with that broken window. And the 76 passengers then safely disembarked.
You're right. The flight left from Madurai, and the pilot who's taking on the flight saw a small crack on the windshield of the plane. However, he did not consider it to be more dangerous, as it was a very minor crack and did not expect it to be completely ripped open while they landed in Chennai. Following the plane that landed in Chennai, the window was completely broken and then it was shattered also. Following which he alerted the air control room in Chennai, following which the flight was safely held with the help of the air control room landed in Chennai, and 76 passengers were also disembarked, and then now the Indigo flight is under check and the investigation is going underway, and to make sure there's no other issues with the plane and only this particular cracked window. The work will also be done soon, is what the Indigo officials in Chennai Airport have said.
Details. We'll be tracking the updates as and when they come in, but shifting our focus, viewers, in a special Krishi program at the Indian Agriculture Research Institute, Union Agriculture Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan said that Prime Minister Modi increased the MSP of Rabi crops, and under the PM Kisan Samman Nidhi, rupees 3,90,000 crore have been deposited so far in the accounts of farmers through the DBT, direct benefit transfer. Listen in.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अभी अभी आपने देखा रबी की फसलों की एमएसपी बढ़ाने का काम किया है। किसान भाइयों, गेहूं पर 160 रुपया प्रति क्विंटल, चने पर 225 रुपया प्रति क्विंटल, मसूर पर 300 रुपया प्रति क्विंटल, सरसों पर 250 रुपया प्रति क्विंटल, कुसुम पर 600 रुपया प्रति क्विंटल। अभी अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एमएसपी बढ़ा के किसानों को उनकी उपज का सही और पूरा दाम देने का फैसला किया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, हम किसान इसलिए भी आपके आभारी हैं कि आपने प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि के अंतर्गत अब तक 3,90,000 करोड़ रुपया किसान के खाते में डाला है डीबीटी के माध्यम से, और आप 1 रुपया डालते हैं तो सीधे 1 रुपया किसान के खाते में पहुंचता है।
Time for a short break, but coming up on the other side, trouble mounts for business tycoon Anil Ambani and his group of companies. The ED sleuths arrest CFO and Executive Director Ashok Kumar Pal in the fake bank guarantee case involving Reliance Power. And more details as both the BJP and LJP to hold separate crucial party meetings in New Delhi, finalize seat sharing ahead of the Bihar elections. Stay tuned. We will come right back.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं, और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से